Well, I've taken a long weekend, but plenty of action been going on here in Milan, including a golden ball on Sunday morning. But with only 3 days of group matches left, it's really hotting up. Only 4 semi-final spots on the line. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Milan, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 9 here in Milan. We are at the real MCG, the Milan Cricket Ground, where we'll have 5 more matches today, of course. 11 teams in the mix, but 4 will make it to finals Friday, where it's a straight shootout, semi-finals, and then, of course, the final on Friday afternoon before we head into the internationals on the weekend. So plenty of great cricket still to come from Italy this week. So we are starting the day with match number 41, and it's going to be Milan United versus Bergamo CC. Coin toss, all important. Let's see what happens at it. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains. Let's see the coin toss for match number 41.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is heads. Heads. We are going forward first. Good. Enjoy.
So Ishan Cody of Milan United has won the toss. He's elected to bowl first. Probably to do with the conditions. We'll talk about that in a second. Well, both these 2 teams, though, they have suffered 4 losses along the way. Milan United still have 5 games to play, though. So with plenty of matches in hand, it still is possible. Potentially 6 wins can get you into the semi-finals. But certainly I think both teams have not had the kind of tournament that they wanted so far. Bergamo CC, though, Baljit Singh, of course, that means that they will be batting first, and he's certainly a talented player to watch, and he's captained Italy in the ECC before. I don't think it's a bad thing to bat first, although, yeah, the outfield might be a little bit slow. A lot of rain overnight, that's the thing. Obviously, it's caused a few issues this morning. More about that in a second. But Bergamo, same thing. They can get to 6 wins, but they need to be perfect from here with 3 matches left in their group campaign. So we're kind of getting to the stage now where teams are going to be finishing up their matches. Let's see how everything looks at the end of Thursday night, in which case we will make the chop, and 4 teams will survive to Friday. Conditions today, well, like I said, pretty damp in the morning, but I don't think we're expecting any more rain. 21 is the expected maximum temperature. Currently it's about 14 to get this one going. Danny Hudacek is in the commentary box, or the marshmallow as we've been calling it. Danny, you have been magnificent in my absence, but I'm back to help you out today. And both these teams, they need a bit of help, don't they? Because they really need the points. I think it's certainly curtains for whichever team doesn't win this match. Match 41, it is Milan United winning the toss. They've sent in Bergamo CC. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start, finally, the start of day number 9.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone from around the world. And good morning from Milan for this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Italy. A match between Milan United and Bergamo CC. Should be a good one. Bergamo. It's just as you see the ground staff coming onto the field. We've just had a word that the game's been delayed by 10 minutes. There's a bit of puddling around the pitch, so apologies for that. Just trying to put a bit of sawdust and sand around the bowlers' run-ups and around the edge of the pitch. But it should be a really good game here between Milan United and Bergamo CC. So we're going to have a look at a little recap of what happened yesterday in a very entertaining day's cricket. That was the first game between Ginebrescia and Trentino Acquia. Ginebrescia, business as usual for them. Big win against Trentino Acquia, who weren't really at the races yesterday. They were a little bit outgunned. The team from northeast Italy, and they went down 105 to 74. Mirza Umair there with a nice 29. Good scoring all round from the Brescia side. We saw Trentino Acquia again against Kings 11, and they went down to they beat Trentino Ikea 102-65. Jagmeet Singh there with a nice 34. Picked up a couple of wickets as well. Just went to the pick of the bowlers for Kings 11. It was a good day for them as well. Kings 11. Next game we saw a very close game. We'll see that in just a minute. So Kings beat Trentino Ikea by 37 runs. And it was an interesting day's cricket yesterday. We was threatened to be washed out at one stage with heavy overnight rain. That we had a nice full day's cricket. Cricket Stars came back. Gina Brescia, really close game between Cricket Stars and Gina Brescia, who eked out another win. They went 2 from 2 for the day. Cricket Stars, they just missed out. They're gonna find it difficult to get into that semi-final now after that loss, and then they saw them a little bit later again in the day. And even though Rashmani Sandhu scored a very nice 40 off 19 to give them every chance, Gina Brescia reined them in with 3 balls remaining. So Gina Brescia also went 2 from 2 at that stage. Match 4, Cricket Stars again against Kings. Kings again just in the last 3 runs. Cricket Stars very unlucky. 2 narrow losses yesterday. Cricket Stars they played pretty well, but Kings 11 got ahead of them. Really good innings from Simranjit Singh, and he featured yesterday, and also Dipender Shekhawat 2 for 10 did very well for the Kings. And the final game of the day, a bit of a classic really. It was a tale of very different innings. Kings in there were batted first. They were 16 for 5 at the 3 over mark after the power play. Simranjit Singh with a magnificent 63 off 28, and Abdullah, who ended up with a man of the match, contributing well, and they ended up winning that game. It was contrast in the power plays with they were 16 for 5, and the Gina Brescia, who were undefeated at that time, were 51 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. As we see the table, Fresh Tropical are up top. They have 1 game to come in this tournament. You'll see them the final game of today. They're on 14 points and pretty untroubled in getting into that top 4. Janjua Brescia we'll also see today on 10 points. Kings 11 with those 3 wins have pumped themselves up to 3rd place, and Gina Brescia also with 2 wins yesterday, also on 10 points. But first game's going to be Bergamo CC against Milan United. Milan United are at the bottom of the table at the moment, but they've only played 5 games. And you see there the 2 lineups. See 1 and 4 for Milan United, 3 and 4 for Bergamo CC. Bergamo CC, after losing the a very tight game with a golden ball, were a bit flat the next game they played. Then went 0 and 2 a couple of days ago. Milan United, they can still make. Actually, both these teams can still make the semi-finals, but they have to be undefeated going forward. And we'll see some good performances possibly from Darashiko and Baljit Singh, the 2 main batsmen for Bergamo CC. Baljit has not been in the best form this tournament. It's just starting to come good. And for Milan United, their main hope with the ball is Sanjiwa, who has been excellent so far. So, as we see, Milan United, there's a bit of a gulf between the expected scores here, as the supercomputer says. But Milan United do have a chance, big chance of beating Bergamo United. As I said, we're a little bit flat the other day. I'm sure they'll come back hard. But Milan United, they're at the bottom of the table at the moment, but they have played fewer games than any other team. So as I said, there's going to be a little 10-minute delay to this game. And we'll come back and let you know about the if there's any reduction in overs because of the delayed start. It's a pretty clear day here in Milan. Bit of high cloud. You can see the Alps in the background for the first time in a couple of days, which is a good sign. So hopefully a clear day's cricket. But as I said, a little 10-minute delay. And Vinny, welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. Morning, everyone. Yeah, sorry, just got the short notice that we had going to have a 10-minute delay. I kind of thought when I was out at the toss, it might be that way. And the reason is we had a lot of rain overnight.
Yeah.
So this field is going to be a bit heavier even than normal. We know it's been pretty slow so far for the most part. Having said that, we've seen a lot of sixes hit as well. But yeah, I want to say good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for covering me so well on the 3 days off. We might be able to actually have a look at the revised conditions of this match. So it is going to be a 9 over per side match. So we're only going to lose 1 over per side, which is good. Doesn't change too much, basically. Still a 3 over power play. So if it's a 9 or a 10 over match, it's still a 3 over power play. No real change to the bowling restrictions as well, because bowlers can only bowl 2 overs. So you can have 4 bowlers with that ability to bowl 2 overs. But yeah, that's what we're in for here in match 41. Like I said, I don't see these two teams being in the 4, but it's not impossible. The thing is, if they can win all of their remaining games, then they'll finish with a 6-4 record. And so, yeah, unlikely, but a possible path to the finals for these two teams. But I don't see the team that losing this match even having really a mathematical possibility. But how's it been? I mean, we had a lot of action, didn't we? Sunday, the golden ball. What a golden ball that was. And it was Bergamo CC on the wrong side of that. Fresh Tropical knocking essentially a ball that was caught, but the fielder stepped over the line, so it was 6. And that really comes back to bite them, I think, Bergamo CC as well.
Absolutely. Well, look, Bergamo CC, they should have won that game. It was 11 off the last over, I think. It was a 6 hit, which got them to the golden ball. And then as Bilal Hamid came in, and it was a low full toss from Baljet. He took the responsibility of taking the golden ball and bowled a full toss. It was caught over the boundary. Actually inside the boundary when he stepped over. Yeah. So that's how close it was.
We've seen a few of these where the fielders don't necessarily know exactly where they are. And so they're kind of catching it and landing and hoping that they're the right side of the line. We saw a similar one late in the piece yesterday. So many close games, though. We predicted it because there's a lot of skillful teams here in the north of Italy. And so I expect today to be no different.
I agree.
I'm just trying to think. It might have been Shaimal Joshi, one of the only other times that you have someone coming out to face the golden ball that has not batted in the innings. So normally you'd use a guy that's there, that's kind of seen it, but sometimes you might just have someone in your back pocket. Shaimal Joshi, the reason we're talking about it is in the Czech Republic, which is where Danny's from. A very famous golden ball that went viral where they snuck a second run after the stumps were broken and the other team was celebrating. But yeah, Bilal Hamid was a player that hadn't batted. Still kind of puzzles me he's not batting higher. I know that there's quote-unquote probably batters above him, but he's just hitting the ball so well. I think if they're going to make a serious talk, you've got to get him in that top 4 or 5, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you think?
Well, look, absolutely. And they're a very good team. So I'm sure they'll be up there. Well, they will be up in the finals. Bergamo CC, though, going back to them, I think they've underperformed in this tournament. Baljet's here. Jaspreet isn't. And he wasn't the other day.
Of course,
which has really affected them. But they were very flat after that loss in the golden ball. The next game, you could just see there just wasn't much there. And they lost.
It's a momentum killer, isn't it?
That's it. And they lost to Trentino Akia, who were really not at the races yesterday at all.
So Fresh Tropical actually played their last game today in the group stage. So they're right at the top. A few teams are playing catch up. Let's have a look back out on the field, and you can actually see things are getting cleared. So we're around about 3 minutes away from a start. Again, just a 10-minute delay, which has forced us into a 9-over game. So yeah, it's going to be. It won't affect things too much, I don't think. Just a few puddles. I think might have been some of the runoff from the covers. The pitch was well covered overnight. So one thing that was revealed just before I went away for the weekend for the wedding of Charles Crouch, a wedding celebration, which was great. We'll talk about that a little bit during the day as well, is these ECC groups. And so, yeah, we've got a couple of minutes up our sleeve. Why don't we talk about them? Group A, Spain, who made all the way to third last year, made a big run. And it potentially lining up, you'll have Spain and Isle of Man going head-to-head in Group A. Of course, they played a very famous T20 international recently where Isle of Man were bowled out for 10 and Spain chased it in 2 balls. So the first ball was a no ball off the pitch and then there was a 6 and a 6. So that's certainly going to be an interesting rivalry. France we'll see this weekend in ECI action, so great chance to have a look at some of their players. Czech Republic, of course, your native country. And yeah, we're talking a little bit about the national team on the way here, weren't we? Yeah, Greece, one of 10 teams making their debut in ECC cricket. That should be a really good one. Any particular teams or groups that you're interested in following? Obviously, Czech Republic goes without saying.
For sure.
What sort of teams do you like to watch there?
Oh, look, it'll be interesting to see the Group A. Spain are a very good team to watch, but I think the Jersey-Guernsey match-up in Group B looks fantastic,
100%.
especially with Belgium playing Belgian ball as well. That'll be a really good group, I think.
It's going to be a tough one for Croatia and Bulgaria, actually.
Yeah.
Italy, of course, Group C, and they've got a pretty tough one as well with Denmark and Sweden. No kind of British Isles teams, but still some very good players there to watch in the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket starting in about 148 days or something like that, I think. Anyway, let's get out to the middle. And what's the team sporting their Czech Republic colours of the bright blue and the red? Milan United out there. Again, haven't had a great tournament as far as the results go, but they've got 5 matches in hand. And I think you can't underestimate that. If they can put something together, they've played the fewest matches of any team in the entire competition. So if they can put a winning run together, they could still make it into the 4. Hard as it is to believe. And yeah, Bergamo CC, likewise, they're 3 and 4 with a net run rate of -0.6. But if they were to win their remaining 3 matches, then they could go 6 and 4, and you'd imagine they'd have a positive net run rate if they were to win all 3 of those games. It's going to be Kudama Duagi Sanjeeva to get us going. And just a reminder, maybe we can put up the match playing conditions as well. If you've just joined us, we're running 10 minutes behind schedule, and that is due to kind of some wet areas. But this is where we're at. It's 9 overs per side. Still a 3 over power play, and 4 bowlers will get the opportunity to bowl 2 overs. Of course, you don't have to bowl 2 overs. And, you don't have to bowl 4 bowlers for 2 overs each. You can bowl 9 bowlers, 1 if you wanted. But yeah, I don't think of match reductions, this is obviously the most minor. So almost ready for the start of day 9. Well, maybe fitting that we start with a 9 over match. Deep backward point and along off the 2 outfielders. Time to get going. The first one doesn't really get up from Sanjeeva. Hasn't he been a bit of a live wire? Milan United, for a team that are 1 and 4, they certainly have provided more than their fair share of highlights. And we've seen some brilliant catching from them, some Superman stuff. They're wearing the Superman colours, of course, for Bergamo CC. The Darashiko out there, he's off the mark straight away. Archam Javed, the upper opener, about to face up.
Yeah, it's interesting they pumped Javed up the order. We've seen Pramod Sudhita mainly opening the batting with Darashiko. It's just been hit into the covers just for a single.
I like taking on the ring for a 1 here because it is pretty slippery conditions. We had a lot of overnight rain. And so, I mean, that's pretty much hit straight to the fielder, but they still get away quite easily. You need a clean pickup and a direct hit, I think, to run you out from there, and both are pretty unlikely.
Yeah, we saw a couple of direct hits yesterday, but we haven't seen that many in the tournament, to be fair.
I saw a bit yesterday, and I got to say, I enjoyed the second face assist run out. Harkamal Singh, I think it was, to Shagawat for Cricket Stars. Yeah, just some great finishes. Oh, there is the direct pickup and missed direct hit, but this is a full toss. Yeah. It's going to be tough for everyone, I think, when it's a bit wet because the ball does get heavier. This might be the best time to try and hit the ball in the air right now before it gets too waterlogged. Oh, this is an outside edge, which is running away. It'll test the outfield, but it still will go for 4. The first boundary of the day, Darashiko aims to the leg side, hits it to the offside, and 4 runs the result for Bergamo CC.
Darashiko is such an important player for this Bergamo CC team, both with the bat and the ball. But we haven't seen much of Archam Javed, especially not opening the batting.
Yeah.
What do you think he brings to the party, Vinny?
Yeah, I just think he's a genuine hitter, and they, like I said, maybe it's the best time to try and go over the top with the field restrictions, with the ball perhaps travelling a little bit further before it gets too heavy. Yeah, so probably still see Bulge in his normal number 3 position. Pitched up and driven. And these balls that run along the ground, they can pick up a lot of water. And we don't really get too many replacement balls here, except if they go over into the potato field. So that's one way. If you can manage to get one over the fence, you might get a ball that's a bit drier, which I think, well, yes, it favours the batters. It's maybe a bit easy to hit further, but also, you know, the wet ball affects the bowlers and the fielders negatively as well. So I don't think anyone really enjoys when it's wet conditions. That one gets past the keeper. And yeah, even the keeper, Trishan Silva, where he's standing, it's not particularly easy. Of course, you're not wearing the metal spikes that you would be on a natural turf pitch. I just want to say a quick hello, though, to Rob Thompson, who's watching from New Zealand, and to Kroom, and to Ivan, who's with us, Nick Devonshire as well, to Kai. Well done, your first comment. And I've been watching and lurking a fair bit over the last 3 days. Milan United, well, just shows you their top run scorer, Ishan, only 59 runs. So it's that kind of tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? And, from Bergamo CC, and Darashiko, really important, like you said. He's their top run scorer. He's their second top wicket taker as well. Yes, Adida, not in the opening spot today. Sanjeevi, just saw him bowling his over. He's also got a very good economy rate of 7.8 over the first 5 matches for Milan United. So that's the first over in the bag. Time to get back to the action. It looks like it's going to be Ishan Cody who's going to bowl.
Yeah, you mentioned Belgic before, and he's a very correct batsman. He just hasn't been much in good form. He's starting a little bit, but we saw yesterday and also the day before, some of the top batsmen in the tournament are very correct. They play straight and they're coming into good form. Simranjit Singh yesterday batted beautifully. Zain Ali for Chivadate has been fantastic, and also we saw Baba Hussain starting to hit the ball very cleanly, and that's when the top batsmen start coming up and really showing their worth in the tournament.
Yeah, starting the second over now, and Jay Cody, like I said, coming in. So into the first, score was 7 without loss after 1.
And Jay Cody has captained this team pretty well, Milan United, but they haven't the luckiest tournament down the bottom of the table at the moment. It's just been poked out to the gully, picked up cleanly. But they've played fewer games than any other team.
Yeah.
So maybe their position, well, with Albano, who went 0-5 at the start of the tournament, picking up 2 wins, Milan are at the foot of the table, but I don't think it really reflects the quality of the team.
No, definitely not. I think if they were to make it from here, they're going to have all kinds of momentum going into the finals. This is hit straight and hit pretty well. It's a pick-up shot, 1 bounce 4. So Darashiko this time does hit it pretty close to the middle of the bat. Jai Cody challenges him with that kind of slot delivery. And a nice, powerful straight drive in these conditions brings him a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Lots of runs straight here. There are 2 men back because of the power play. And there, well, actually, Roshan Silva here is quite straight. And actually, both of them are quite straight, but he did pierce the field, did Darashiko. Another area that produced a lot of runs yesterday was through third man. There's no one back there. There is a wide slip, in probably about a 4th slip, just to protect that area a little bit. But it's quite significant that different areas get targeted on different days. Well,
yeah, well, finally we get the wicket, don't we? And it's been built up for a while as Bergamo CC taking on the outfield in the power play. Shows the man that's going to have to go. Yeah, driving in the air, but this time very good catch taken by Sanjeeva. Holds it well in these conditions. So first win of the day falls, and it's 13 for 1.
It's a big wicket there for Milan United. Darashiko is the main man of the bat at the moment for Bergamo CC. We'll see him bowl as well, but talking about main men, here's Baljit Singh, as I mentioned. really hasn't gotten going in this tournament, but he's a very correct batsman. And I think that's what you need here this time with the tricky conditions. The ball might keep a little bit low occasionally. If you play across the line, you've got a chance of exposing your stumps and being bowled or LBW. It's happened so many times throughout this tournament. And as I mentioned, a lot of the correct batsmen are now starting to get some form, and this is exactly what Baljet needs, is a bit of form and some runs here for Bergamo CC to keep their hopes alive in the tournament.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They've got a fairly straight kind of wall of outfielders for Baljet. Swings at this and misses first up. Cody to wobble a little bit into the second over. It's a pretty good one. Did bring the wicket of Darashiko 2 overs into this 9-over contest. The score is 13 for 1.
Yeah, pretty good start here for Milan United. It's a big wicket out of Darashiko. And let's have a look at the table. You can see Bergamo CC is 7th at the moment. They're 3 and 4. They've still got an outside chance of getting into the finals.
Yeah, I'm looking at the loss column. So teams that hit 5 losses, I think they've got pretty much no hope. Even 6 or 4 probably won't be good enough to get you in unless you've got a really good net run rate. But you can see both these two, I suppose, with when they say a snowball's chance in, you know what, of getting there, but they'd have to be perfect from here. Sanjeeva's going to come back in over number 3. And it's a drive that gets through the field. I don't know if this will go, though. It's going to pull up. That kind of illustrates our point about this outfield being pretty wet. Well, come back for a couple.
If you look at the tables, only 2 teams who have lost 2 games. Fresh Tropical are pretty much there in the top 4. And they've lost 2. They're on 14 points. But and Janjul Beshra have only lost 2. But Kings and Gina Brescia CC, Chivadate have lost 4. So there's 3 teams that have lost 3. If they lose another game, they're in that same column.
Yeah.
So they'll have to play well, all these teams, to get into that top 4.
Whoa. Oh, that one's absolutely pounded, and it's out of here. And Maximo Javade, well, you want to know why he was up there? Now you know.
That was mullered right over cow corner, just taken from outside off stump, hit the middle of the bat. That was a great shot. Lovely to see. Early on a Tuesday morning. Tuesday?
Yeah, that was a really good strike from Javade. And now the next one sneaks through. Good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, very good. He's a good bowler, Sanjeev. He's easily the pick of the Milan United bowlers. And we'll have to see what they come up with afterwards. So actually, Jay Sakura is a very good bowler as well for Milan United. But Bergamo CC, they need a win here to get them back on track. This is going to be called a wide. Didn't bounce much either.
Yeah, bowler's got their hands on hips. New umpiring crew as well. I'm going to say, nice to see them out there. It's a real tight one, but I think probably just the outside edge of the ball may have just grazed the blue line. How harsh on them. That's by design.
You'll see sometimes the ball will continue to go out as well, because there's a bit of swing early, and those wides are very tight.
Yeah, this will find space, and that'll go to the short boundary. That's 4. So Javade getting things moving as we come to the end of the power play. So Jiva just offered him a bit of width there. Decent shot as he's able to kind of manoeuvre that one up and over point, and another boundary for Bergamo CC.
It's a pretty even power play, actually. 26 for 1. It's a big wicket, that of Darashiko, but 26 so far is pretty good going for Bergamo CC. It might get up to about 10 and over.
Yeah, this is well bowled. Oh, Baljet's out the river and he's going to be gone. And so it's a miscommunication. I think it's a slight concentration error from Baljet, who was just kind of wandering with the hit. Javade, not sure if he ever kind of represents that he'll be going for the run. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I think he says yeah, but then quickly tries to turn Baljet around, but it's too late. And there's that pick up and direct hit. Nice work from Fahad Mohammed. So that's a big blow, isn't it, for Bergamo CC, who lose their skip up for a duck. And the score is 26 for 2. And yeah, Baljet Not a man you want to lose in any circumstances, but especially losing to a run out, that really hurts.
That really hurts, Bergamo CC. As I was mentioning, there's the Derek the Duck there with Baljet, and he hasn't had the greatest of luck in this tournament. That's Baljet, the skipper. So that's another big wicket there. Saying there's a pretty even power play. I think it's turned around now, and definitely in the favour of Milan United. Big wicket.
His last ball of power play, and Javane is going to go. So he gets a little feather on this, and it's a really good finish for Sanjeeva. That's a third wicket now in the end of the third over, 26 for 3.
Yep, well on top now, United, and they'll go into the rest of this innings after the power play with a lot of confidence. The field would relax now. Of course, it's a 3 over power play, which means that there are 2 players out in the outfield, or possibly in the outfield.
Yeah.
Everyone else has to be within the 30-metre circle. And now the field will relax. Need a minimum of 4 players within that 30-metre circle. It gives a lot of protection to the bowlers, because anything hit in the outfield is possibly cut off from being a boundary or a chance of a catch. So it does favour the bowling team a little bit more. Just gives them a bit more protection. But interesting field, actually. If you look at the leg side, they'll have to be very disciplined, because there's a man at cow corner and the keeper is, well, there's no one else on leg side apart from a long on. There's no one behind. Well, they're bringing someone there now, they've realised, because that would have been a long chase for the keeper.
Yeah, you're right, especially in these conditions. But yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? Because despite all the issues they've dealt with, Javane's actually hit the ball probably better than anyone, pound for pound, in that power play. Anyway, so that's the way things roll. Slightly shorter game, but only slightly. You'd say maybe the wickets don't hurt you that much. Depends who can come out. And right now you've got 2 batters they haven't faced yet. First ball is wide as Mandeep watches it go down the leg side. Yeah, Jaspreet's out with him. And he's been pretty decent with the bat as well. But yeah, it's a tough gig, actually, batting in these conditions. Because, like I said, you better absolutely nail it if you're going to try and hit a 6.
It's good to see Jaspreet back there. I think they missed him there. A chance for a run out.
Yeah, I did notice that. He's a bit MIA, Jaspreet, but he's a guy with Italy national team experience. Don't forget, you get to see the Italian national team in action in the T10 format this weekend against France and Romania.
Looking forward to that. That'll be really good.
Should be really good. I want to say hello to Julian Dawson as well, who's joined us in the chat. Nice to see you, Julian, as usual. Nick saying good morning to Derek as well.
Well, I don't really understand Roshan Silva. He's got away with a couple here because he doesn't have much protection on the leg side, and 2 of the 3 balls he's bowled have been wides outside leg stump.
Yeah, that's true. He's also sneaking across quite a long way, Mandeep. Got to be careful he doesn't get bowled around his legs. I've seen that happen on occasion in this series. Oh, yeah, it's a good one. And that's where he wants to be, Danny.
Exactly where he wants to be. He's got a very offside field. All the attacking fielders are on that offside, and that was a very nice ball. Good line and length, especially with Mandeep, who is not really set yet.
It's a good comeback, isn't it, from Milan United? It's a bat on this. The most bat he's had on one so far. We'll pull up before it reaches Suresh Silva out there. But Milan United, they're a team which have been kind of around the traps a couple of times, but in Milan in the last couple of years, because they've been one-week series but still normally involving quite a lot of teams, some teams haven't got a lot of games.
Yeah.
So I think they played 3 matches in 2021, maybe about the same last year. At least they do get a bit of an extended run here. 5 matches in the next 3 days for them, and then potentially finals if they were perfect. This is going to be close if he hits.
Oh.
Feel like he's just home here. Seems to take quite a long time to get rid of the ball. But, as we know, direct hits are potentially interesting to look at. Just home.
Saying before that there haven't been many direct hits in this tournament. There have been a couple that have resulted in run-outs, but there's been 2 direct hits so far from Milan, and I think they must have been working on their fielding over their little break.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, that's a really nice piece of work. But like I said, I took 1 or 2 extra steps maybe didn't need to take before throwing it. The batter snuck home. And Mandeep pulls it away to deep mid wicket. And so he'll sneak through for a single here. So actually in these conditions, like I said, probably a slower outfield than normal. So if you can manage, I think 7.5 and over or so, 8 and over, you're reasonably happy with something maybe a 70s. It's not like Milan United have shown too much consistency with the bat as well. That's the thing. They do have some very good players in there. No doubt about that.
We do have reduced overs by 1 in this game. But yesterday, I think a par score was about 100, which was surprising because we did get overnight rain as well. And we got rain during the day.
Yeah,
so,
true.
It is a little bit heavier today, though. But we saw a lot of good scoring yesterday.
Let's have a look at where the run rate's been at. It's going to stabilise a little bit around that 8 and over mark that we were just talking about. But yeah, first thing in the morning, but just think it can be difficult to hit that ball that little bit further. Just looking at yesterday's game in the morning, 105 to 74. Had the 88 golden ball the morning before that. Morning before that, it was a 7 over reduced match because of some rain issues. Day before that, 93 to 88. So yeah, have had some higher scoring games in the first game today as well. First game of the tournament, remember, was 2 teams scoring over 100. We also had 114 chased down on Thursday in match 16. Anyway, here's Stephen Jayasekaran, who is coming into bowl now. I suppose the other issue is no Taridu Heshan in the lineup for Milan United, and that hurts their batting a little bit. He's certainly been one of the more able performers.
Yeah, it's a big loss for them. And, hopefully they've brought in someone who'll help their pump up their innings.
A bad looking drive. Picks out the field and just a single. So just kind of struggling to get those boundaries. Now 1 boundary and over kind of gets you to that 8 and over run rate, you'd imagine. But there's been a little bit of a drought here. We haven't had a boundary now for 10 deliveries. Once again, they find the outfielder. There's William the Concreter, as we used to call it. There used to be 2 rectangular sections of concrete here, which were the old football dugouts. But they've been covered in AstroTurf then. This ground, just little by little, being improved.
They're still there, but they've gone underground. They've gone underground.
They've gone underground.
And there's the running track as well, which caused issues one player earlier in the week.
This is hit pretty hard. Fielder comes around and handles it. Sanjeeva, who's a very good fielder. All the way back to the keeper.
Yeah, I don't know what team it was. It might have been, I'm not sure which team it was, but it did hit the concrete of the running track.
I remember the area where it was, yeah, and it steepled over the... Reminds me of when a goalkeeper scores against the other goalkeeper in football. Sometimes it bounces an awkward spot in front of them and then kind of chips them. Oh, it's close.
He did waft his bat outside our stump.
Yeah. I've got to say, I thought this got a bit of the line. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's a good call.
Yeah, good
Just
call.
sneaking inside. Umpire's call at least. Takes this one on, but it'll only get a single. And this will take us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 36 for 3. I want to welcome you into the commentary box. Winnie Sandu here, Mr. Maximum. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. Hope you're having a great day so far. And yeah, really looking forward to 5 T10 matches once again into the last 3 days of group play. So we are going to really see things tighten up because 7 teams will be chopped at the end of Thursday night.
Absolutely, especially the teams who have really pushing for those top 4 spots. I think we'll see some great cricket and some very close matches. We've seen a lot of really close matches in this tournament too.
Yeah, I think, pound for pound, I don't think you could see a tournament with more close games and games going right down to the last over. Some really exciting finishes. Of course, 2 golden balls already. Who knows? They do say things come in threes. Maybe we can get a 3rd golden ball. And one thing we've never had is a golden ball in a final, and I mean a final.
Yeah.
If you're ever going to have it, could be here in Italy. Anyway, let's get back to the action because it looks like it's going to be time for over number 6. And it's going to be Ravindu Senvaratne who's coming in to bowl. First one just wafted across. And not going to get a run there. So can't be easy for the spinner in these conditions as well.
Well, if there's any moisture on the pitch, it'll skid through.
Even just to grip it. And you see there, that one gets away from him.
It's interesting. I used to play cricket with a leg spinner who turned it a long way, gave it a lot of flight, and on a wet pitch, it would go the other way. Not sure what the physics were of that.
Yeah, well, this is in the air, and it's a plonk right there. It's not going to go a lot further. Now they're going to take on a second, and they're going to go to the keeper, and again, the conditions kind of doing everyone there, and the result's going to be 2 runs. It's kind of a late decision to go for 2. I said, oh, they still got to go and pick it up, but I think that Mandeep was going to be in a bit of trouble because of that hesitation. If that was anywhere near the stumps, but fortunately, it was wider.
Yeah, going back to spinners, if it's a wet pitch, and I don't know if the pitch is wet, it was covered overnight. So this is hit for the deep point, just for a single. It skids through, and I'm not sure if you would have had that as a keeper if there's been a wet pitch.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does skid through. Every artificial pitch is a bit different, though, the way it reacts. Some are a bit more spongy, a bit more springy, some and actually slows the ball down a bit as well. It kind of depends on the specifics. This pitch in Krefeld in Germany that doesn't seem to be too affected by rain at all. It's quite amazing. But yeah, as far as getting side spin, it's going to be tough to get that turn. But that skid that you'd imagine makes a difference. And even if the pitch isn't wet, I mean, the ball is wet, right? So you're just not going to get that grip as a spinner. Gets this one wrong. This will be a no ball, I think. And knocked out to the deep point for a single, but it is called, which means we've got a free hit coming up. And then just another case, I think, that not particularly easy to grip the ball. Loses that one high.
Well, you've just proved your point. Exactly right. Difficult to hold, slightly wet.
But then you shouldn't be trying to rip it a long way either. So free hit. Hit reasonably well and flat. Again, this is another skidder. Oh, wow. I'm loving that. That is a bit of the old dance floor at 11 p.m. about that. Have you got this on the replay? It's the over-under. One goes over, one goes under.
Nice shot, that.
Have a look at this, though. Skids, and then... Oh, yeah. That's a great hurdle job.
That'll make the highlights.
Yeah, Mohammed and Sanjeeva having a bit of fun down there. And this is going to be a ball that almost carries to Sanjeeva, doesn't take it on. He's happy to concede the one.
It's been pretty good bowling in these middle overs so far.
I'm so happy they didn't end up in a collision. It was kind of over before you realised the danger of it. Anyway, it's the end of the 6th over and the score is 46 for 3.
Yeah, it's, again, a pretty even game at the moment. Some good bowling in the middle overs from Milan United. Look at the scorecard. And no batsman really going on with it. Little cameos at the start, but hopefully Mandeep and Jasprit, they're just starting a little bit of a partnership. But Baljit misses out again, being run out.
That week to Baljit hurts you. Well, normally when we see a 10 over innings, we kind of talk about the halves, first half, second half. I feel like in a 9 over innings, you can kind of deal in 3 over thirds. So you had 26 in the first third, not 20 in the middle third. Let's see what the last third brings.
Right back of pretty good bowling though, Vinny.
Yeah, definitely. So there hasn't been a third that's really gotten away. Let's say 40 plus in a third would be a very good one. But right now on 69 pace.
So it will be Roshan Silva to continue. By bowling his second over. He'll be bowling to Jasprit Singh. He's 7 off 7 at the moment, is Jasprit.
Jasprit's ready to launch here. Tries, back pad and gone. Yeah, he doesn't like it. You can see the bowler does like it. Says, yeah, that one's gone. Look, it's not hitting middle stump, but let's see if it was going to hit leg stump.
It probably was hitting leg stump. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, I mean, hits him in line. Is it going to hit leg stump? Oh, it's really tight. Yeah, my instinct is it might have just been missing, but it's certainly, because partly you can see all 3 stumps there, but it does hit him in line, and it is possible, I think, that it could have flicked the leg stump. So, I mean, it's the umpire's feeling. And so, it will be gone. It's 46 for 4, but yeah, I think the batter, certainly one that you might get the benefit of the doubt on that one sometimes.
They've lost their fourth wicket now, just under 50. They need to get a bit of a move on. It's just tucked around the corner. Nice shot. They might come back for 2, you know. I think they will. And it's pretty good running. Shy at the bowler's end. So that man a backward square. In fact, had to run quite a bit to get there. Neatly tucked around the corner, though.
Good hustle. That's one that was going to be smashing the stumps out. If he'd missed that. Just bowl Ram. Off the mark with 2.
He bowled very well the other day, did Jaspal Ram as well. We'll see him with the ball. A very strong bowling lineup for Bergamo CC.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
Now he's gone. So, yeah, if there's no bat in this, I think it's curtains. And there's a lot less doubt about it. I must admit, I picked up a double noise in my headphones, but that could mean a number of things. I'll tell you, this one was heading for the stumps, and I've zero doubt about it. I think that kind of confirms that it's a good decision. So, yeah, that's the risk of sneaking too far across, trying to play across your front pad. And so, interesting start to this over from Roshan Silva. He's gone wicket to wicket. A couple of LBWs going his way. And Jaspal departs for just the 2.
Have a look how quickly his finger goes up. He had absolutely no doubt, the umpire. And you have to be 100% sure as well as an umpire. You can't just say that might be out. It has to be that is out.
Itchy finger to that time. I think it's justified on the second occasion. 48 for 5. Milan comes out, gets off the mark straight away. Yeah, there's a number of things. You also got to realise that umpires, even the first one, okay, looked a bit dicey to me, but I like the old foot slide there. That they get one look at it, okay? And I always don't mind them backing their own judgment. I think to me there's probably a bit too much doubt. But having said that, I'm not conclusive that it would have missed. If you put the burden of doubt the other way, then you'd say it is possible it could have hit the stumps. Now, a bit of a dodgy 2. Good arm, but Mandeep gets back. The 50 comes up for Bergamo CC. And they'll get an extra run here.
Here's one thing he missed during the weekend is that both the keeper and the bowlers absolutely destroying stumps. There's 2 that went down then, but so many times we saw all 3 stumps destroyed.
Yeah, and the further we get to this tournament, the more difficult it is to set them up. And we got the secret formula, the Cartmer compound, as we call it, which helps jam the stumps in a bit more. But yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, much as I love to see stumps flying out the ground, I feel like you should earn it as well. So that's why I like at the Cartmer Oval now. I like how that is, because you can still knock a stump out, but it's not every single time. The umpires have a hard task setting up the stumps so many times a day. Anyway, they are set.
We'll come back to that in a moment, because the bowler comes in.
Ooh, that one would have been out. He completely overbalanced. Now they're going to get a bye. And that's all they'll get. So Mandeep will retain the strike. And the score's 52 for 5. But have a look here. He just completely loses his balance. He's not winning Twister game at the party here. And he's trying to get back, but he's not going anywhere.
Oh, would have been gone.
He had about 3 times of trying to get his momentum going backwards. Anyway, 7 overs down, 52 for 5. Let's have a look at a few statistical things. And yeah, the first wicket today was actually the 500th wicket of the tournament. So this is through 40 matches, which is the first 8 days. Now, Zayn Ali is the leading run scorer, and he has the highest individual score of 77. Jagmeet Singh of Kings 11, the leading wicket taker. And yeah, the highest score was way back on day 1. It was Zayn Ali that was critical in that 143 for 5 from Chivadate. That was a high-scoring match all round as Albano scored 95 in response. So we are 13 runs away from 7,000 runs as well. That could come up before the end of this innings, you'd imagine. Anyway, 2 overs to go. This 9-over contest to start the day. Ratner comes back on with his off spin and goes for a single. You know what they say in a 9-over game? It all happens in the 8th. So here we go. Sonny Lal. You're hoping to get something he can lift up and over the top. Steady. French cuts one back past his Tubbs.
That's the opposite of going over the top. Dodgy inside edge.
Yeah, it was a bit dodgy and also turns blind. And, I mean, they're looking to run hard. I mean, when it's hard to hit boundaries, I think the run between the wickets becomes crucial. Especially in the last couple of overs. I feel there's batting to come, and I think they're looking for some runs that probably aren't there. But that's a risk you take towards the end. Throws his hands at this and he's gone. So, well, he likes it, doesn't he? Jayasekara in the right spot at the right time. He had a bit of a juggle himself. It's a ball that might have even been called a wide. Good here. And he just didn't have that control reaching. He had to take one hand off the bat to pretty much reach it. And I don't really know what that is. That's a little bit of a jig. Almost like the slalom at the Winter Olympics there, going down the hill. But it is the 6th wicket, and it's 54 for 3. This will bring Kamaljeet Singh to the crease. Yeah,
look, it's a good effort so far from Milan United. And Bergamo, after losing those early wickets, especially Darius Hiko, and then that run out of Baljit Singh, just really haven't got going yet.
Over and a half to go. Kamaljeet, he was the man, if I'm not mistaken, that caught the golden ball the other day. Then stepped over the line. Still no Sedita. Interesting. He hasn't batted in the top 8 here. I don't know if he's got a bit of an injury that's hampering his batting.
He's opened the batting for the whole tournament for them.
That's what I mean. Is there something specific? So it'll be. Well, I think this has got to be interesting. This must be a no ball for height because it never bounces. So let's have a look at it. Yeah, that's what it's for. It's for no ball above the waist. Or waist or above, technically. Free hit coming up then. And, free miss. Kamaljeet lines up but can't make any contact. So Ratner gets out of jail.
There's an opportunity missed, and they need the runs, don't they, Bergamo at the moment. It's just not enough. I said we saw a lot of scores around 100 yesterday. I'm not going to get anywhere near that.
He gets under this, but I don't think it's got the journey. Won't be an easy catch at all. And it's been taken. And so, Kamaljeet, he went for the fence in one of the longer pockets of the ground. But Bergamo CC lose a 7th wicket, and the score is 55 for 7.
We've seen a lot of wickets in this tournament, and a lot of teams just dramatic collapses. I saw a game earlier in the tournament where both teams lost 8 wickets. 16 wickets went down for 30 runs in the first golden ball game of the tournament. But we've seen some dramatic collapses, and Bergamo CC, I wouldn't say this is a dramatic collapse, but it's not a great one either. 55 for 6 now. And really, I think Milan United are giving him gifts as well. It's not really good bagging at all from Bergamo CC, and still no Sedita. It's
notice that the time's up as well. I don't know if they've added the extra minute which they would get for taking a 7th wicket.
came back up there with 2 minutes.
Okay, so
So-
there we go. They've just added it, so they should be okay. It's be a wide. That hurts them a little bit. There we go. So yeah, every time there's a wicket after the 5th wicket, there's a minute allowance. So that's kind of what saves them, I think, on this occasion.
We felt that it's been a slower over rate, though. It just
Hasn't felt like it, yeah.
but the clock doesn't lie. You can't argue with time.
Yeah, back from the brink. Last ball for Ratner. Does have a couple of wickets for his name. Might have a third one here, and he does it. Oh, that's a wipeout job from Jai Cody. And he had it, but when he hit the ground, it spilled out. And so, again, check this one out on the replay. Had it. Oh, didn't have that much of it in the end, I suppose. It will be a single. Shazad's off the mark. It might have been gone for a golden instead. 57 for 7 after 8. So, yeah, I mean, if you can get 10 off this, it's competitive. I wouldn't say it's a great score. I talked about the kind of 7.5 to 8 and over that's just eyeballing it. I just think it's hard to hit boundaries this morning. First game of the day, they did find themselves 7.13 as the run rate. But, yeah, those 4 wickets in the last 2 overs, turning the batting order over pretty quickly.
I kind of agree with you that it's a competitive score because you can't get boundaries, but they'll have to bowl very well, Bergamo CC.
Definitely. Oh, maybe everyone's all right there in the tower. Here we go with last over. The first ball's a wide. Look, and I suppose it's also batting second, knowing not necessarily that you have to hit a lot of boundaries. You can concentrate on your running game a little bit, pushing gaps, running hard, and you can kind of get 7 runs and over. It's a bit of dead ball. 7 runs and over without hitting a boundary. If you just concentrate on scoring, so maybe not as many big swings and misses. The batter might have just had something in his eye there, so that's why he pulled away. And
As I said before, I don't think the conditions are too much different to what they were earlier in the day yesterday, and there were lots of runs scored.
well, this one is going up in the air. It should be taken, and it is. So in danger of running out of wickets here. Jay Sakra, he's got his dancing shoes on, doesn't he? Here on day 9, Jay Cody with his 2nd wicket of this match, and the score's 58 for 8.
Yeah, it's really going Milan's way. They've taken most of their catches, and it's just not been any fluidity in the innings at all from Bergamo CC.
Good word. But that's why I totally take your point that there's been higher scores in these conditions, but I just think that's kind of bucking the conditions a little bit. You need a guy to come out and really drill them. You have one batter that comes out, makes a big score, that can get you over that 10 and over rate. But I think as you can see with the new batters coming out, it's a real hard time. Something to Ram comes out at 10.
I think what we'll see, which will be a good indication with Bergamo CC, I mentioned they were very flat after losing the golden ball against Fresh Tropical. And we'll see it in the way they take the field, I think, Bergamo CC.
Yeah.
You'll see it in their body language, whether they've resigned themselves to the fact that they can't make the finals. They still can.
Yeah.
But it's a mental thing more than a technical thing.
That's a pretty good shot. It's going to hit him right back to the fence, and Sanjeev is going to catch it, but he's going to step over the line. Maximo! Again, it's just a bit of hope from Sanjeev that he's in the field of play. And don't necessarily mind this. If you don't know where the field is, then catch it and hope for the best. And it's just that last step, and then, of course, then an extra step, he's over the line. But this is where, if you knew where he was starting, you could maybe jump and try and keep that one back in play. The next one, he's going to send him back. Sunri Lal deciding, well, I've hit a 6, so I want to stay here. And with 2 balls to go, up 65.
Well, there's an important stroke. It just pumped the score up a little bit.
Yeah.
65 now, but
added 10% of the score in one shot.
I like the way that Sanjeeva looked back behind to see where the rope was, and it was in front of him.
And he didn't see any rope behind him, that's for sure. But yeah, if you were kind of static inside the line, you knew that's where you were able to start from, and maybe you could make a play of it. This could be another wicket drop, though. Probably wants 2 here. Might be taking it on and have to run him out, and they don't. Again, that's good running from Sonula, reading the play. They had the wicket to play with. And yeah, really, that's on the fielder, who put it down initially, but then he kind of ignored the ball. So they're able to scramble back for a second. Every run counts. He looked up saying, they're not running, are they? But then he should have been out anyway, but a tough throw for the keeper to handle. Swing and a miss. Should be gone, you'd imagine. And it will be gone. So they get the one extra off the second last ball. They don't get anything off the last. 67 will be the score for the loss of 9 wickets. Sonu Lal, with that handy Maximo, he's able to contribute 10 to the cause. Smart work from the bowler. Just running it in, not trying something crazy, like throwing at the stumps from 3 or 4 metres and missing. So, yeah, 67 the score, 68 the target. And that kind of translates to around about a 75 score in a 10-over game. So, yeah, very defendable, but I agree with you 100%, Danny. Let's see what kind of energy there is about Bergamo CC when they hit the park in the second half of this game. A 9-over match. It's an N9 game to start the day here on day 9. Bergamo CC inserted. Certainly didn't have an easy time of it. Narashiko came out there. That was a fairly clean strike, but they were few and far between early. Ended up getting caught at cover. Pretty well held by Sanjeeva. And, man, this disaster. Baljit run out after he'd only faced 1 ball. Nice bit of fielding from Fahad Mohammed. So, look, they do have a defendable score on the board. It wasn't spectacular, especially when Javed he was one guy that was hitting the ball better than most as well. A little bottom edge to the keeper. But still, they're near enough if they're good enough. 2 teams that desperately need the points here to start the day.
You're absolutely right, Vinny. As we see that little hurdle, which is one of the highlights of this innings. And a couple of LBWs there to Roshan Silva. But good effort from Milan United, to be honest. And Bergamo will have to bowl well. They do have a very good bowling lineup to Bergamo CC. And if they get wickets early, which I think will be vital to get through the top order of Milan United, I think Bergamo CC have still got a very good shot in this game, even though I think they really never got going with their innings. But Milan United, all credit to them. They took 9 wickets. And that was part of the reason why Bergamo CC really never got going in this innings. That, and they lost 2 of their top batsmen in Darashiko and Baljit Singh very, very early. As we see their final ball, the comfortable run out. So, just have a look at the scorecard in a moment for Bergamo CC. We'll see that no one really got going. Darashiko 11. Javed on with 14, Mandeep with 10, and also Sonu Lal with that 6 at the end on with 10. There were 6 wides, but merely it's a story of Darashiko and Baljit Singh, also Javed up the top, who just didn't get enough runs between them. It wasn't a great start for them, especially with the run out of Baljit. And 67 for 9. We'll see if it's enough. About 7.5 and over they went for. Tough conditions though, a little bit heavy the outfield because of the overnight rain. Let's have a look at the bowling. The Milan United, they bowled pretty well. It's pretty tight. Let's have a look at that in a moment. Here we go. And Sanjeeva, a little bit expensive actually, considering he's normally the pick of the bowlers. Just went for a couple. Javed hit him for a big 6. Jai Cody, the captain, bowled well, 2 for 16. Also 2 wickets for Roshan Silva, 2 for 10. And at the end with Ravindu with 2 for 15. Jai Sakra was pretty good, just 5 off his over. Only bowled 1 because of the reduced over game, only 9 overs. So in this match 41 from the FanCode European Cricket Series in Milan, here's the match summary just to give you an idea. 68 needed of 54 balls. It's been just a reduced start to this game because of overnight rain and just a bit of puddling around the pitch. It's down to 9 overs a team, but 68 needed for 9 overs for Milan United. Bergamo CC got a very, very good bowling lineup, so we'll see if Milan can get the 68 they need, or whether Bergamo can stave them off. Both teams still fighting for that 4th place in the semi-finals. We'll be back here in a few minutes' time in Milan for the second innings of this game. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series match between Milan United and Bergamo CC, live from Milan, Italy. It's match 41. We're at the business end of the group stage, and Bergamo CC posted a score of 67. They lost 9 wickets. It is a reduced over game because of some heavy overnight rain, and it's just a bit of a delay, 10-minute delay to the start of the game because of some puddling near the pitch. And you're going to see a good contest here. See if Bergamo can keep their, actually both these teams can keep their hopes alive of a semi-final place. And it'll be Baljit Singh, the skipper for Bergamo CC. He got run out for a duck with a direct hit. And be opening the bowling to the left-hander. Here's the first ball of the innings. And got him, first ball. Well, does he? I thought it hit the stumps. Then I thought it was LBW. Well, it was a big appeal. It looked pretty adjacent. Let's have another look at this one. And pitched outside leg, missing leg. Well, I got a bit too excited first ball. Baljit, he'll come in again. He's bowling to Sanjeeva. And this one's been tucked around the corner, just a single. And 68 the target. And as you can see, it's 9 overs per side now. 3 over power play still. 4 bowlers may bowl 2 overs, so it's not much of a change. Just 1 over less. And I'll have to bowl pretty well, Bergamo CC, to reduce Milan to under 68. Baljit comes in again. This one's a well-pitched ball outside off stump. He's bowling to Suresh Silva. We've seen opening the batting for most of the innings here for Milan United. Good swing here from Baljit. The surface is still got a lot of water on it due to overnight rain. Don't think it'll swing for very long, but try to make the most of it while it does. Oh, good bowling there from Baljit, not handled by the keeper. So just gets the ball a little bit wet, stops swinging. That one swung a little bit and then cut away. It's a good surface here for bowling. Is this one in Milan? It does a bit for the bowler. If they bend their back, gets a bit of lift. Some keep it a little bit low. Plays like a turf pitch. It does this pitch at the MCG. Comes in again. This one's hit to cover. Just cut off. Bit of confusion with the batting, but it was Sanjeeva that was ball watching and didn't run on the call. Bring the left-hander back on strike. So pretty good first over here from Baljit. Very watchful, the batsman, not taking any risks. It's still, of course, the power play will be a 3 over power play, even though there's a reduced number of overs. Baljit comes in again, a pretty good one there to end the over. And at the end of the first over, Milan United a 2 for no loss. Need a few more runs than that. Milan, as we see, 9 games since the last golden ball. That was a bit of a beauty between Fresh Tropical and this team, Bergamo United, and the Bergamo CC, my apologies. And they were right up for that, Bergamo. They were right in the game until the last over when there was a 6 hit and the scores were level. And then it was a spectacular finish to the game. If you haven't seen it, no spoiler alerts this time. Go back and watch it. It was a fantastic finish to the game. And Jasprit Singh will be the new bowler. He wasn't there the other day, and I think they missed him a bit. He's, I'd say, the best bowler for the Bergamo CC side. Vinny, do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. And it's been interesting last couple of overs in his power play to see if Milan United can get going. Nick Sis, and he could be gone. I think he's out. He's inside edged onto his pad and has bounced all the way back to Jaspreet. So a wicket from nothing. It was half an appeal for LBW. I think it was pretty clear to me. It was a big deflection off the inside edge. Check it out here. Bang. See? 2 noises. And see, yeah, the batter can't really hang his hat in that inside edge. Trying to say, no, it can't be LBW. I nicked it. And then he was out of ideas about what kind of defence he could mount as he looked at the umpire longingly. And then the finger went up, so Suresh is going to have to go. Very unusual wicket. Not often you see a bat pad dismissal, especially a caught and bowled.
That was really good awareness there from Jaspreet. And especially because normally bowlers will go up for an appeal and turn around and look at the umpire. But he obviously heard the inside edge. Let's have another look at it. So big inside edge and a really good take by Jaspreet.
Yeah, good umpiring as well. See, the umpire heard the nick, saw it, kind of got out of his position behind the stumps. Another indication that he wasn't considering an LBW appeal. And yeah, Jaspreet did pretty well to spot that hung in there a long time. So bit of an unlucky one for the batter as well, because just hit his pad at an angle where it popped up and hung up there for a long time. So 2 for 1 and a very strong start to Bergamo CC. Maybe they'll feel that's kind of luck factor going their way as well, because we're going to rock into the next phase of the game. It's going to be Roshan Silva.
We saw a really unusual caught and bowl yesterday where a batsman smashed it onto his toe, and Abdullah took a low catch, and again really good awareness from the bowler, and took a low catch to dismiss him. We had a look at the replay and definitely hit the big toe.
Wow, this could be another one, you know, hanging in the air, should be, and gone. So just like that, Jaspreet's on a hat trick, and Roshan's going to go for a golden duck. And so disastrous start now, Milan United 2 for 2.
Yeah, look, they missed him the other day. He's come back to the team, Jaspreet, and he's showing his quality. And Milan United, just in the second over, seem like they're in a lot of trouble. There's a long way to go in this game, though. But Bergamo United, you know, we mentioned how will they look in the field. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. A bit of a Sudita update. He wasn't feeling particularly well, so that's why we don't even see behind the stumps here. They've got Kamaljit Singh behind the stumps. But there's the golden Derek, every batter's worst nightmare. Milan United certainly behind the 8 ball now at 2 for 2 in the second. And Jaspreet Singh, I'm sure he'd love to join the Hall of Fame. If he could get a wicket this ball, it'll be hat-trick taker number 12 of the year. So it's going to be the captain, Ishan Cody, facing him. Of course, we had Rajmani take one for Cricket Stars against Trentino Aquila back in match 12. The only hat-trick so far of Milan. Here we go. And it's a kind of late-ish square cut. Cody gets off the mark and breaks the tie. 3 for 2 now.
Yeah, great start here from Bergamo, and they need a steadying innings from these two, Sanjeeva and Ajay Cody. And the skipper coming out, I think, is the right time for him to come out, even though he probably wouldn't have liked to have come out to face the bowling for quite a few more overs. But he's got a good head on his shoulder, does their skipper, Ajay Cody. As Jaspreet comes in to bowl again.
This one seems way a bit kind of wide. I admit, didn't strike me as that wide when I first saw it. Let's see what I think it's pretty harsh. But I mean, the batter's kind of snuck outside leg stumps. It probably looked a bit wider than it was with that away movement. By the time the keeper takes it, it's well wider than the line. But I think he pinpointed where it was at the popping crease. Might have been a bit of a harsh call on bowler, but I don't think Jaspreet will mind having an extra ball at this stage. This one a little bit close to Sanjeeva. And so it's a very interesting kind of period of the game with Sanjeeva there. I mean, he's a guy who can whack it around, but he's had a less than fast start, put it that way. Jaspreet, what an over, 2 for 2. Talking about the thirds, weren't we? The 3 over thirds in the first half of this game. Come back to that in a second. Now he's after it, and this one is smashed long and high and out of here. Maximo! Well, it might have been a pretty bad start, but a couple of those, and they're right back on track. So, yeah, what a good shot that is from Sanjeeva.
Lovely shot, and they needed that just to get them going, get the ball rolling in this innings. And Justpreet, after a fantastic first over, and it's just
and that's
got to peg back a little bit.
That's the value of the wicket of Sanjeeva if you can get it. Now throws his line, goes down the leg side. Justpreet, certainly a guy we've seen do some mercurial things in an Azuri shirt as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Sanjeeva, that was a class shot, wasn't it? He might have had 4-dot balls before that, but absolutely smoked that one. It was all the way up to us almost.
Yeah, it's he doesn't often get treated like that, does Justpreet, especially with a new ball.
Last ball to second. Sanjeeva again misses out at the off stump. So, well, all things considered, still a good start for Bergamo CC, but there was one shot in anger there. 11 for 2 after 2. Just looking at the table, we kind of have this theory that if you lose more than 4 games, you're out of the running. As for both these teams, they have lost 4 games. Milan United, hey, they're 1 and 4, but plenty of games in hand. Fresh Tropical, they'll play their 10th and final game a bit later on today, so they seem a lock for the top 4. Jandra Brescia, who are in second, we'll see them in the next game against Trentino Aquila. Another one of those teams that have 4 losses. So those teams with 4 losses, they've got to be perfect, I think, to have a shot. Baljit comes into the attack. First one moves away a little bit. Just be a single.
It's just interesting just looking at that table. They've lost a couple of games, have Fresh Tropical, but they're on the top of the table, 14 points, but their net run rate's not very good, and it shows that they've just been eking victories. And that's what a good team does, is they, even if they're not playing well, and I don't think they're at their best, Fresh Tropical, but they've just been eking victories, like that golden ball, for instance, and they had a tight win later in the game.
Very good observation, Danny. So he's hacked away from off stump, but he won't get a run. Yeah, winners win. As one of my teammates used to have this expression where basically saying winning's a habit. Find ways to win games. And golden ball game's a good example of that. Baljit was the man who bowled that golden ball. Have a look at this. Sanjeeva's a long way out of his crease. Let's have a look at, he's a good, healthy step out of his crease, isn't he, there? Wants to get the front foot this time. He goes back and he punches it over the top. May have got a finger on that, the fielder, Darashiko. And then we just have a wipeout. So Dara's looking a bit sheepish there, but the result's going to be 2 runs for the batting team.
That was just over the top of him. I think he could have probably taken that. I feel like it was a little bit high, wasn't it?
I feel like he must have touched it, judging by how quick the ball pulled up. Then, well, they say get down low when you're trying to field those. Can't get much lower than that. Been the issue sometimes, been a bit loose in that off-stump channel, just outside off-stump when it's been pitched up a little bit. Baljit wearing his sleeveless vest there. These teams are all pretty well dressed, I've got to say.
I like these kits. I like all the kits that have been on display. They've been fantastic.
Fair few of the alternate strips coming out as well.
Oh, yeah?
I know we'll see Trentino Aquila in their yellow, predominantly the yellow number coming up, and Jandra Brescia in their blue strip compared to the red that they were wearing earlier in the week, earlier in the tournament. This time he walks at it and he's going to get 6. What a shot. Maximo! You can see that Sanjeeva, he's trying to get that front foot. He's a powerful driver. We've seen it a couple of times. And these big hits just keeping them in the contest at the moment, Milan United.
Yeah, look, he's been fantastic with the ball, Sanjeeva, all through this tournament. And he's proving, as you can see where he's batting, he's way out of his crease and moves forward. And he's proving he's a valuable asset, the left-hander, with the bat as well for Milan United. And yeah, 20 for 2 now. 1 ball left of the power play.
Yeah, this one's pulled back a little bit. Sanjeeva's forced to go back on the back foot. And it gets 1, retains the strike. So 21 for 2 after 3. 15 of those 21 runs off the bat of Kudama Sanjeeva. Yeah, have a look at the kind of 3-over splits, if you like, in this 9-over game. In the first innings, Bergamo CC scored 26 off the first 3, 20 off the next 3, and then 21. So all kind of hanging around the 20s. Milan United, obviously 21 here. So it shows you, despite those 2 wickets, especially for Sanjeeva there, they're very much still in the contest.
Well, what happened with the Bergamo innings is that they were about 26 for 1, roughly. It was, I think, if I'm correct. And then they lost 2 quick wickets.
That's
and
right.
2 big wickets as well. And then that sort of stifled their run getting.
Well, you know, they wouldn't actually score another boundary until the 10th over. So it was a lot of 1s, some 2s in there, a couple of sundries, but there was a long run without any boundaries. So it was 34-ball run in a game, which is essentially a 54-ball game. Anyway, Darashiko, it's the bowl over number 4. Big burden on Sanjeeva, I think. Goes after this first ball and hits it sweetly. What a shot. Maximo. And wow, he might have got
catch.
that. He's wiped himself out. Well, he's dropped it at the last moment. Shub. And trying to pick up the pieces. I thought he got it,
I
but
thought he got it.
let's go to the review.
He's dropped everything this week, as Shub.
He sure has.
He's
Let's have a
taken a
look.
one-handed specky, I think.
Nah, off the wrist. And to make it worse, he knocks over somebody's kit bag. A few witnesses there as well. Clever bowling. Oh, called it wide. They've been super harsh. Shiko can't believe it. Keeper's saying, look where I took this.
And, wow.
It's not wide. And keeper does finish kind of outside the tram line with his feet, but that's, I think, where the error came.
Well, he held that back. It was Bulgit who picked up the ball. Actually, yeah, it is Bulgit there. And he was going to try at the stumps. It could have been a chance for a run out, but there was no one backing up. There's a fielder back on the deep square leg boundary. It was the only one anywhere near being able to prevent any runs. As Shiko continues.
Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled. Almost overbalances. It's good batting as well, though. You've got to make sure that you stay in your crease until the keeper's disposed of the ball. So often we see batters just lifting their foot fractionally. Keepers are waiting for that. Kamaljit deputising behind the stumps. Shiko. Yeah, he's not mucking around, but taking the pace off. Kamaljit can have a throw here. It's a proper pin the tail on the donkey job, because he did not look where he was going to throw that. He just launched it, did Kamaljit Singh. And there were several things under attack with this throw. Not one of them was the stumps. The umpire mainly. Like he was watching the ball there. Now, Shiko come over the stumps, the right-hander. Yeah, as an umpire, I think most of the time you kind of be watching the stumps, not the ball. I'm glad that he kept one eye on the ball there, because that's closer than he was comfortable with.
I saw one yesterday. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, Shiko certainly jamming them in here at the moment. Yeah.
It was the batsman got hit in the leg, so he was running to the other end, and then he got pinged by the keeper in the back.
Yeah. Good old-fashioned. The one in the back, and there's no protection back there either. Oh. Well, there's going to be a run out here, and it's just complete mess-up job. I think that the non-striker there runs, Cody, is looking to get Sanjeeva back on strike, but you do have to still watch out where the ball goes. He hits the keeper, and just keeper's pads bounces back to the bowler. And so, yeah, quick work from the bowler. Assesses the situation, takes the bails off himself. So the captain, Cody's going to be run out for 3. And it's the end of the fourth over, 30 for 3. Both captains getting run out in this game at the non-striker's end.
I tell you what, that was really good awareness from Darashiko. There's a lot of players would have been tempted to either just throw it straight at the stumps or run up to about a metre away and launch it at it. But he just ran up to the stumps, took the bails off, and very good work there from Darashiko. Good quality cricketer.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a look at the the worms, or maybe they're not appearing. Sometimes the worms have to be coaxed out. I mean, I'm not seeing it, but I mean, you can see there that they're pretty much right on the rate. Right now they're 7.5 and over, which was pretty much the required rate throughout these innings. So Mandip Singh's going to come on for over number 5. Good game, this.
Really good game, and it's a good one to start the day with.
Mandip normally pretty cool under pressure.
Yeah, so he bowled well. Did Mandip a couple of days ago. Things pretty tight. And bowling out of the left-hander. There's not much protection behind square. In fact, none at all. You want to keep it outside off with Mandip. It's way outside off.
Yeah, this one pull up as well.
Come back for 2. It's well run, and it's not called a wide. It'll be buys.
It's a good call. I know it ends up wide, but I think when it passed the crease.
It's good running by the batsman. So Danuka is the new batsman. He's faced 1 ball, or 2 now. And left-hander, he's still in. Mandip will bowl to him. Just pokes it out in the covers. Chance for a run out and could be gone. No big appeal.
Yeah, it's tight for Shahan Danuka. Let's check it out. So, I think he's probably home. Yep, more than probably. So it just gets him in.
Good work from the bowler, though. Throw just a little bit high and wide.
Yeah, super interesting game. So that required run rate started in the mid-7s, and so as long as it's in the 7s, I think it's a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's a big wicket, that of Sanjeeva. And it's a bit of a silly run out.
Yeah, it probably was. Now you probably see, at the moment, we've got Jai Cody out there. He's not out there anymore. They'll fix that in a second.
That's what I thought. It looked a little bit strange. Jai Cody was on run out at the bowler's end. So it is Sanjeeva who's still in. But Danuka is a very good batsman as well. So this is going to be an important partnership here for Milan United. They're pretty much on target. The run rate is still about what it was at the start, maybe a little bit above it. So they're just below the run rate.
So, well, we got a slight technical hold up while they sort that issue out. And give us a chance to say hello to you. I've got to say, your shirt game has been very strong throughout this entire tournament. I don't know if it's something conscious you've been doing, but I always think you're pretty well dressed. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Danny Hoodcheck with me. Look, while we got this very slight delay, a bit earlier we were talking about the ECC groups, the fact that they were released last week. And so we talked about some of the countries we're looking forward to seeing, including Italy that will be in Group C. A few people also mentioned that with England in Group E, they also have Cyprus and Malta in there, which are 3 of the countries where they still drive on the left. And England have an interesting history with those 2 places as well.
True.
You've got Romania, who are coming here later in the week. They're going to be in Group E in the ECC as well. So it's certainly not an easy group for the teams taking on England 11, who were the winners of the first ever ECC, the runners-up last time. Another team we've seen recently were Portugal, of course, Portugal, ECS and ECI that we just came from, and they've been drawn in Group F. Scotland 11 and Germany. I mean, Germany, I think, have underachieved in the first couple of ECCs, but they're very, very capable. Luxembourg, one of the most improved teams in the ECC last year, and then Norway as well. I mean, there's no weak teams in Group F as well. You mentioned one of your favourites, Group B, Jersey and Guernsey drawn together. I think they'll bring a lot of supporters. That'll be super interesting. And plenty of countries playing for the first time in the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, including Turkey in Group D, including Estonia in Group C as well. it keeps on getting bigger and better, isn't it, with 31 countries represented this year. And Netherlands 11, they get straight through to Championship Week. I was speaking to some of the Dutch guys at the ECI, and I said, how would you rather qualify through your group or go straight to Championship Week? They kind of said with it just being a 3-day group, I think it's pretty unpredictable. So they're pretty happy that they have locked in one of those Championship Week spots.
For sure.
They said if it was a 5-day group, then some of the other teams obviously playing 8 or 9 or 10 matches, and they feel like the other Championship Week teams get a bit more of an advantage having played together. But I think whatever happens, it should be interesting. And let's see if we have an existing champion, England or the Netherlands, or whether we have a new champion in the Euros.
One thing I love about this this tournament is it's a leveller. And the Czech Republic on the first day, when I went down there with Phil and Terry, they beat Italy, which is a huge result. And then Italy beat England.
Yeah, exactly. So Czech Republic are better than England.
That's it. That's it. Well, they did get thrashed. In fact, they the Czech Republic made it into the next round, into the finals, and they scored 140 something, 145 or something like that, and Italy got it comfortably.
They did,
So,
and it was Amir Sharif and Zayn Nakfi, if my memory serves me correctly, that put on a bit of a show.
Yeah.
We're talking a little bit earlier, a bit of change of subject about court and bowls, unusual court and bowls.
Yeah.
We saw the one off the knee there, or off the leg that popped up, and you mentioned the other one that was off the foot of the batter.
Yeah.
Zayn Nakfi took a bit of an unusual one where he ran into the stumps on the way.
Yes.
On the way to taking a court and bowl, and just completely demolished the stumps. Did well to keep his composure, didn't he? But
Well, he almost demolished himself as well.
but look, this is certainly something which players are aspiring to play in, of course. Everyone that's eligible, of course, the ICC criteria are in play for the ECC, and even in the ECIs, you need to be able to qualify under the under the ICC criteria. But there is a bit of an exception in ECIs, which is that if you are going to be eligible on residency by the time the ECC comes around, then you can play in ECIs during the season, which I think makes sense as well. Because we're just hoping that the national squads kind of, I suppose, create a bit of a sense of team so that they are playing together even more often in this format of the game. And also, as we know, I think the first year of ECC in 2021, a lot of countries kind of picked their T20 squads and that was it. I think we're seeing a trend towards trying to pick players that are suited to the T10 game, and maybe even, I wouldn't say specialists, but certainly tailoring your team to the format that you're playing if you want to do well.
Well, especially with bowling, you get bowlers that restrict runs, that are wicket taking, and it's a different format to T20. But T10 is a real leveller, and it doesn't require depth in the batting. What it does is it requires stroke making, great fielding, and it's just a different format. And I know that some teams struggle to adapt from that T20I to the 10-over game. So it is really good that you see different players come in.
For me, I think the middle over or the middle order batters, that's one real key difference of what you need to be able to do. I think in T20, often your job is play a supporting role, and you're kind of just trying to give the strike back to give the strike back to your partner. Whereas in T10, I think you're trying to hit sixes from the get-go. You need players that are comfortable hitting boundaries early in their innings. Well, speaking of sixes, here's the Maximo Power chart. Let's see which teams have done well. This is average sixes per 10 overs. So, average of 5.5. That's pretty typical. 5.5 to 6 across the board in ECS cricket. 5 to 6 sixes per 10 overs. And you can see Milan United, this is one area they've struggled with, just 3.4 sixes per 10 overs. Sanjeeva trying to buck the trend there. As far as the teams that are up the top, I mean, obviously, Fresh Tropical 5.4. I mean, they're about average. You mentioned the fact they are up the top, but they've just eked out a few wins, haven't they? Yeah. So that's a pretty interesting one for me. Gina Brescia hitting a lot of sixes. Chivadata hitting a lot of sixes. Of course, Zayn Ali hit 6 in the over earlier in the innings. So, here's the good news. Everything is sweet, and it will be Mandy to continue. And we come back with a dot. So, apologies for that slight delay.
Sanjeeva, his left hand is going pretty well. Is 22 off 18. Has Mandip comes in again, and well, interesting. Called a wide, and
took a big step out there, but let's see that when he takes the step. Yeah, I think that when the ball was bowled, he's pretty much his toes in line with off stumps. I think that's fair enough, that call, even though you're allowed to step towards the ball and try and hit it. Yeah, it's a tough one for the umpire to judge. Maybe take into account movement outside off stump after or before the ball's bowled. Mandeep gets this more or less on target and takes us to the end of the 5th over. The score is 37 for 3 after 5. So we've got a game in our hands here.
Who are you favouring, Vinny? It's 31 or 24. It's very achievable, but it's been pretty slow going.
I mean, this is a proper sit on the fence job. I think Sanjeeva bats the next 4 overs. They probably get home. If they lose Sanjeev, I think it's going to be really tough.
Well, he's the only batsman who's really taken to the attack this this bowling.
But here's the thing. He's hit 3 sixes. So if you take those out, he's 5 off the other 17 balls he's faced.
True.
Right? So that kind of tells you all you need to know. Jaspal Ram is going to bowl the next over. And this is a nice shot from Sanjeeva, who just times it beautifully. This is kind of an area he struggled, to be honest, for a lot of the innings. It's that kind of foot outside the off stump. But that time he gets plenty of bat on it. Off to the short boundary, 4 runs. His first 4 in his innings.
Lovely shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard, which is important because it's what a lot of batsmen do when they lose their wicket. And just picked an area and hit it towards there. Comes Jaspal Ram again.
Goes a bit straighter. A thick bottom edge on this one. Just going to get the single. Well blocked by Kamaljeet. Mentioned that Sadida not feeling particularly well, so Kamaljeet in that position with the gloves.
Yeah, wondering what happened to him. We did get news that he wasn't feeling well because he normally does open the batting for Bergamo CC and can hit the ball nicely. They missed him a little bit in the order, I think.
The other thing is, I hope that clock is updated because then we had that significant stoppage.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll change. But Sanjeev will come back on strike. Dhanuka 3 from 3 at the other end, playing a bit of a support role. Sanjeev looking the man most likely here for Milan United. So just hit his pad, no run.
Yeah.
He's hit his pad. He's still down on the ground. Did he hit his ouch fitting?
I think, let me see. Read this one. Here's the left hand. You don't get a great look at it. I think he's bottom edged that onto the outside of his knee. And because his leg's bent, that's why there's no padding covering that. Oh, this is a good shot though. Steps and doesn't really get up from Jaspal Ram. Disappears. Maximo! As Dhanuka gets in on the action. There's Sanjeeva whacks another one away. And Jaspal Ram has been taken to the sword there.
Yeah, we've seen him hit straight sixes. Saw him hit a nice shot in front of square through the covers, but he hasn't really picked up too many runs behind square. Nothing clean. That was very clean. So run out and could be out. You know, he's hit, direct hit. We've seen a few of those today, and I think the keeper likes it. We'll have another look. In fact, the batsman's walking.
Yeah, it's not a confident look from the batter, is it?
And
yeah, direct hit.
Or is it a direct hit or is it?
I think it is, because look at the way the stump. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a shot here.
Yep. Is it the stump going back? There we go.
See there, because
Well, it's got to be,
I've got it. Yeah, I think it is a direct hit still.
Yeah,
because you can see the stump start to wobble. And so I don't think that the pad actually hits the stump in the end at all.
No.
So
Well, it's hard because the pad and the foot might have hit, but the stump rocked back towards the keeper. So it couldn't have been the pad. unless he had magnets in it.
Yeah, exactly. No, but yeah, it's definitely going to be out. But you can see that it's definitely worth a look. But yeah, you'll see this one again. This might give us another look at it as well. It just flicks the stump.
Yeah, definitely.
On the way through. And so
it's a good piece of fielding. We've seen a couple of direct hits already this morning, and as I said before, we haven't seen too many in the tournament, so I think the fielding's starting to pick up during the pointy end of this group stage. So it looks like another wicket. You could see what Danuka was trying to do. He's trying to get Sanjeewa back on strike for the next over, because it's I think it was the last ball of that over. And Milan United eking closer with that big 6. And still waiting on the decision. But it should be
I think he's
out.
been given out now. Yeah, so take the time, have a look at that. That's fair enough. But yeah, that just throwing things out a little bit as well. And so 50 for 3, the score, end of 6. I remember talking about 3 over kind of splits. We had 21 in the first, we had 29 in the second 3. So a lot of that's to do with Sanjeewa. You can see, I think it might have even bounced off the pad then back onto the stumps again. But I think, yeah, initially you could certainly see the stump got tilted back. Anyway, so now we're hitting the last three overs, and so yeah, 49 for 4, I should say. That's the score. It's obviously a 4th wicket going down. And so it looks like Mandeep's going to come back in the 7th over. He put a pretty good first over, went for 7. 2 of those were buys, so you can't really blame him for those. So now we've got 19 required off the last 3 overs. So
it's pretty much a run of ball, Vinny. So anything they can get at Milan United, any boundary will help them as well. But dot balls and wickets are what Bergamo need.
Jesse Krutt, new batter, he's out there.
He'll join Sanjeewa. He'll keep the strike.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the key. He's still there. Yeah, just waiting for this technical issue to be fixed. Thanks for your patience.
I think the overnight rain has played havoc with the electronics around the ground as well. So it's, but Vinny, this is a very close game first up, and
really
I didn't expect it to be like this. After I think 68 is a bit shy of the total, but Milan United with those 2 early wickets from for Bergamo have struggled a bit, and it's really only Sanjeewa who's held the torch here for Milan United.
Yeah, well, he's got 34 runs. The next highest score is 3 for a batter. There's been 8 extras in there as well. So kind of tells you all you need to know. Jay Saker is pretty capable with the bat. But yeah, run a ball. For me, if I'm the fielding captain, I'm super happy if Sanjeewa just takes a 1 and he's kind of caught at the other end. Matty, like I said, he's going to bowl over number 7. So it looks like we're good to go.
I've got a question for you in a minute, Vinny. We'll have a look at this ball first, though.
Okay, here we go. Push and run. Like I said, I'm happy with this. Now I'd consider maybe just bringing the field up a little bit, trying to save the single, keep Jay Saker on the rack. Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
Sure. Look, you see here, I mean, this is just an example with Sanjeewa here really dominating this innings. And you can get a player, whether with the bat or the ball, who can completely change a game and win games for you. Right, as we'll come back to that.
Well, this is going to be a little edge. We've got 2 here to imagine. So Jay Saker, he's no slouch. Like I said, with the bat, he gets a couple to get him started. Yeah.
It's very rare, though, that just on the back of one player that you get a team winning a tournament. It's a team game, and often you see players miss out. Who do you think is the most consistent and well, your favourite team for this tournament. You've seen them all week.
That's a tough one.
They're so evenly matched, these sides. It's really hard to... It's a difficult question for you,
That's
Vinny,
true.
on
I
a
suppose
Tuesday morning.
Partly, I also then look at kind of history as well, not just this tournament. As Belgium handles this, keeps it to 1. I just think it wouldn't count a team like Brescia. They spring to mind as a team that just know how to win, and they know how to win under pressure. They won the ECS in Brescia last year. So yeah, I kind of then gravitate towards teams that have shown they can do it on the finals day. And that probably got fresh tropical, another name you'd throw in there as the previous Milan winners. This one's in the air. Baljeet comes around and he's going to shell it on the move. Doesn't drop too many catches. That's Sanjeeva who gets the life. So I just think the case that Baljeet's on move doesn't go to the boundary, so there's that. But this was a definite opportunity to get rid of the left-hander.
It was very much unlike Baljeet. He wasn't set for the catch. He was still moving around to his left. And that could be a turning point of this game.
This is more work for Baljeet. This time he won't be able to get there. So this will be for Joe Sakura. His turn. I mentioned it's a good time for him to come to the crease. And so, nice shot through the line of the ball. Milan United sneaking towards ascendancy. This takes us to the end of the over. And the score's 58 for 4. So it makes it 10 required off the last 2 overs. Still, a chance for Bergamo CC. They'll have to have a really good next over. Trentino Aquila versus Brescia in match 42. This is coming up in around about 15 minutes' time. That is the listed start time. Depending on how long this takes, it might be pushed back a little bit. At the moment, there's no official word, but news from the toss. Brescia winning the toss, electing to bowl. So, Naim Ahmed pretty happy to win the toss, I think. Hazib Abdul, I should say. Naim Ahmed behind the stumps, of course, for Brescia. Brescia trying to consolidate their way into the top 4. Trentino Aquila, I don't think they can afford to lose another game. So that should be a good one. Of course, Mr. 100%, Abdullah Safi in there for Brescia. Right, here's Jaspreet coming back. They need a big over out of him. And it starts with the thick edge. There is a third man, but he's made a meal of it. It's going to be 4. And yeah, that's something into Ram down there. Sideways Tortuga. And so that really hurts. Now Milan United. Remember their awful start? They were 2 for 2.
Yeah.
Now they just need 6 off 11. An extra pace, causing issues for the fielder more than the batter on that occasion.
Well, Sanjeev has been the spine of this this innings, and for Jay Sekera to come in, he's played his part as well, and he's a very good partner here for Sanjeeva. 40 off 27 now.
Now you can really afford to just tick it, can't you? And Jay Sekera has been important here. I mentioned that no one else had scored more than 3 for Milan United except for Sanjeeva. And so he's come in and relieved the pressure on the lefty as well. So 5 off 10.
It's a relief as a batsman as well, because when you've got someone from the other end who you can rely on, it's something out of your mind that you don't need to think about. And I think he's the perfect foil for him, as Jay Sekera. As Jaspreet comes in again. Need wickets here, Bergamo. Otherwise, don't know how they get out of this hole.
I don't think they can. They can win it with a 6. Well, there's a ball that goes back to the bowler, but he can't hold it. Even that hurts at this stage, doesn't it? Because it just gets them one closer to the target.
Unless there's a one really to hit, unless it's a really bad ball, I think they're just going to... I mean, they need 4 runs off 9 balls. All they need to do is get bat on ball and run. And I think Milan United will get up in this game, and Bergamo... Their form continues to dip. And Sanjeev, he's batted really well. Surely he'll get the man of the match. Gets my man of the match, I think, Vinny.
Yeah. And just some formalities still to go. This is your only way back in. Look, if you can somehow sneak a couple of dots in, make it 4 off the last. Sanjeeva has batted very well, but also has missed out on quite a few balls in that kind of zone. And obviously Jaspreet's a good bowler.
I think he's seeing the ball pretty well, though. Everything's coming off the middle of the bat now. And Jai Sekera at the other end also can hit the ball nicely.
It's another ball that jammed out, gets around the fielder though. So just 3 to win now. Last ball of the over coming up. I think Jai Sekera might swing for the fences here. I think last ball of the over, knows he's got Sanjeeva to face. True. I think he's naturally attacking. I'm just not saying he has to do that. I'm just saying, knowing him, I think if he gets something he likes, he'll probably go for it. Got the extra couple of infielders in at the moment as well. Pretty tight. Right, last ball, the 8th. He tries and comes up with fresh air. So we do go to the last, Danny. That's 8 overs down, 65 for 4.
It'll have to be a great over from Bergamo CC to be able to defend this, I think. And they are bringing the field in. Bulgit, as you can see him walking up to his bowler, and it'll be Darashiko to bowl, as we see this graph.
Pretty good bowler to have bowl the last over.
True.
I mean, they're way ahead because, yeah, they only need 3. Like I said, the original asking rate was about 7.5. But, yeah, Darashiko, he's slippery. And I think that Sanjeeva probably isn't looking the big shot here, unless it's really in his zone. 3 singles will do it. Still think the field could be a bit more attacking, just trying to prevent the 1.
I agree with you, Vinny.
Anyway, here we go. 3 to win off the last. Goes for it. Goes pretty well. Just 1. This will be an interesting one. So for me now, this is where you've got to bring up, put all your cards on the table, I think, and say, we're going to try and dot up Jayasekara a few times. He's relatively new to the crease. Hasn't faced Shiko yet. They bring in the cover pretty tight. I think the mid-wicket can afford to be pretty tight as well. And this is where, maybe can run out Sanjeeva if they're too aggressive trying to get that run. This is in the air. Big moment. Baljit's got a lot of ground to cover, and he'll catch it. Well, that's very important because not only is it a wicket of Jayasekara, but also puts the new batter on strike. So Jayasekara got a bit of a piece of that, but it went higher than it went long. So is there some late drama here? We've seen some really good finishes. This is another one. 66 for 5.
Yeah, it's 1 wicket that goes down, and more importantly, no runs for Milan United. They don't have many to play with to Bergamo. And you can see what he's trying to do. The field is a little bit up. It's such a difficult balancing act, isn't it, at this stage to know whether to bring fielders up.
Because if there's a boundary, the game's over. But I still think you'd rather tilt that way and be too aggressive, knowing it's not a particularly fast outfield either. Baljit, credit to him for taking that catch. He spilt one earlier. That one was super important because I think he can kiss the game goodbye if he spills that.
Well, as long as Sanjeeva's not on strike, I think Bergamo have got a chance to reduce the runs, but surely they'll have to take a single here.
All right, they're going to take it no matter what. And there's going to be a run out.
No run?
Yeah, there's no run there, but I mean, what they do is they get Sanjeeva back on strike, so it's a bit of a sacrifice. Sanjeeva obviously had said, if you hit it, I'm running, and I'm going to make sure that I'm safe, even though there's going to be a golden duck for I think it's Fahad Mohammed. But, I mean, as far as golden ducks, though, that's a pretty good one because, Sanjeeva is able to get back on strike. That's why I think if I'm fielding that, I suppose I'm assessing in the play, but if I think there's any chance I can get Sanjeeva, I'm going to the keeper's end, seeing if I can run him out, because that becomes a very different proposition. But
I disagree with you. I think and Sanjeeva was always going to be home. He was the non-striker's end. He was halfway down the pitch. No chance for a run out, I don't think. But let's have a look how far he was. He was still in his crease and just ran.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I think I still would have gone to the bowler's end, but at least I would have been calculating, which I think the fielder did. Am I a chance to get him out? I'm looking to get him out if at all possible, but it wasn't possible because he got such a good jump.
It's good cricket from both teams, I think. Really good thinking from Sanjeeva.
They leave leg side wide open. Any score ties the game. In fact, they may come back for 2 here. A winning run. Oh, could be a run out here. I think he's run out,
He is. Umpire
so,
puts the finger up.
It's given out on the field. So you can understand what Trishan Silva is thinking here. Thinking, look, are we going to come back and try and win the game? But again, you don't want to run out Sanjeeva and put a new batter in that situation. So, he takes off for a second. He gets sent back by Sanjeeva. Kamuljit takes it, and you can see he's a long way out, isn't he? He drops his bat at some point as well.
That's really good work there. Nice throw back in. Keeper takes the ball well.
So, I love a good tense finish. That's going to be 67 for 7. There's 2 balls left. Scores are tied. So you do have a new batter on strike. I suppose in your back pocket, even if there were 2 dots, which would be a golden ball. You've still got Sanjeeva there, you'd imagine, unless he's run out in the next 2 balls.
Yeah, look, I didn't think it was going to be this close, actually, as I said. But at the start, they did pick up early wickets, did Bergamo. But Sanjeeva, look at that, 43 from 31. It's been very, very good.
All right, who's next in the hot seat? I mean, it's going to be Ravindu Senaratne. I think you'll see them pretty much running no matter what. Similar to earlier in the over when Sanjeeva was desperate to get on strike.
Yep.
But now, I mean, if they get through for the run successfully, then they win the game. Even if there's a run out and it's not Sanjeeva that's out, he'll be on strike for the last ball.
Yep.
That's what he's thinking. So I think if at all there's contact, I think they're going. Any score wins it for Milan United. And that'll do it. It's a nice shot from Senaratne. And they'll just count the 1 here because that's the winning run. And a bit of a cliffhanger in the end. Second last ball. It's going to be Milan United 68 off 8.5, defeating Bergamo CC 67 in a 9-over thriller. And Milan United, well, they get the second win of the tournament. And I think they sink Bergamo CC's chances. Heartbreaker for Bergamo CC. They lose another tight one, Danny. This is what's coming up in around about 5 minutes. It's listed, although I've got a feeling we might have a slight delay to the next game because of the late finish here, running a little bit behind. But anyway, it is Chandra winning the toss and electing to bowl in match 52. So join us for that. Chandra trying to cement their space in the top 4. But having a look at this one, it was an unusual innings for many reasons. Unusual dismissal. As the bat pad looping back to the bowler. Jaspreet did the rest. Suresh Silva knew that he was a goner. But I mean, it was tough for both teams really to get going. It was 2 and 2 there, so 2 for 2. Awful start, I suppose. They had the time to make it up. Sanjeeva, with some handsome blows and a few swings and misses in between, just steered them to safety, but only just.
It was a good innings, though. He held it together and he scored 2/3 of their runs by himself. But, I say it was a good little innings that helped him along from Jai Sakura.
This was a bit of a disaster. Both captains getting run out in this game. Mandeep, again, he's a pretty reliable guy as well. That was a close one, but it was in. Yeah, Bergamo CC just finding a way to lose the close ones. You talked about Fresh Tropical. They're winning a lot of close ones. Bergamo CC have been the other side of that coin. This was an interesting one. Actually flicks the stump and then hits the keeper and then goes back on the stumps again, I think. But it was given out correctly in the end. Left-hander, Sanjeeva got dropped there. I mean, that was a key moment as well. Though Baljit would keep his team in the game a little bit later. The next ball after that drop went for 4. They just seemed to be able to come up with the boundaries when they needed them, didn't they? Jai Sakura, I think, was important late on. But Baljit, he was able to catch him. And that kept them alive. The scores tied. Second last ball. It was Senaratne. Said, hold my drink. I'm going out there. I'm going to win us the game. And before that, there would be some late drama. As we had Trishan Silva run out with the scores level. So, a lot going on. So, just getting information that it will be a 10-minute delay to the next game, which means we'll start in around about 13 minutes time. Sanjeeva keeps them on the straight and narrow with 44 off 32. Apart from that, nobody else got more than 8. Jai Sakura, second top scorer. Extras 8 as well, as Milan United get there with 7 balls to spare. As far as the bowling's concerned, 2 for 16. Jaspreet Singh did what he could. Baljit Singh only went for 11 off his 2 overs. Darashiko with 1 for 12. The other successful bowler. But, it was a close one. In the end, it is Milan United that go to a 2-4 record. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes then. Just announcing once again that it's a 10-minute delay to the second match of the day. Coming up very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hoodcheck. Hope you're enjoying day 9 so far. Had a few twists and turns already. There's plenty more, I'm sure, before this day is done. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode. ECS, Italy, Milan. European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan, and it's time for the second match of the day, match 42 on the calendar, and it's going to be Trentino Aquila taking on Jandra Brescia in this one. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Head. Bring out ball first.
So it is Jandra Brescia that win the toss and they elect to bowl. Seems to be a bit of a trend. Obviously, I think the field will dry out to an extent over the day, although a lot of clouds still hanging around, so I can't see that happening anytime soon. Jandra Brescia, they're flying though. They're 5-2. They can really consolidate their spot in the top four if they can win this one. Again, they've got just the 3 matches to go. Trentino Aquila though, 2-4. They'd have to be perfect, you'd imagine, to be able to snare a spot in the semi-finals. I suppose it could start here. Ali Skibashad, I think, is a really dangerous player to watch. Watch out for Ashik Awais as well, who scored a lot of runs in ECN cricket. And well, I just think you've got two teams that have had their ups and downs along the way, but still this 10 overs will decide it. And it's a bit of a 4-point swing, I think, between these two teams as well, depending on who can get the better of the other. Danny Hudacek will take us to the first ball. News from the toss, match 42. Jandra Brescia winning the toss and bowling. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of the second match of the day.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan, Italy. Second match of the day, and it will be Trentino Aquila against Jandra Brescia. Trentino had an off day yesterday, really not at the races, and Jandra, one of the top teams, looking to get into that the top 4 that will play on Finals Friday as the players come into the field. We'll have a look at the two teams, and it's Jandra Brescia who decided to bowl. Pretty good one, actually, just to try to reduce Trentino Aquila. And they're well led by their captain, Lovepreet Singh, and Adil Ahmed, and Ashik Awais. And also, well, got a decent batting lineup to Trentino Aquila, but Jandra Brescia have a very strong lineup of bowlers. Yadav up top is good with the bat and the ball, as is Mr. 100% Ahmadullah Safi. So Trentino Aquila, according to the supercomputer, look like outside favourites. Have a look at the top, the 2-4 for Trentino Aquila, 5-2 for Jandra Brescia, who are in the top 3 at the moment. In fact, will cement their spot up there in that top 4 if they have a victory here over Trentino Aquila. So it will be. Looks like it's Hasib Abdul to open the bowling. We'll have another look at it in a moment. And as we saw the second game of the day now, in fact, Ahmadullah Safi's having a chat as well. And it will be the left armer Safi, Mr. 100%, who will start up. As you hear the call, Safi. He's a very good player as Ahmadullah Safi. Very important for this lineup of Jandra. He does things in the field and with the ball that really pick up this team. And if things are going against them, he's the type of character that'll really make them go forward. Here's the first ball. Safi bowling there to Lovepreet Singh, who's really good batsman at the top of the innings is Lovepreet. And Safi, left armour, bats left-handed as well. Come back to his batting in a moment, but let's see him with the ball first up. Should get a little bit of movement. This one's full, bit of inside edge. And no run. Lovepreet Singh, he's been really good at the top of the innings for Trentino Aquila. And his opening partner is Adil Ahmed. He's been a bit hit and miss, I think, Ahmed, in this series. So if he comes in again, this one's beautifully hit over the top. And that's gone all the way into the grandstand. Just gave him a bit of width, bit of a half volley, and that's the power of Lovepreet Singh here for Trentino Akia. Gets down quite low, stretched a bit for it. That's the first runs on the board. Pretty good shot. That'll give Safi a little bit to think about. As he looks like he blames his bowling mark. Safi changes it, and no doubt will come in at 100% again. Safi bowling to Lovepreet Singh. And this one straight back at the bowler and no run. Well, it's been 3 dot balls and a 6. This one's nicely pitched up. Lovepreet just trying to hit it straight. Didn't get past the bowler though. 2 players in the outfield at the moment because of the field restrictions. And this one's going to be a big wide. It's going to get past their keeper as well. There is a man down there at third man. I was about to mention as one of the 2 who are outside the 30-metre ring. And of course, with the field restrictions, there are only 2 players outside that 30 metres. And that's one of them. They're at third man. So many balls went down to that area yesterday. Safi comes in again with his bustling run and pokes it out to the covers for no run. Does the batsman Adil Ahmed. Still a ball left here. The other player back is a long on. So anything that tries to be hit out in that area, you see that quite often in this format, with batsmen reaching from outside off stump to drag it into that area in their hitting zone. Safi comes in again. Good ball there. Poked out to mid-on. Bit of confusion. And, well, I don't think there's an appeal. I don't think Safi had the ball. He might have been short, though, Lovepreet. So let's have a look at this. It was just poked out, and Lovepreet called him back. Then he went. The ball came in. And if Safi would have taken it, I'm not sure if he had it in his hands. And he was back anyway. And I'm not sure if he had it in his hands. There was no appeal from the bowler, so I think he dropped it. Keep on going. So he might have put it onto the stumps, but I think he broke the stumps with his hand, did Safi. The batsman was back anyway. He's short there, but the ball's nowhere near the stumps. Safi does well to get down to get it. And well, there was no real appeal, but I think he didn't have the ball. I think he broke the stumps with his hand. So at the end of the over, Trentino Akia are 8 for no loss, and the new bowler is Bachatar Singh, who gets absolutely bachatard. Well, that's another welcome to the crease. Lovepreet just rocks back and smashes him back over his head for 6. That's that's a really nice shot there. As you see the top batters, it is Lovepreet Singh, who is the main batsman for this team. As you can see again, Lovepreet and Awais and Ahmed just struggling a little bit. Yadav has taken 2 5-wicket hauls for Janjua Brescia. Bachatar 7 wickets, and Zahid Ali also the top bowlers, but 13 wickets for Yadav. 2 5-wicket hauls in this series already. As that's a good ball there from the bowler. Bachatar, he's come back pretty well after that initial blow from Lovepreet. And good contest, 14 for no loss. And Lovepreet gets it just over the fielder. Outstretched hand there. Got it right at the end of the bat. It'll go for 4. And you saw the fielder there put his hand up, try to take that catch. Just out of his reach. And that's another 4 runs to Lovepreet. Bit of luck, bit streaky that shot. See how Bachata can come back from this. It's been hit out towards a man at deep point. They've taken the player out of third man. They've got a deep point for these two. Still a man at long on. 1 ball left for the second over. 1 over left of the power play. And it's Adil Ahmed who'll be facing, still yet to score, as the bowler ties his shoe. And we're back. Last ball of the second over. It's just been poked down to the man in gully and no run. It's a pretty good one again for Trentino Ikea. They are 19 for no loss, going at about 9.5 and over. And that's a pretty good one for the man from Trentino, who, as I said, had a bit of an off day the other day. But, 11 off the over from Bachata. Be interesting to see who they call to next. I think Safi will come back later in the innings to bowl his second. Oh, will he? In fact, it does look like Yadav. I'll confirm that in just a moment. He's been really good. He's good with the bat and the ball. Here's Yadav. And it will be the main man with the ball. He's we'll probably see him opening the innings as well, Yadav. 9 for 19. 19 for none. Trentino Ikea at the moment. Lovepreet scoring all the runs off the bat. As Yadav comes in again. And this one's just down leg side, turned away. Oh, it's the keeper that's chasing, just be one. Half the team backed that up as well. Got through the man at the stumps, but no extra run, no overthrows. Yadav just straight down leg side to Lovepreet. You don't want Lovepreet, give Lovepreet anything to swing at, because he is a powerful hitter of the ball. It's Adil Ahmed. He'll be facing his fourth delivery, still yet to score. And pokes that one out straight, just a single, gets him off the mark. Bringing the very dangerous Lovepreet Singh back on strike. Still going about 9 and over. It's a good power play so far from Trentino, especially not losing a wicket. And they've put players on the leg side. In fact, they're changing it round again. They're dropping a man back at the deep point for Lovepreet. He's pretty strong in that area. Saw him hit a nice 6 over there into that grandstand earlier. This one's a bit short, mistimed a bit on the pull shot. Just be a single. And it's a good start here from Yadav. He's a wicket-taking bowler. He's taken 13 so far in the tournament. As I said, 2 5-wicket hauls. So when he takes them in clumps. Bowling this time to Adil Ahmed. That's it, straight. Player coming around. Don't think he'll get there. Safi giving 100%. Not able to reach it though. In fact, it wasn't Safi. Safi probably would have got there. That was Safi. And good effort. He patrols that area well, cuts off a lot of runs, takes neat catches, does he? He does there. Ahmed Safi. Ahmed gets a boundary. This one's hit to the player in the covers who drops it. And that's Zaid Ali. There's a sharp chance, reached up to his right-hand side and dropped a catch. Tough one. Wasn't hit too firmly, but just out of the reach of the fielder. There's a little bit of rain here in Milan, just not too much at the moment. As Yadav comes in again. And that one is a dot ball outside off stump, ends the over. 8 from it, and Trentino Ikea at the end of the power play are 27 for no loss. And it's a very good power play for Trentino Ikea, especially the fact they haven't lost a wicket. Here's the table at the moment, and Janjua Brescia are on 10 points. They've played 2 fewer games than Giangio Brescia. Trentino Acquia down in 9th place. They've still got 4 games to go. They only had, well, Trentino Acquia, as I said, had a bad day. They were 2-2 and played fewer games than any other team when they went in to the games the other day. As we see, a new bowler will be Hasib Abdul. And Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Yeah, I mean, good power play, Trentino Aquila. The ultimate Jekyll and Hyde team, I think, in this competition. But, yeah, well, I think 9 and over is decent. They've got 10 wickets in hand. Yeah, a little bit of light rain falling. I think it's just a passing shower. Hopefully it stays that way. I see the captain bring himself on in over number 4. I think Lovepreet's been one of the better performers for Trentino Aquila. Adil Ahmed hits long ball as well. But Ashik Away's kind of lurking probably in the number 3 position. So, yeah, should be a good contest.
Very good contest, and this one is gone out of there. That's a big hit there from Lovepreet. Just rocked back and smashed the bowler, the skipper, Hasib Abdul, for 6.
Yeah, actually, that's Adil Ahmed that smacks that one. Yeah, at that end. It's okay. Change of over. Well, Lovepreet would have been happy if it was him. It was just a short arm jab, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Comes in again, and this is in the air. And it's the bowler that's under it and drops it. Well, the skipper won't be too happy with himself, I don't think.
Yeah, well, I think he had Shazad Ahmed at mid-wicket in his kind of peripheral vision, but then he knew it was his, let it get quite low on him, and even though he got the second bite, he couldn't hold on with that either. Big moment, because, yeah, you can see well he hits the ball.
Yeah, he was imitating Lovepreet very well. Fooled me. This bowler comes in again. This one goes straight back to him. But 34 for no loss at the moment. Trentino, we're out of the power play, so lots of players back. But it's been an interesting over so far here from the skipper, Hasib Abdul. Here for 6, and then drop catch. This one's in the air again. Keeper's under it. Should take it comfortably, I hope, and does. Eventful over. Still going on, but that's the end of Lovepreet, who will have to go.
Yeah, Lovepreet probably a bit jealous that he had his high ball caught. I suppose the difference is the keeper has got the gloves, and so a fairly simple one for Naeem Ahmed. That's the first wicket down now, 34 for 1.
That's a big wicket too, as we're saying. Lovepreet, he's a very dangerous batsman, and Adil Ahmed's still there. As we see here, the squads for the Tri-Series 10 over internationals here coming up this weekend between Italy, France and Romania. And I like the look of the Italy side. Lots of players we've seen this week have been included, including Zain Ali. Of course, Zain Naqvi is usually there, but good to see Monu Lally Enigma in.
Yeah, Rajmani, he's been in form. Azim Ali from Fresh Tropical. Simranjit Singh, of course. Yeah, Monu Lally Enigma, that was a big one for me. And of course, that's a national team, so it's not just people from this region. So you've got to remember that. And
I think it's good selection because there's a bit of a launching pad into that tournament from this tournament. You can see the players in form. Baljit will be the captain, I think. Joy Pereira was a former captain as well.
Yeah, true.
Of Italy. But really good lineup.
Sukhvinder Singh from Giangio Brescia, left armour. So, of course, I like a left armour there.
Good bowler.
We'll probably touch on these as the day goes through. France, watch out for the Mangals. Rahmatullah Mangal and Rahula Mangal, both very good bowlers. They're very bowling heavy. Noman Amjad probably likely to lead that side. You've got the Energizer Bunny done with Ahmed Zai, who's just full of energy.
Yeah.
And you've got Action Jackson, the wicket keeper, as well. He's certainly a player that I enjoy watching. You've got Romania. They're bringing potentially a squad of 17.
Wow.
Which includes a few reserves. They're bringing half the country. Anyway, here's Zahid Ali. That's the first one past the bat of Adil Ahmed. Yeah, so Taranjeet is listed I heard something strange about that. He's one of the reserves, but he'll be travelling. If he's travelling, he's going to get on the park.
Definitely getting on the park because he's a star player for Romania.
I just think there's probably maybe saying, I'm going to come more as a mentor or something. He'll be out there before you know it. I know they are trying to give a few youngsters goes as well. That's clear, but yeah, imagine if Taranjit's in Italy. You can imagine you'll see him on the field. Anyway, Zahid Ali, deceptively lifeless with the ball, but does like to take the face off. He's a real lovable character in this region, Zahid.
It's been a good start, but also at the end of the bat, player coming in, he won't get there, just a single. But yeah, we've seen a couple of super slow bowlers here. Lovepreet Singh also for Cricket Stars, and here Zahid Ali. Just I think the super slow bowling of these players often make them hard to hit.
Shikawa's near the crease.
Double dot ball, smashes it back into his foot.
Yeah, it's certainly been effective. He's going to make you make all the play. This is onto the... Oh, it's more or less bottom of the pad. I thought it was shoe. Still not pleasant. Yes, what a good over this is from Zahid Ali at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic over so far. And, one ball left. And it was the big wicket of Lovepreet, I think, in the last over has been maybe affected these two. Muscle down to Safi at long on, just a single. Really good over there from Zahid Ali.
Yeah,
and,
so
only a couple from it.
36 for 1 after 5, so you're probably tilting back towards the fielding side. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Dana Hudacek. Of course, we've been talking about the ECI squads. They've been released now, so we'll see them this weekend. We didn't talk about the Romanian squad too much. Ramesh Satheesan likely to lead the side. I mentioned Taranjit's in there. I imagine we'll see him. Vasu Saini, some really good hitters as well. Anand Rajshekhara has shown he can do it against good opposition. Played for Cluj in the ECL last year. Sabik Nader Godla, keeping option for them. Also, you've got Abdul Shakur is another keeping option there. But Safi Ahmed, really good youngster. Sivakumar Periyar, nice to see him back. He's been battling injury a little bit. You've got the Kumars, Rajesh and Rohit in there. Aftab Kayani, bit of a live wire with the ball. And a lot of native talent like Nick Tanase, like Luca Petre as well. So, yeah, stay tuned. Should be a really good series. France probably haven't played a lot of T10 cricket, but they do have that raw talent. I think we saw that in the ECC, where they took a while to get going. But the question for France, where will the runs come from? I think that they were literally the best bowling team and the worst batting team in one group. Not often you have one team kind of both those hats on. Asif Abdul coming back for a second over. It's a bit of a tangle with Ashika Ways, but they do get through for a single.
Cricket's one of those sports where you have to be good with both batting and bowling to be successful.
That's right. Not necessarily the same people, but as a team.
Well, it's,
so I described France as having 11 number 8s with the bat. So it wasn't anyone that was super terrible, but I think at the international level, you need people that can deal with kind of being up in that top 4 role and taking that responsibility. Although they were all capable of hitting a ball.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were super unusual.
Well, looking at the lineup for Italy, it's a bit of as this is hitting high in the air, and that'll be 6. And that's just turned around the corner. And lovely shot there from Awas, the new batsman. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, Awas is a boundary hitter, isn't he? That's perfect timing required on that shot, but he gets the hands out in front and sends it well over the square leg boundary. Zahid Ali in the foreground there saying, see, off me you can't do that because I'm only bowling it at snail's pace.
Going back to what I was saying is Italy have got the opposite problem, I think. They've got some good bowling, don't get me wrong. As bowler comes in again and it's hit down the ground, just should be a single. It's picked up and thrown back to the bowler. Don't get me wrong, Italy have got good bowling.
Yeah.
But they've got a bit of an embarrassment of riches with the batting. I don't know how they're going to pick an order for this.
Yeah, to what extent do you tinker with it, I suppose, as well? And to go with guys that have been playing currently versus guys that are, from other regions that we might not have seen in this series.
But even with the players we've seen in this series, I mean, if you look at that lineup, it's super strong. How do you pick a how do you pick a batting lineup?
Yeah, good
You know?
question.
And which I think what it means is they can really go from ball one.
That's right. It's that Belgian ball philosophy where you've got kind of at least eight genuine bats. So you can be uber aggressive. 46 for 1 after 6 overs here, Trentino Aquila. But that's the difference for me also with internationals for the most part. I've talked about, France maybe struggling for a few runs, but for the most part, I think they have more confidence in the batters down the order. Whereas here at the club level, although some teams do bat pretty deep, typically once you get up through the top 3 or 4, it changes significantly. And that in turn changes how the top order bats and how aggressive they are.
Yeah, exactly.
How risky they are. Anyway, here's Zahid back for a second over.
And the question asked has got him. Little outside edge. Don't know what the batsman's doing. He's looking at square leg.
Yeah, well, it was a noise, and it was almost like everyone originally wasn't that interested, but then they thought about it for a second. Even the keeper said, hold on, I think it's out. And then Zahid says the same, and then Silvio agrees. So he hears a little noise when it goes past the bat. It was well held behind the stumps from Naeem. Yeah, but the batter, I guess he'll have a fair idea of whether he nicked it or not. But enough people were convinced, and most importantly, the umpire was. So Zahid Ali pipes in with a wicket, and it's 46 for 2.
Yeah, Ashik he's missed out quite a few times in this tournament. And it'll be interesting character coming in now, Vinny. Ali Saqib Arshad.
Yeah.
He's
built for it.
He is built for it. He's been limping with a foot injury, right foot injury, over the last couple of days, and he's powered through, and it's been a bit of an inspiration for his team. But he's bowled as well. He's always in the game.
Yeah, he's their spiritual leader, Saqib Arshad. And so if they are to make an unlikely run to the semi-finals, where you think they need to be perfect from here on in, I'm sure he'll be a big part of it. Here he is facing Zahid Ali.
And, it's been a good spell from Zahid Ali so far. Just 2 runs from it. Took that wicket last ball.
And footwork's so important against slower bowling. So when you've got a bit of a dodgy foot, that doesn't help.
Just tosses it up again. Super slow. And it's picked up by Kuldeep Lal there on the boundary and just tossed back to the bowler.
So Chandra Brescia played in the first ever ECL, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. It's the first tournament we ever really did, the serious tournament we ever did on the European Cricket Network in its modern iteration. And Zahid Ali was captaining Chandra Brescia in that tournament.
Oh. Well, he's got hold of that one. It's the only one that has been hit anywhere against Zahid Ali.
Yeah.
Just picked it up and launched it, did Adil Ahmed.
Gave him enough room to free his arm. See, it's wide of him. So even though he hits it leg side, he's able to get a decent swing on it. It wasn't really cramped for room. But still, he's going less than run a ball, Zahid Ali.
This one hit straight again and with no run, picked up in the covers.
50's come up for Trentino Aquila with that last shot as well. Got a shrug. Nice to see you in the chat, as usual. And to everyone else, hopefully having a great day so far. Interesting game, this. Last ball for Zahid Ali now.
It's a full toss, dragged onto the leg side, square, just for a single. It is a good game here, Vinny. And Trentino Aquila gave themselves a good start with a fantastic power play, but the runs, I wouldn't say have dried up after the dismissal of Lafpreet Singh, but it's slowed down a bit. Adil Ahmed's still out there. You can see he hit this ball, and this is what's coming up here. I'm looking forward to seeing the tournament in Gibraltar, T20 Eyes.
Won't be too long. We're just 2 days away from the start there with Gibraltar, Portugal and Malta taking part in those matches over 4 days. And Charlie Hunt will be there, and Joey Marple's going to give him a bit of a hand as well. So you have double trouble from Thursday through to Sunday, because not only will we have our cricket here in Italy, but also Gibraltar T20 Eyes. So you get double international action on the weekend as well with the T10 and the T20 format. So yeah, looking forward to that. And plenty more locations as well, including Austria, which is only a week away, less than a week away now. And Bulgaria after that. I believe the next place we go after that is Sweden, Stockholm. So here's Miss 100%, Amadou Safi coming back in over number 8. Shake, rattle and roll, and it's Adil Ahmed who's on strike.
And good ball first up, right in the block hole, with no run. Good delivery to the set batsman. Dialama 22 off 18, going pretty well with a couple of big sixes. He did a Lovepreet impersonation earlier by hitting a 6 right over long on. And Safi comes in again. Big swing and a miss there. I think Safi's unlucky not to get the nod as well. He's a good bowler. Then again, and he's hit one of the biggest scores of the tournament, has Safi. But I don't think you'd pick him as a batsman in the Italian team. We have seen him before in Italian colours, though.
Yeah, I mean, he played the ECL for Brescia CC last year. And yeah, he bowled really well at that level. Yeah, it's a bat. I suppose he's not that technical the way he's going about it in this series, but he's capable. Anyway, this is a capable looking shot, and it's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo! And Dialama's there to hit sixes. That's what he does. And just keeping Aquila on an acceptable run rate. These sixes are helping.
That's a lovely shot. Just took it outside, from outside off stump, and hit it over that man there at Cow Corner. Quite a few men back, actually. Lots of fielders on the boundary. We're into the 8th over. 60 for 2. And Safi again coming around the wicket this time. Changing the angle, and that's worked for him, and that's out.
Yeah, must have a little edge. I thought maybe he was going to hit the stumps, but it's a little further. Another catch for Naeem behind the stumps. And, checking it here in the replay. There's a little bit of inseam, I think. So goes down the way he lived his innings at Ahmed, swinging. And he's the third wicket to fall, 60 for 3.
It's a big breakthrough, I think. He was set and looking likely to go on with it. He did slam a 6 the ball before, but Safi, he decided to come around the wicket, and it's done the business there for Janjua Brescia. This new batsman is Mirza Beg. Safi's now 1 for 14. Couple of balls left in his spell, and it's pretty good going from Tritino Akia. Slowed down a little bit. It's just under 8 and over the run rate. Let's see what Mirza Beg can do to the bowling of Safi, who continues to come around the wicket. If it's worked once, it might work again.
He's just liking to go up the stumps here. But Beg, again, he likes to hit large. What can he do here?
Reaches from one outside of stump. No real footwork from the batsman. Sort of fell over a bit, and been a good spell here from Safi. He's been hit for 2 sixes. Apart from that, it's just been 2 runs off the bat from Safi.
Yeah, that's right. All things considered, it's a decent spell. See if he can close it out. Last ball, the 8th coming up.
Safi again, and right at the stumps this time. It's been hit straight. Be cut off there by the skipper.
Closest thing we've seen to that straight hit fielder in this series. Yep. It seems pretty much straight down the ground. End of the over, 61 for 3. Safi finishes with figures of 1 for 15.
Yeah, it's as I said, a very good, apart from 2 balls, very good spell there from Safi. Took a wicket as well, and it's an important one in Adil Ahmed. As we see the graph here, and it's flatlined a little bit since the fall of the first wicket. It was a good start for them. They were just over 9 and over. It's dropped down to about 7.5.
Yeah, 80 seems a bit thin on the ground, but yeah, again, it depends on what we see from Janjua Brescia in the second half of this game. It's going to be Vibor Yadav coming back for his second over.
It was a close game in the first one. It was a very low-scoring affair off 9 overs. But 61, they'll have to go well to get about up to 80, I think. It depends if they get a couple of boundaries. Otherwise, with Yadav bowling, he's a tricky customer coming in the 8th. Sorry, the 9th. All happens in the 9th, remember, Vinny?
That's it.
Didn't happen there
yet, unless Yadav wants his head taken off by the umpire's arm. Anyway, nice to see Yadav out there. Again, he was a bit troubled by an injury early on in the tournament, so he's still just adjusting that knee slightly. Anyway, here we go with the 9th over.
It's been hit in the air, just over the fielder, and cut off on a boundary, and they'll come back for 2.
That ball had a big dirt mark on it where it landed. You can see it's had a lot of overnight rain if you just joined us, and had a slightly delayed start this morning, but yeah, Kuldeep was pretty determined there not to overrun the ball, but you can see how much the ball decelerates when it bounces.
Comes in again, hits straight. Safi will pick it up, just throw it back into the bowler. And you can see Ali Sakib Arshad is starting to limp again. You'll see him bowl, but he's got a foot injury or leg injury to his right leg. And he's played on throughout the tournament, the skipper, very bravely. Damaged it quite a few days ago as well. As Yadav comes in again, slower ball, well bowled.
He's got a good change of pace. You can see that he's got all the tricks. And Yadav, I mean, if he clicks with the bat, this game could be over pretty quickly. But yeah, it's just been tough to score quickly without taking undue risks today. I think that's the thing.
It was very different to yesterday. We saw some big scores yesterday, a lot of scores over 100. And as Yadav comes in again, bowling to the skipper for Trentino Akia. He gets it down the ground and he limps down for a single.
Yeah, you mentioned the fact that he's had some injury concerns of his own. Chandrabresha are pretty happy how they're tracking at the moment.
Yeah, I think Chandrabresha, they're right up the top of the table. They're a very good side. Trentino Akia, as I said, had an off day the other day. And they're looking a bit better than what they were. And this one's hit straight and long and high, and very good work there from the fielder. Knocked it back in for Safi, throws it back, and 2 runs. Great effort there on the boundary. We'll have another look at it. It's Kuldeep Lal.
He does flick the rope, but I think it's after the ball's gone. We just need to make sure he takes off from the field. Yeah, no problem. He takes off, and the ball's gone by the time he steps over the line. So brilliant piece of fielding. Kind of assessed that situation perfectly, didn't he, Kuldeep?
Yeah, well done. I tell you what, if he could have flicked it to Safi, that would have been an awesome catch.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Safi probably need to get a bit closer. Kuldeep didn't really have time to grab it and throw it off either. He had to just give it the two-handed pat back. And at this stage, I think you're more concerned about saving those runs. So, end of the 9th over, 68 for 3. Good defence exhibited from Chandrabresha in that over.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one from Yadav, but it's the highlight of that was Kuldeep Lal saving 4 runs.
It's so tough because you've got all these options available to you, and sure, you'd love a kind of catch and throw up in the air to a fielder, but when you don't have that amount of time, because he had to jump, by the time he took the ball, he was already on his way down. Yep. So he just had, and normally you take the safest option, which was just to keep it in.
We had a pretty good view of it. It was right in front of the marshmallow.
We had a great view of it. Matrixing, we call that one. You kind of bend yourself backwards, keep it in. Bachtar Singh is going to bowl his second and final over. In the final over, his first one went for 11. Here we go, 10th overtime.
It's hit nicely on the offside, going towards the boundary. And the man won't get it there. That's the skipper. And that's 4 runs.
Yeah, just kind of spun away from the fielder. This is one of the shorter boundaries. Yeah, dead square. It's probably the shortest boundary on the ground. That's roughly where that goes. It's necessitated by the fact that the fence is there in the little amphitheatre. So handy boundary takes Trentino up into the 70s.
You didn't see that one, Vinny, but the bowler was waiting for the ball and it flew past his head. And just didn't really know much about it. Didn't know where it was coming from.
I'm happy it didn't take. We don't need any more injuries.
Here comes Bachtar again, bowling to Mirzabeg. He's 11 off 7 at the moment. This one's hit straight. It's picked up by Safi. Just a single.
And none of the bowlers really gone for a lot of runs. Those that have completed their 2 over spells have gone for 15, 15, 17 and 10. So that's the reason this score is very much under control at the moment.
Still the target. This is when he goes back to the bowler and no run. And there's a bit animated out there.
Yeah, pretty smart. I think Mirza's trying to get back to the striker's end.
Zahad is going off though. I don't quite know why. I think he might have been a run out.
I don't think you need the run out because it doesn't even save you a run, right? Because he's retreating. Mirza's trying to find a way to get to that striker's end. Ali Sakib Arshad, a huge swing, but that one kind of shot through a bit from Bachtar as well.
He hits the ball pretty hard, does the skipper, but just not showing at the moment. That one kept a little bit low, I guess.
Yeah, I mentioned the other bowlers that bowled there too, 15, 15, 17 and 10. Well, Bachtar's gone for 16. He's got 2 balls left.
Yeah, so he's got off the toe of the bat. It's over the fielder. It should just be a single. There's no way that Ali Sakib Arshad's running a quick second.
This is why, actually, if you want to be super strategic, I'd retire him out now because he's not going to face again. I'd love to get someone out there that can actually run.
It's only one ball left, Vinny.
Yeah, one's a lot when you've got a broken foot. Anyway, won't really make a difference here because they're just going to get a 1 and they won't be able to get another. So 75, pretty good holding job from Jandra Brescia. They're in the box seat to consolidate their place in the 4. Trentino Aquila. It's a pretty rocky road to the finals. If they were to do it, they have to play perfect cricket, including defending this 75. It's hard to see it happening. Still, they'll be out there, and runs haven't been particularly easy to come by so far in match number 9. Having said that, it was a pretty bright start, wasn't it? As Lovepreet Singh and Adil Ahmed were able to strike a power play without losing a wicket, even though there was a bit of coming and going there. They survived. The opening partnership of 34. I mean, they probably needed it in the end because they kind of got bogged down a little bit after that through the middle overs. But yeah, particularly Adil Ahmed, he was pretty brutal with 3 Maximos on the way to his 28. He was the top scorer in the first half of match 42.
Yeah, it's a fantastic power play for Trentino Aquila, not losing a wicket, and Lovepreet and Adil looking really good. And when Lovepreet went, slowed down a little bit. Adil did a couple of big sixes, but in the end, Safi who got him. And then it slowed down a bit, just dribbling a few runs. It was just on the back of that good power play that Trentino Aquila got up to that 75. Only lost 3 wickets. And Adil Ahmed with 28 of 22 and Lovepreet Singh with 19 of 14, doing most of the heavy lifting there for Trentino Aquila. Good bowling performance for Jandra Brescia though. Zahid Ali, the skipper, he ends with 1 for 10. Very good display of ultra slow spin bowling. Safi with 1 for 15. As you see the scorecard, most of the runs coming up the top. Good little innings there at the end from Mirza Baig to pump them up to a score of 75 for 3. And pretty disciplined also from Jandra Brescia, only 3 wides. So look at the bowling. So Safi up the top with a wicket. It's a big one too of Adil Ahmed. And wickets there for Hasib Abdul and also Zahid Ali, who's the pick of the bowlers, I think. And only 5 from each of his overs. As we see the summary play, Jandra Brescia need 76 to win at a run rate of 7.6 to get over the line against Trentino Aquila. Both these teams want to win for different reasons though. Trentino want to keep their tournament hopes alive, trying to get into that top 4. Seems pretty far away from them at the moment. But Jandra Brescia, they want to cement their place in the finals, which will happen on Friday. Only the top 4 teams get in. And so, from the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Italy, in Milan, match 42, we'll see the resumption of play and the second innings of this game between Trentino Aquila and Jandra Brescia after a short break. See you again soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And we're back here live from Milan for this FanCode European Cricket Series game between Trentino Akia and Janjul Brescia. Pretty evenly poised at the moment. 75 for 3 the total for Trentino Akia after a good power play. 76 the target. And we'll see if they can defend this total. Trentino to keep themselves in this this tournament. They're at 2 and 4 at the moment. Janjul Brescia right up the top. And also cement their place up in the top 4. If they have a win here, the skipper Ali Sakabashad is the bowler, who, as you can see, is limping. He's bowling here to Bachata Singh. So he's picked up an injury. Well, probably about a few weeks ago. Sorry, a few days ago. Did Ali Sakabashad? He's been limping ever since. He's been brave, but hasn't let it affect him too much. As you see him limp in to bowl to Bachata again. Sound leg side. And, he's bravely led this team. Trentino Akia, who had an off day yesterday. Much better this morning though. Let's see, I'm sure Gurpreet have a bit of a bowl for them as well. He picked himself up as well, did Gurpreet, after a real off day the other day. This one's hit the pad and just be a dot ball. There's a man short at fine leg, which you'll often see in this this format. There's also a third man. A lot of balls went there yesterday to that third man area. And there's a deep mid wicket as well. No one straight. 2 men on the circle at mid on and mid off. As the skipper comes in again. Hit straight, could be caught. And the first wicket down. Lovepreet takes a catch, and isn't he excited? And that's the end of Bachata. And Ali Sakabashad and Trentino Akia take their first wicket. Let's have another look. Comes from wide of the crease, hits straight. You can see where we wanted to hit. It was a bit of a trap, really. Just didn't get onto it. And Lovepreet takes a catch. So, good start here for Trentino Akia. Janjul Brescia have a pretty long batting lineup, though. Fiaz Ahmed is the batsman at the other end. And it will be Hamza Saad. He'll come in. You see this again. And just offered the face, didn't really connect with it. An easy catch there for Lovepreet. So 1 for 1, Janjul Brescia chasing 76. And it's the skipper Ali Sakabashad, who, as you can see, is limping, but he offers a lot to this side, mainly with his captaincy, but also he's so important with the ball, and pretty decent batsman as well. We're bowling to Hamza Saad. Face his first delivery. And this one's nice and straight. Tucks him up. Played back down the pitch. Just straight to the bowler. He'll just walk back. So very interesting. Janjul Brescia, they'll fancy their chances in this tournament. Starting to settle that top 4. Still quite a few teams with a very good chance of getting into the finals day on Friday. As this one's just defended again. Been a good over so far. Only 1 from it and a big wicket. Just 1 ball remaining. And he's been very watchful, Hamza Saad. Good batsman though. Can hit it a long way too. Comes in again for the final ball of the first over. Down leg side, called a wide. No run off the bat yet for Janjul Brescia. Doesn't do much wrong, does the bowler, as you can see him favouring that right leg again. So the limping skipper Ali Sakabashad has to bowl another one. Comes in. And called it wide again. That'll put a lot of pressure when he bowls, because when you land on that left foot, it's a lot of the weight is on the right foot, but then you're applying pressure on the left foot, and it's painful, and you can see it in his face as well. He's in again. And it's a better ball. Just defended again by Hamzasad. That's the end of the over. A successful one there for the bowler and for Trentino Akia. And Janjua Brescia are 3 for 1. 10 matches since a golden ball. Again, this is a pretty good score of 75 to aim for a golden ball. We've seen 2 in this tournament. And the last one was an absolute ripper. Very contrasting games. The first one with 2 massive collapses, with both teams losing 8 wickets. 16 wickets went down there for 30 runs in that game. And the one the other day between Bergamo CC, who we saw in the previous game, and Fresh Tropical, the top team at the moment, was an absolute beauty. So, Gurpreet Singh coming to bowl. And it's a good start from him. Might be a run. He struggled a few days ago. Gurpreet was launching them everywhere, couldn't control the swinging ball. And then with the bat, he got a golden duck. So he went for 40-something in his 2 overs. But he's a very good bowler as Gurpreet. Just sometimes struggles to control the swinging ball. Bustles in. Got good pace as well. Just exactly what I mentioned. He does find it hard to control the swinging ball. And Gurpreet bowls his first wide. If he had more control, Gurpreet, he'd be a top bowler in this tournament. Just struggles. And he does get a good amount of swing out as the sun comes out here. Beautiful day at the moment. Gurpreet comes in again. And it's a better line. Just be a single. Lovepreet steams in from mid on. And it's the first runs off the bat for Janjua Brescia. It'll bring Hamzasad back on strike. So Fiaz Ahmed is the batsman at the non-striker's end. Gurpreet bowling to Saad. There's a slip in for the outswing. Gets it off the end of the bat to cover. Skipper picks it up, no run. It's been a pretty good start here from Trentino Akia. It's very slow going, very hard going for Janjua Brescia. They do have a lot of batting though, as I mentioned, with Vibor Yadav. So Amadullah Safi, who's having the time of his life with a bat in this tournament. As Gurpreet comes in again. Bit short, can be called a wide again. Well, you can't get 2 balls in a row on the pitch at the moment, can Gurpreet. Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Interestingly, Yadav not opening for, I suppose, the reason that he's still a bit bothered by that injury, and they're thinking they might be able to knock off these 76 runs without needing him to do too much. Yeah, Bachata didn't work out the top. 3-ball duck. You got the refrigerator out there. He hustles through. He's wearing his fantastic 2019 ECL lid as well. Fiaz Ahmed, the light blue number. This one gets past the keeper. Yeah, if that hits the stumps, I think he's going to be gone. Fiaz.
He looks like a linebacker for the LA Rams, I think.
Yeah, that's a really good comparison. I tell you what, he loves a big hit as well, much like an American football. Anyway, Gurpreet trying to keep things tight. And Ali Saqib Rashad, for a guy that's on 1 foot, continues to keep on delivering, doesn't he? At least with the ball.
He does. Look, Gurpreet, he gets so much practice bowling, doesn't he? Because he bowls about a 5-over spell, because he bowls so many wides. And he doesn't need to be bowling in that lane. He gets natural outswing.
Yeah.
If he pitches on or just outside off stump, he'll still get natural swing and cut. It's a better line. Hit down the ground, just over Lovepreet. He'll go towards the boundary. He'll stop it. Good effort.
Well, he's flicked it to nobody. The problem is, I suppose, with pace-wise. Fiaz not going to run a 3. I think he had two Hamza Sards out there. You're probably running 3 here because he flicks this back into open space.
I love the dive into the pool. Great effort there, and then launch.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bomby job, as we used to say. A bit of a cannonball. Gurpreet, that one didn't swing because it was a bit shorter. Last ball, the second over coming up, hopefully.
Maybe. Good ball. That's it. That's exactly who should be bowling. And, well, big appeal. The bowler didn't have any interest.
Yeah, it's a little tiny edge. Sometimes as a keeper, you might pick up little noises that they don't in front of the wicket, but you won't really be able to tell here. So it was a much better located delivery, though.
Yeah.
Fiaz certainly had the body language saying, he's playing it ice cool, saying, no, there's no way that I've nicked that. Just so you know.
I don't think the keeper wasn't convinced either, but there was a perfect delivery there from Gurpreet to end the over. As you see the table, Chandra Brescia right at the top.
And Trentino Aquila, again, they haven't lost more than 4 games. I think once you have your 5th loss, you can pretty much kiss it goodbye, but I suppose Trentino Aquila would be about as unlikely a scenario as Milan United making it. We'll see next. Those 2 teams going head-to-head.
That's a beauty from the skipper. I saw him do that yesterday as well.
This climbs and moves back towards the keeper. Cameron Hussain behind the stumps. Have a look at it. Seam, and yeah, right at the end of the fingers. That's a nasty one for the keeper as well. Ouch.
Yeah, not much you can do with that delivery. And a bit of a nothing shot from the batsman. And brings the Fiaz Ahmed back on strike. And this one's back to the bowler. And it's been a really good spell here from Ali Saqib Arshad. He really should be getting that foot looked after sometime after the tournament. He comes out and he walks normally until about 3 balls into whatever he does, whether it's batting or bowling. Then he starts limping. So this has been dragged onto the leg side. Should go to the boundary, I think, and it will. 4 runs. And that's hit just forward a square.
Side things are quickening up a little bit as well. There's a lot of kind of surface water hanging around due to that rain overnight, but that one rolled reasonably well, all things considering.
Well, we saw yesterday, it was similar. We get overnight rain, but anything hit along the ground, as long as it doesn't dig into anything, tends to run on this surface now, and it skids through sometimes as well.
When it comes from the sky and it plugs, it really stops. Anyway, Fiaz crap for room here, but won't get a run. And say hello to Nico Fernando, who is watching. And so, yeah, I mean, just a little bit behind the rate, but with 9 wickets in hand, you'd fancy that they have this under control. But Trentino Aquila just trying to hang in there.
And, it's called wide.
This is actually a wide. It's a good call. Look, it is a wide, but Silvio took a long time to think about it, and you know, credit to him because he could have easily kept his arms down. When he ran it through in his head again, he said, you know what, that is a wide, and he's spot on. So good umpiring. Yeah,
it was a straight ball, and that's exactly who he bowled. He bowled it wide, from out wide, went perfectly straight, and was outside that line. Good call. Comes the bowler again. And this one gets a dodgy edge. It's gone towards that 3rd man area. Man back there, just a single. And it's a really good spell here from Ali Saqib Arshad. 17 for 1. Chandra Brescia with 1 ball remaining of the power play. It's a pretty good power play here for Trentino Aquila. They were at the same stage, quite a bit ahead of that. As he comes in again, last ball, his spell. Got him! Well, good reward for a good bowling there. Inspirational from the skipper. And played all around that, did Hamza Saad. Just lost patience a bit. Let's have another look. Comes from way out wide, angles it in, kept on going in, and takes middle and off stump.
Not the first time, not the last time we've seen this kind of length hit the stumps. I mean, on a pitch with a bit more bounce, that probably goes over the top. And, yeah, on this pitch, though, hasn't really been getting up, and that makes a total mess. And it's the 7-ball Derek, which is kind of worse than a golden because he's burnt and over and put his teammates under a bit of pressure. And Hamza, talented player, but not his innings this time around at 17 for 2.
Well, we've seen quite a lot of players playing across the line and getting bowled or LBW in this tournament. And you see that the better batsmen will just play straight and play proper cricket shots. We saw that yesterday with Simranjit Singh, who batted beautifully. Also Tanvir from in the last game smashed the ball everywhere in the power play. And it's just good cricket shots, but they weren't playing across the line, and that's one of the things that players pretty much have to learn.
It's a tough ball to know what to do with, because it's not an easy ball to drive either, is it, that one?
Wow.
Played through the line, trying to be attacking. Sadkat Ali comes on, over number 4. He has run a ball 8 so far, make that a run a ball 9. He's been joined at the crease now by Vibhor Yadav.
Yeah, Sadkat 2712. You said, Vinny, something to do with the date, apparently.
Yeah, 27th of December, potentially. I could look that up. Yeah, because when he was wearing the blue strip, and I think he was just wearing number 12. But his birthday's June 4. So maybe it's a family member's birthday, perhaps. 2712.
Comes in again, and good ball that. Straight through him.
Really good area, isn't it? First up to Yadav.
Well, Yadav's a quality batsman as well. To beat him like that, first ball gives him something to think about. Sadkat, he's been really good for this side actually, as Sadkat Ali bowled good lines throughout this this tournament. And come in again, bowling to Yadav. We'll see come down a little bit down the order. Gets that away on the leg side, just a single. And we'll bring Fiaz Ahmed back on strike. So, yeah, Sadkat, we didn't see him with a bat today. But he's handy in this bowling lineup for Trentino Akia. 19 for 2 now. Of course, the power play ended at the end of the last over. So nice little way to the leg side. Same player out there. Picks it up and throws it in. Nice throw into the keeper. Good arm. So they relax the field. 4 players required to be in the 30-metre circle. But it's a bit of respite for the bowlers. It has got protection now on the boundary. Comes in again, and well, just wide of the man there at slip. There's no one at third man. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of balls went down in that area. I was just about to mention it actually. That they've put fielders back, but no one at third man. I saw a ton of runs there, both yesterday, and quite a few have gone down there also this morning. We're in the afternoon already, aren't we, Vinny?
We are. 45 minutes into the afternoon, a 1:45 local time at the moment.
Losing track of time. I can't believe we're almost to the end of the tournament, at the group stage at least. A couple of days left.
Yadav thinks he's at the box social because he's been flirting with a couple, but it's the end of 4 overs. It's 24 for 2 after 4, and I still think Jandra Brescia behind the run rate, probably ahead in the game, but Trentino Aquila doing a good holding job so far through the first 4 overs.
Absolutely. Look, let's have a look at this. So it was a good start and a good power play from Trentino Akia, and started going down a little bit. They lost the wicket, dipped down before their rate, and they brought it back up slightly, but it was pretty hard going for Trentino Akia, especially after Lovepreet Singh and Adil Ahmed departed. The 2 run getters. But they've got, even though they're behind at the moment, Jandra Brescia, look at the batsmen they have here and also the ones to come. You still have to favour them. And, oh, that's a good shout. Not out, says the umpire.
Having a really good think. Pose angling towards the leg stump. I've got to admit that live, and we're not in a perfect angle here. I have my suspicions. I mean, mate, it's on the way up, but I mean, not many balls going over the top. Didn't see it missing leg stump. I think I was a bit lucky to still be there. Just an element of doubt creeping into the umpire's mind there, but yeah, hard to see it getting over the stumps. This one. There's the umpire thinking again. This time he's gone. Well, the weight of the appeals eventually swaying the umpire. Let's have a look at this one on the replay. Awiz Azkar with the ball. This one's coming in a bit. Oh, see, that to me is one that certainly may have just been clipping leg, but it's a bit of a... It's a classic 2 big LBW appeals in a row, isn't it?
It might have straightened a bit. Let's have a look. It was angled down leg, and I think it might have straightened a fraction.
Oh, I mean, it's not impossible that it would have hit the stumps, but I think that all things considered, the batter can't be that aggrieved after looking at those 2 balls and having to unstrap his pads. Anyway, I mean, didn't really get going in that innings anyway. Let's see what Safi can do. Missed 100%. Comes out at 24 for 3.
The way I look at it, he just had one extra ball to be out there and to have fun. Because the first one...
I don't know how much fun it was getting another ball cannoning into your pads.
First one was pretty close.
Yeah.
So
For me, it's the right outcome that Fiaz is sitting down. Anyway, Safi comes out. I think maybe it's not a bad wicket to lose either for Jandra Brescia, 10 off 12. And not really getting much going.
Safi turns out around the corner, just a square leg, just be a single. And we'll talk about Safi in a moment. But Ellis Ashgar was one game where he took a bit of stick. But apart from that, he's been excellent for Trentino Akia. He's been economical with the run rate. He's taken the odd wicket. And again, in these middle overs, that's what you need, just to get the run rate down. And he's done a really good job. He's bowling to 2 very good batsmen. This is straight, and it's going to be 4 runs. Over pitched, just as you big him up. Just a little bit over pitched. Lovepreet making good ground to try to stop that. As you can see, just low full toss, just missed. And hit straight down the ground, which is usually a pretty safe area in this form of cricket.
Yeah, just a slight over pitch from Always, kind of going for that block hole delivery. Yadav gets into his work now.
Dangerous batsmen, both of these. 2. Into the covers, no run. Yeah, Safi's an interesting character as well with the bat, because what was it? He'd scored something like 29 runs in 36 games. Was that about right, or was it the other way around?
Yeah,
36 and 29?
Something like that. He scored 33 runs, I think, in 2 years, basically. And then he scored 57 first game of this series. This little drop kick shot. Might have found trouble, though, and he's gone. Well, there you go. Adil Ahmed takes the catch. Yadav makes some good contact. Too good, in fact, as he times it. But he times it straight to deep mid wicket. And so Jandra Brescia hitting the skids a little bit. That's 4 wickets down now. And 29 for 4. Not really the first half they were looking for, chasing 76.
It was a nice catch out there by the headband bandit Adil Ahmed. As we see the squads here for the ECIs coming up, the international T10 games here in Italy, with Italy, France and Romania.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Let me throw a few random ones out there. I mean, Usman Khan played really well for Dreux. Bearing in mind, to play for France, you need to be qualify on citizenship, not just residency. So he's one that's in there. Sort of really good slower ball. Romania, obviously, we talked a bit about their squad. We haven't really talked about Mamit Kohli, who I think is a very good player. Seen him fairly recently as well. This is whipped away, and it's going to go under the field. It's going to be 4. Well, that's one I think Mirza probably should have done better, but he couldn't get down to terra firma. As the left-handed Safi gets his first boundary.
Yeah, he hit that pretty well, did Safi, and Mirza, as always, second best to try to stop that. Would have had to get his body behind it. And Adil, very interesting bowler, really good bowler here for Trentino Akia. Chowdhury Adil bowls right arm around the wicket. And got Safi, that's it. End of the Mr. 100% Ahmadullah Safi. And that's a big wicket in the context of this game. Most of the top order gone now for Jandra Brescia.
If he had his time over, he'd hit this straighter. That's the shot he's practicing right now. It gets a bit too leg side conscious. Comes from outside the off stump, ends up sending the off stump out of the ground. And so that's 5 wickets out now. And there's still batting to come, don't get me wrong. But yeah, certainly an uncomfortable point in the chase for Jandra Brescia right now, 33 for 5.
Absolutely, and he's such an awkward customer as Chowdhury Adil. He's always on the aiming at those wickets. He's really like it's a you miss, I hit type bowler, but he comes from around the wicket, plays peekaboo with the batsman by running behind the umpire.
Yeah,
and then he comes out and he's pretty much always on line.
Look at the head here for Safi. In the end, he's not really watching that ball. in the end. That was that extra power. Misses out. Here's Naeem Ahmed coming out at number 7.
Comes Chowdhury again. Again, he's right on line.
He's still got Kuldeep to come as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so you got Kuldeep. There's a bit of an insurance policy here.
Well, that's what makes them dangerous. Chandra Brescia is they've got a very good all-round side. They bat very, very deep, probably a bit deeper than most of the sides in this this tournament. So it's still a pretty even game. But those 5 wickets, I think I like the position they're in. Trentino Ikea, only 34 runs on the board as well, and into the 6th over, halfway through it. Here comes Chowdhury again. Again, really good ball, nice and tight. Couldn't do much with it. The batsman just hit it down the ground for a single. And he's the perfect player. Him and Ashgar have been fantastic in the middle overs here for Trentino Ikea again. As he comes in, runs from behind the umpire. This one's just outside off. Hit the point, misfield. Won't cost them though. Just a single.
Man, can they fall behind a bit in this chase? Now needing around about the 9.5 and over mark.
Well, they need boundaries, but to see off a very good bowler. Look for the loose ball, but there aren't too many from a deal. And another good ball, stopped with his foot by the keeper. They'll go through for 1 chance. Oof. Run at the stumps. He hurdled the ball and living dangerously there. The batsman running at the keepers end. Let's have another look at this.
He kind of dives to avoid the ball, but had he already made good his ground, otherwise it could have been in even more trouble here. Let's have a look. Did he take it from outside the crease?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be out anyway, I suppose. He just said, well, I'm going to be out and get hit. But anyway, it takes us to the end of the 6th over, 37 for 5. Barely run a ball pace so far.
Yeah, it's unusual. Janjua Brescia, they're normally pretty aggressive and pretty fluid as a side. You see the scorecard. Fiaz Ahmed with 10 from 12. Apart from that, no other batsman reaching double figures. Yadav 9 from 7. 7 wides, probably the second highest score, which is saying something, seeing they've lost 5 wickets and we're into the 7th over here. Comes in again and just gets a toe into the bat. The skipper picks it up, just a single again. And Ashkar's been great in this spell, taking 2 for 7, including a couple of big wickets out of Yadav was one of them. Been impressed with Ashkar in this tournament. Comes in again. And this one hit straight. Kind of reminds me of Barty Banger for Albano. That similar frame with the glasses.
Yeah.
Barty Banger not wearing his gold rimmed glasses this time though.
That's true.
Must have got his contacts in. Always comes in again. And it's a full toss, low full toss just over the top. Just should be a single. Fielder out there just picks it up and throws it back to Always. And they won't mind that at all, Trentino Ikea. Just singles, can't get them there. The run rate is slowly climbing. They need over 10 and over now as the batsman adjusts himself. And a slight break. So Asim Abdul, the skipper, I don't think he'll like the performance here from Janjua Brescia. We'll see them again, I think, a little bit later on. But, 40 for 5 at the moment, halfway through the 6th. Ashkar, he's taken 2 for 8. 3 balls left of his spell. Comes in again. And hit straight. Big cut off. It's Ashika Waisu picks up and throws it back to the bowler. And it's been a really good spell here from Ashkar. I hope to keep it together. They need boundaries to Janjua Brescia. And they just don't look likely to hit one at the moment. Comes Ashkar. And that's gone through to the keeper. Again, really good bowling, really tight. He's always at or near the stumps. Lots of good Yorkers coming in from the bowler as well. And that's really tightening the screws here. 41 for 5. 1 ball left in the 7th. So Hayes comes in. And That's a good ball outside off stump. Excellent spell. 2 for 9 for the bowler, Luis Ashgar. And it's making it difficult for Janjua Brescia.
Tough one here. I mean, that for me grabs a bit of the line, but umpire says, no, it's fine. And yeah, when you're falling behind the chase, they're the kind of calls you need to go your way. 41 for 5 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. Milan United, Trentino Aquila. And as it stands, both these two with the same record, 2 and 4. And so this match is coming up. We should be back on target, I imagine, which is a 1:30 local start, which is 5 o'clock in India. And it starts in 30 minutes. So yeah, Milan United survived a few hairy moments to get the points in the first game of the day. They'll be back on again. Trentino Aquila playing back-to-back. Chadradil comes back, slips this one through. Now I think, especially with Kuldeep up your sleeve, you got to get moving now. You need over 10 and over. In fact, it's over 11 and over. And after that, it's gone over 12 and over. So, yeah, trouble for Janjua Brescia.
Absolutely. It's been just fantastic spells of bowling from these two in the middle overs. This one's just hit out to long off just for a single. But Luis Ashgar and Chowdhury Adil, they both picked up wickets. Ashgar picked up 2 and Adil's got the wicket of Safi. But they've just dried up the runs, and you can feel the frustration from the Janjua batsmen. They just can't get away the good bowling. It's nicely pitched up. This one's a nice shot, though. Go straight to the man at point. It's finally one that's out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, and it's frustrating when you hit one that well and you only get one for it.
Yeah, exactly. But really good bowling, and that's I think what we didn't see yesterday with Trentino Aquila. They seem composed today. I think that's probably the best word for it. They're not doing anything out of the box. They're just playing good cricket. And this one again is hit straight, just be a single. And that's what they do well. They're not taking too many risks with either the bat or the ball. They're bowling in the right areas. And they've still got some good bowling to come up at the end of the innings too. It's a good start from the skipper, Ali Sakabashad, and it's just dried up runs. It's been difficult to score. This one's in the air. Could be Outlaw Prince getting there and takes it, and a little forward roll and a little smile for the cameras.
I feel that's a complete rhythmic gymnastics routine, and the catch was the easy bit of that. Then came the proper roll, gets up dancing, doesn't he? But it's down towards the bottom of the bat, elevated, and Lovepreet does the rest. And the Chakadef Fatte style celebration. So just when they are trying to get going, they lose another wicket. And that is 6 down now, 44 for 6.
Yeah, you mentioned that they bat pretty deep to Janjua Brescia. They have to dig deep, I think. And it will be Kuldeep Lal. He's a good batsman as Kuldeep Lal, but is he going to rescue the situation for Janjua Brescia? Because they're in a lot of trouble. Only a couple of overs left after this. 1 ball left of the 8th. I know it all happens in the 9th inning, but there's nothing much happening for Janjua Brescia. So again, just really good bowling right in those right areas from Chowdhury, and great celebration. Again, that'll make the highlights. What's with the slapping of the thigh, Vinny?
So it's a Punjabi style celebration. I think it's something to do with kabaddi. It denotes a successful raid. So yeah, goal achieved there for the field. That last ball of the 8th coming up.
Comes Chowdhury again and just poked out towards. Have to hurry, bit of a fumble and
well, this game's kind of had it all, except a lot of runs for Janjua Brescia. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Chance for a run out. Nope, pick it up. Quick throw.
He lost it, looked back, it was forward. So yeah, case of a famous highlight a couple of years ago that you're involved in anyway.
Oh, yeah.
8 overs down, 45 for 6. That red line's not challenging, but Janjua Brescia making it look a bit of a stretch at the moment.
It is a stretch, and well, Gurpreet Singh's coming back on. He's always a missed bag from Gurpreet. He normally bowls 12 ball overs because of the amount of wides he bowls, but the ball won't be swinging as much, and he's having a chat. A big hug there from Ashik Awais. I know that they've got a very good chance of winning this game, and Gurpreet is a really good bowler. All happens in the 9th, but he just he does tend to spray them a bit, does Gurpreet.
All right, need a big over now, don't they? Can Gurpreet be on target?
Right on target.
I think in a way, when he hasn't had a new ball, he's kind of bowled better because he doesn't have to worry about the movement.
Yeah, exactly right. And he does get a lot of outswing early on, but just can't quite control it. And when he bowls that off-stop line, he's pretty quick and gets the ball to move away, and it cuts off the seam as well as goes in the air. That's the line he should be taking, but he just hardly ever finds that line. Good start for his over though. So he comes in again, and this one's a wide down leg side. So he continues his trend of good ball and wide. There's Gurpreet. All on his way to his 12 ball over, and it affects the time as well. As you can see, there's 6 minutes left in this innings, so it shouldn't be a problem for Trentino Akia. But we've only seen one lot of penalties.
A couple of sixes could change everything as well, don't forget.
True. And that's one of them. It's a good shot. I was about to say, I don't see a six coming, but that one was nicely taken off his hip by the batsman, Naeem Ahmed.
Ali needs to get his gumboots here, considering where he lands. It's a little bit short. I said that. Certainly got two genuine bats still there. That's the short boundary as well. So Maximo time. Is it more into the zone of possibility, doesn't it?
Well, they need a huge over here, Janjo Brescia. This will be the most measured of run chases if they get there. This one's hit straight again. Player under it, it's Awas, and he takes it. Gurpreet gets a wicket. Ashik Awas with the catch. And it's another batsman down, and it's Naeem Ahmed. 7 down now, Janjo Brescia for 53. Puts it in the right area there, Gurpreet, and the fielder does the rest. Neat catch, pretty easy one.
Yeah, couldn't really miss him, could he? Ashik Awas does the rest. Well, Simu, thank you for your information. Just give me a bit more information about the Thigh-style celebrations, a tribute to Punjabi legend singer Sidhu Moosewala. So yeah, I've heard that as well. Anyway, it's going to be Fahad Ali coming out, number 9. It's just been a pretty miserable day for batters so far.
Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? Yesterday it was, the average score was around about 100, pretty much, yesterday. And it was a lot of big hitting, but a lot of really good shots. And today it's just been heavy going for the batsmen. And you can't play them a field anymore. I think it's just good bowling. Let's go Gurpreet again. And hit to the fielder there who can't stop it. No, it's Sadakat Ali out there, I think. Nice to pat it back in. Let's have another look.
Yeah, what a shot. I mean, Fahad Ali comes out and he, just out of the grasp of the fielder. No chance, really. So, I said 2 sixes changes things. And although they're 7 down, they're still within striking distance. Fahad Ali goes Maximo first ball, makes it 17 off 8.
It's been a strange over, hasn't it? And those 2 sixes, bring them back within, it's still 12 runs and over. We still need another 2 sixes in the next one. 17 off 8. And good ball there from Gurpreet. It's 1 ball left. It's been there were 2 sixes. The rest has been really good. There's a wicket and then not much else from this over. From Gurpreet, 59 for 7 now, 1 ball left in the 9th. Chasing 76, still unlikely for Janjo Brescia. As Gurpreet comes in again. And
steps away. Probably worth the go. You just hit a 6. For all that, it'll be nothing. I just would have felt that. Okay, Kuldeep's the more established bat, but Fahad Ali is the established 6-hitter. Although he steps away and makes it hard to access that one. End of the 9th, Janjo Brescia on 59 for 7. They'll need 17 off the last over to win. 16 for a golden ball.
Yeah, it looks unlikely, but there are a couple of 6s off that over. And that will be an important last over from Sadakat Ali. He only had 7 off his first over. He's a pretty neat bowler. Pretty correct, bowls a good line and length, but sometimes your strength is your weakness.
Yeah, for sure. Sadakat Ali is a kind of specialist closing out as well last over, isn't he? So it's going to be a tough gig. Kuldeep faces up with 17 required off the last.
Gets this off the end of the bat. There's a fielder out there. He'll pick it up and just be a single.
I think this probably would have been a wide if he'd left it. Again, you're not thinking that way. Sneaks across a bit.
Yeah, would have been.
Would have been, but Kuldeep too good at reaching stuff. So it's going to be one, and more importantly, a ball ticks past Fahad Ali. He'll be going for broke here. 16 required off 5.
Sadakat comes in again. Good ball. That's hit to Lovepreet straight. Just a single. They look for 2, but they won't get it.
Lovepreet's got his trademark running in, zero risk kind of tactics. I think that if I saw him sprinting this hard, I'd actually seriously consider running again, saying he's going to have to stop running and get ready to throw. And you might panic.
Only on ECN cricket do you see fielding like that. Brilliant. Sadakat Ali comes in again. 4 balls left. 61 for 7.
Need a boundary.
Oh, they might get one here over the top. And
got to come back for every run possible now. Get a couple.
Again, it's, I think they're soft ground because of the overnight rain. Just dug in a little bit. So look, gets a good piece of it, even though it went exactly the opposite direction.
It's not many grounds, that's not 4 as well,
Yeah,
you know, but it just pulls up. So what does that make it now? 13 off 3. 2, 4, 6 or 6, yeah.
2 sixes for a golden ball, Vinny.
It's going to be a 1 short there.
Oh, no.
That makes it even worse.
Oh.
That'll be, 1 short. Not sure which batter was the guilty party. So that'll make it 14 off 3.
Oh, bowled him. Straight through him, tried to play across the line, and Sadakat is right up there with a very good delivery. And that looks like it's the end of the run chase for Janju Abresha. Not much chance now.
Well, the thing is, with that, unlikely as it might be, if someone could have come out and hit 2 sixes last 2 balls, they could have tied the game. But with the 1 short, they need 13 to tie.
It just hasn't happened for Janju Abresha in this innings at all.
It's been rough viewing for the Janju Abresha supporters. I know they're sitting in a good position, and Trentino Aquila, the team that kind of need to win to keep any chance of a semi-final spot alive.
I mean, without any disrespect, they were pretty terrible yesterday. They were never in any of those games, or either of those games they played, and you could see them leaving the ground, and they must have a chat overnight. And 75 is not a fantastic target. They only lost 3 wickets, but Janju Abresha, it's like they were playing underwater. Nothing really going very far. A couple of sixes, but not really much.
Same token, I said 6 wins and a good run rate gets you into probably gets you into the 4. Janju Abresha have, Janju Abresha have 5 wins.
Yeah.
They still don't have that 6 win, and probably 7 you're comfortably in. So
well, they're playing again today, and they'll have to have a better performance.
Then, I mean, right now they're sitting in 2nd, but things could easily go wrong for them. Fahad Ali needs to do the impossible.
This is in the air, could be caught. Bowler comes in, and they all come in. And there's a bit of a collision between the Sadakat Ali and the keeper, and he's taken 2 in 2. No real celebration from the fielders, and he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, so yeah, Zahid on his day can whack it around. This is way down towards the bottom of the bat, and take a number. The lucky number is 2,712. Sadakat Ali finishes his own work, and for Zahid, unfortunately, he gets a golden derrick late in the piece.
Tell you what, Vinny, Cameron Hussain, the keeper, I'm glad he didn't commit to that, because he would have run into a brick wall in Sadakat Ali, and I think he would have been seeing those numbers and stars as well. He was not going to be moved with Sadakat, and he's on a hat-trick.
Well, I mean, you've got number 11, and you've got the last ball of the game.
The fields come in, as we see.
All you need is the other team needing 6 to win. You've got the perfect conditions. Anyway, will this be hat-trick number 12 of the season? Sadakat Ali.
And he's just fended it off.
Smart padding, be the party pooper. And, in the end, what a defence from Trentino Aquila. The Jekyll and Hyde side.
Absolutely.
Have come up with the goods. They knock Janju Abresha off their perch a little bit. The final score, Trentino Aquila 75, Janju Abresha 62. Trentino Aquila 13-run wins. 13-run winners, I should say, here in match number 42.
And Trentino here, it was a pretty comfortable win in the end, in a sense, as we see the match coming up. They'll see Trentino Akia again against Milan United, who won earlier. This should be a really good game.
Like I said, the 5th loss kind of sinks your semi-final hopes, I think. Trentino Aquila will go to 3 and 4 after that. Milan United 2 and 4. So I think whichever team doesn't win that can free up their plans on Friday, because I can't see there be any chance to make the semi-finals. Late change there as well, just coming in. And I'll keep you up to date with that. A slight issue with illness forcing a late change. Anyway, let's go to the highlights. And, well, it was an interesting one because he can hardly walk. Ali Skiyabashab, he still came up with the early wicket. Bachadar Singh going early.
Yeah, it was a fantastic spell from the skipper. Took 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. And there was just some tight bowling. And there's Lovepreet saving that 4 runs. But really tight bowling from the attack from Trentino Akia. As you see, the skipper taking another wicket. Big one that. Across the line there. Hamza Saad destroying the stumps. But, it was just quite a few good spells of bowling from Ali Sakabashad and OS Ashgar. Also, Chowdhury Adil. Go with Iowis and getting that wicket. But it was really good. It's not a big total, is 75, and they defended it well. And, 62 for 9. Wickets kept on going down for Janjua Brescia. As you see, Chowdhury getting Safi there. Who, played the wrong line with the wrong shot. But, just kept on losing wickets at the wrong time. They do have a big batting lineup, as you see the celebration there from Lovepreet. Janjua Brescia looked like the team down there at the bottom of the table. That bit of trick fielding there. There's a little late flurry again with a couple of sixes. Lovepreet pulls up with a wicket here. Good all-round performance from Trentino Akia without ever being spectacular. Janjua Brescia, though, have to improve later in the day when they come back for another game.
Yeah, I mean, they need to improve, don't they? I mean, you can't really get too far ahead of yourself. Thinking, you're second place at the moment. There's teams coming for you. Like I said, they've only won 5 games out of 8 now. And if they were to lose their last couple, I don't think that'll be enough to get through to the semi-finals. So, yeah, it's a really good defence. Also, kind of went wrong, didn't it? I think they hit open with Yadav. In the end, he'd only make 9 anyway. Ducks for Bachatar and Hamza, who made a 7-ball duck that kind of foreshadowed what was to come. Naeem Ahmed top scoring with 12, Fayaz Ahmed with 10, but I mean, no one really getting any fluency at all in the innings. Kuldeep bats very low, ends up with 4 or 5. It was already a bit out of control by the time he joined the innings. 2 fizz all round. Ali Skiyabashad with 2, same with Sadiqat Ali, Asghar and Chowdhury Adil. 1 for 20 Gurpreet. Bit hit and miss, but I mean, he went for 10 and over. Everyone else was under a run of ball. So fantastic work from Trentino Aquila. They'll hope to double down against Milan United, 2 teams that are desperate for the points. Otherwise, I think can put a fork in their semi-final chances. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into the 3rd match of the day. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Danny Hudjak will be back with me very shortly for the next instalment of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Italy, Milan. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milano in Italy. Beautiful day here now. Sun's starting to poke its way around the clouds as well, and it's time for the third match of 5 today. So it's going to be Milan United, fresh of their win in the first match of the day. They're taking on Trentino Aquila. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is over there. He's got the coin in his hand. He's got the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Okay, head. It is heads. We back first.
So Ali Sakir Bashad has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. Look, I don't mind that. It's a confident move to try and put some runs on the board. I suppose they struggled to do that. They haven't been the only ones in these conditions this morning, as well as they were able to manage a score in the 70s. I think they'll probably need a few more against that. Milan United kind of gaining in confidence. They find themselves with 2 wins to their name, but with still 4 matches to play. So look, again, 2 teams that haven't really had a lot going their way in this tournament get the opportunity to face off and fight for the points in the third match of the day. Match 43 is on the way. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball with the news from the toss that Trentino Aquila have won the toss. They're going to bat. Over to you, Danny. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to this FanCode European Cricket Series game between Milan United and Trentino Aquila. And both teams successful this morning. Well, in the first 2 games, this should be a cracker. Milan with a good win first up against Bergamo CC. And then, as you saw in the last game, Trentino Aquila defending quite a low total, as we see, 2 teams. It's going to be Trentino opening the batting with Lovepreet and Adil Ahmed as per usual. And they are very good batsmen, especially Lovepreet. And Milan United with their main man, who is, well, I can't see him in the lineup. There's a change with the bowling. Let's have a look at their scores. Milan United, the little sort of short favourites there. Well, to Trentino Aquila. And there's a change. Let's have a quick look. It's Hiran Fernando struggling with a migraine, so he's just replaced by Sasidu. So good to see that. But Trentino Aquila will be wanting a bit higher score than that they scored earlier, 75. It will be Sanjeewa. I didn't see his name up in that lineup, but he's definitely there because he's got the ball in his hand, Sanjeewa. A bit more at ease because he is the frontline bowler here for Milan United. Comes in, hits over the top, should be safe, and it will go over the boundary for 6. Well, not a bad start there. Not too much wrong with the ball. It's outside off stump, swinging, and it's Lovepreet with a typical Lovepreet Singh opening to an innings. It's a very good Sanjeewa over the covers for 6. Good start here for Trentino Aquila. He won a big one though with Lovepreet. That's probably the only criticism is that even though he scored good runs, and he hasn't scored big runs yet for Trentino Aquila. He scores them pretty quickly. Hits lots of 6s. Sanjeewa is the pick of the bowlers for Milan United, especially up with the new ball. Normally picks up a wicket or 2. And it's interesting field. I'll come back to that in a moment as he drags one from outside off, and it's a bit of a misfield. Just a single in the end. But for Lovepreet, they've got their 2 fielders outside the circle. One is straight and long on, and the other one is at deep point. Only 2 fielders on the leg side, so you know where Sanjeewa is going to bowl. And as a batsman, you have a pretty good idea where to hit the ball. So comes a bowler bowling to, oh, that. It's called a wide. Now, it came off the pitch at right angles. Have a look at this. And yeah, I'm not sure about that one. but umpire obviously thought that it was too wide for the to hit, and they have to bowl that one again. Adil Ahmed is the batsman, and just plays and misses. That's a good ball from Sanjeeva. So come back to that field. They've got a very attacking field on the offside, and they've just got a couple of players on a wideish mid-on and a short mid-wicket to protect the leg side. So you know where Sanjeeva's going to bowl. He bowls with a bit of swing, and it cuts away, as you saw earlier, with the swing. So he comes in again, and this one's hit straight, and that's 4 runs. Well, Adil Ahmed has seen where the gaps are, and he's aiming for those gaps. It was a little bit straight there. Didn't swing as much there from the bowler. Yeah, it's straight down the ground, and that's quite an easy 4 runs for Ahmed. Not any protection there. So pleasant conditions now. The sun's out again, which is fantastic to see. And this one has gone through to the keeper. He ends up away from the stumps there. As we see the top bowlers for Milan United, as you can see there, Sanjeev with 10 wickets, Roshan Silva with 7, and Jai Cody always comes in with good wickets. Jai Sekar, I think, is a very handy bowler in this Milan United lineup as well. Trentini Akia, Lovepreet Singh, clearly the top run getter for them, but Awais and also Adil Ahmed, they were contributors. Ahmed, again, not really settling and scoring big runs. Hit a couple of sixes in the last innings, or the last game, against Janjua Brescia. But again, both these batsmen have not hit big runs. Inconsistent, Lovepreet. This one's in the air. Players going back. Won't be out. Chased from the covers. They've just got a single. They'll bring Adil Ahmed back on strike. Jai Cody, the bowler. And Trentino Akia, 13 for no loss. Jai Cody, the skipper, he's led them well. Milan, good win this morning. Comes in again. This one's hit. Could be caught. Should be caught. And out. Well, good catch there. That's Fahad Mohammed who takes it. And that's the first wicket down. As I mentioned before, Adil Ahmed really not scoring many runs in this tournament. Just never going on with it. Sometimes got to start. He's gone for 4 runs. And 13 for 1 now, Trentino Akia. I'll bring Ashik Awais. Again, similar situation. The top order really hasn't fired, and none of them have scored big runs. But if they can get one of those players, especially Lovepreet Singh, hitting 40 or 50, which is expected from top order batsmen, especially with the quality of teams up here in northern Italy. Both these teams are struggling. They're towards the bottom end of the ladder. They're still, both of them have outside chances of getting into that final 4. I'll explain the format in just a moment as the bowler comes in again. A big swing, and it's safe, but very open stance. Just goes out to mid off for a single. So the format of this tournament, there are 11 teams, all from northern Italy. And each team will play every team once. We're towards the back end of this tournament, so there's only a few games left for each of these teams to play. And nice shot, cracking shot into the covers. Got fended down, no run in the end. Good fielding by a couple of the Milan fielders. So the top 4 after the rounds, the group rounds, will go into finals Friday. Just the top 4. And this is a good piece of bowling from the skipper, Jai Cody. Been a really good over so far. Nice and tight. Picked up a wicket too. And so those top 4 teams will get into the finals Friday. Then it'll be first against fourth, second against third. There's a bronze final, and then the big final on Friday afternoon. But in saying that, because this is it's a 2-week tournament of all the best teams in northern Italy. We haven't gone to Brescia or Bologna this year. It's condensed all the top sides in the area into this tournament, as this one goes over the top, and that's a lovely shot. 6 runs. Lovepreet is strong in that area. Just picks him up and hits him over that point area for 6. Plays that shot well. Reaches out for it. Good timing. And that's the end of the over. As you can see, Milan down there in 10th place. They played 1 fewer games than Trentino Acquia. And they do have an outside chance of getting into that top 4. They've both lost 4 games. It's probably the limit you'd want to see. Any team that's lost 5, 3 of them already, they will not be there on Friday. But these two still have an outside chance. They've probably underperformed a little bit. Trentino had a terrible day yesterday, and Milan have come back. Actually, both these teams have come back and had good victories in the 2 games earlier this morning. So it will be Sanjeewa to continue, and he'd love to pick up another wicket, especially that one of Lovepreet, and will be a waste to face. And a big swing. It's gone to the fielder, who drops a sharp one. Made good ground to get there. Would have been spectacular. Really good effort. Ended up saving up a couple of runs as well. And that was really good from the new man, Sasidu Divyanja. Great effort in the covers. Just limits them to 1. That's the type of effort that really picks up a team. Sanjeewa coming again, this time bowling to Lovepreet. And muscled through the onside. That'll be 4 runs. Just a little bit too straight from the bowler. And as I said before, he's got most of his fielders on the offside. Let's have another look. No swing there for Sanjeewa. And Lovepreet knows that there are 3 runs if he can get them over the fielders. Still in the power play. It's a final over the power play, actually. 25 for 1. Trentino Acquia as the bowler comes in again. And bowled him. Well, played across the line, and that's a huge wicket. And again, Lovepreet gets a start but doesn't go on with it. And Sanjeewa, this very good bowler from Milan United, changes the scape of this game. And Lovepreet, he'll be disappointed. He just played across the line. I guess that was the plan all along, to get him to play across the line. He just missed a straight one, did Lovepreet. But again, good captaincy from the skipper for Milan United, Ishan Jayakody. He had a plan and stacked the offside. Still only 2 players on the onside, which in this format is playing with fire, as most of the batsmen really try to hit through that side, even dragging it outside off. Let's have another look at that. It was a straight one, and just played across the line. Did Lovepreet. Missed a straight one. Another wicket down. And it's a very big one for Milan United. Brings a new batsman out. It'll be Muhammad Arslan. He'll face a delivery from Sanjeewa. 3 balls left in his spell. 3 balls left in the power play. Awais at the other end. He's 2 from 2. They need a partnership here to Trentino. It's a pretty bright start, 25 for 2. But the important thing is for Milan United is if they've seen the back of the 2 openers. They're both very dangerous batsmen. Sanjeewa comes in again, bowling to Arslan. And just pokes at it from outside off stump. No run. As I mentioned, all the top teams from northern Italy. And there's some good signs that we're going to see just sort of dissipate into the bottom of the table throughout this the end of the week. But quite a few teams, probably about 8 of them, still have a good chance of getting into the final 4. And this one just prodded down to the man who's had a wide slip for no run. And even though he took a little bit of stick, Sanjeewa from Lovepreet, including a big 6 first ball, he's come back very well. He's taken 1 for 17. But that's a big wicket that he took. 1 ball left of the power play. 25 for 2 Trentino. And a big swing and a miss. Well, it might be an edge. He's gone. Well, had a big swing at a wide one, did the batsman. And that's Arslan who's gone for a duck. Let's have another look at this. And really far away from it. It's quite out wide. It wasn't going to be a wide. Just got a little bit of an under edge on it. Might have been the toe of the bat, actually. And Arslan will have to go. Well, Trentino Kia. It's similar to what they had with the power play last time. About the same number of runs and 3 wickets down. They managed to eke 75 out of it. It was heavy going and they defended it. But Milan United, they're a changed side today. They're really up for gaming. It's going to be the new bowler, Roshan Silva. And now the field restrictions are relaxed. They've dropped a man back. Cow corner boundary. They still only have 3 on the leg side. They've got a square leg that's just a little bit wide of the umpire. And they have a man at long on. Apart from that, everyone's still on the offside. Attacking here from the skipper, Jai Cody. And it will be Roshan Silva to bowl. Good bowler, Roshan Silva. We're bowling to Awais. This one's beaten him outside off stump. Good start from the bowler. Awais comes in at number 3. And again, he's not been in great form in this tournament. He's a good batsman, just needs to see a few off the middle. Mirza Baig is the other batsman, yet to face a ball. Projected score 76, which was pretty much what they got in the last game. As Roshan comes in again. And this one's outside off stump, called a wide. Good call there from the umpire. Let's have another look at it. And just maybe, well, it's going away from the batsman. I think a fair call there from the umpire. There is an indication line, but sometimes you have to judge it as an umpire rather than just looking at it on face value. And bowling to Awais. He's hit that beautifully. That's gone a mile. Well, finally got one where he wanted it. Did Ashik Awais. And that's the power of the man, as you can see it. Just outside off and hammered it. Well, that's what he can do. He needs to do a lot of that, though. As I said, he really hasn't had a score of any note in this tournament. But he smashed that over cow corner. And Roshan, he'll have to see what he can come up with this time. Comes in again. Same sort of area, bit pitched up a little bit more. Get onto the straight onto the offside, just for a single. Good response from the bowler. And bring the new batsman, Mirza Baig, on strike. 33 for 3 off 3.3. It's a bit of symmetry there. As well, Roshan checks his run. 30 for 3.3 from 3.3. The current run rate 9.43. I can't find any other threes. As Roshan comes in. And good ball outside off. Died a little bit. And the batsman asked the umpire, which he shouldn't do. That's a bit naughty. It did keep a little bit low as well. This pitch a little bit variable, but not in a terrible way. Just means that good batsmen have to use their technique. If you hit across the line, sometimes you tend to go cheaply. Roshan comes in again. And a bit of a full toss, low full toss. And good fielding by Roshan. Keeps it no runs. Did a pretty good over there from Roshan, apart from the one that Awais launched. One ball left of the fourth. Current run rate is pretty good for Trentino. We saw very similar innings last time against the last game against Janjul Brescia. 8.6 the run rate as Roshan comes in again. This is high in the air. Player coming around. Don't think he'll get it. It'll be a good catch if he does. Oh, drops it. Couldn't quite hang on to it. Really good effort there on the boundary. Reached out. And it's Stephen Jayasekara who's got a good pair of hands. Just left him and it was behind. He had it and just couldn't hold on to it. Great effort. He came back for two. That went high in the air. Good shot there from Awais. And that is the end of the over. Let's have a look at the graphic. See, a good start and then slowly going down. Very similar again to what we had, as I said, the last game for Trentino. They lost 3 wickets, 2 and 1 over as well. So Awais is living dangerously. He's 9 off 5, and Merzabag is on 2. Ranasinghe, the new bowler. And Vinny, what do you make of the start?
Yeah, typical Trentino Aquila. A few runs, few wickets. Let's say Awais, he's just a bit of a 6-inning machine, isn't it? Isn't he? And that one went a mile off the bat. Mira's up there, very capable as well. 2 teams with really similar tournaments at this point as well. Anyway, here we go with over number 5. This one bites in significantly, doesn't it? Off the pitch. What a singer. Getting a bowl.
It's been a good performance. I mean, again, it's eerily similar to the last game they played. And they'll probably end up with a similar total, to be fair, unless Awais can build an innings, which he hasn't done all tournament. But there's still a lot of good batting to come for Trentino Aquila.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just a bit low-scoring day. I feel like now that the sun's out, seems just a bit friendlier for batting. Field's gotten a little bit quicker. 84 pace at the moment. Again, that good in movement. So he takes that angle to the extreme, doesn't he, Ashant? The way he comes wide of the crease from around the wicket.
Yeah, you see all sorts of different angles coming from bowlers in this competition. And left arm around the right-hander. It just changes the angle a bit. It makes it more difficult. Often move it in towards the batsman. Not much protection on the leg side for him though. Has to be disciplined. Oh, again, it's gone down to that third man area. There is cover down there.
End of the bat there from Awais. The singer only going for a single though so far in the first half of the over. And yeah, for both these teams now, they've suffered 4 losses, and that's kind of maximum we think that you can afford to lose and still have a chance of making the semi-finals. So feels like it'll be curtains as far as whoever doesn't win this game. Trentino Aquila, in their predominantly yellow shirt.
That's a bowler again.
Yeah, really comes in a long way. It's right in on their hands of Mirzabag. So yeah, the thing is here, you can't really back away to him because he's just going to follow you. Have a look. They're not really making it a cross movement. That's the way you've got to try and handle it, and then you can kind of go with the angle to the leg side. But yeah, he's definitely an awkward customer. You're never that comfortable trying to hit across balls that are on the stumps or outside off stump either, but he's probably one guy you can afford to try and do it, especially if it's outside the off stump and you're not going to be an LBW or bold candidate.
Well, there's not much protection on the leg side either, so just turning around the corner like that.
Like that. Well, right on cue. This was a little bit shorter as well from Ranasinghe. And spanked away sideways. This is one where the angle's working to the batter's advantage. Again, that's a ball that probably hits the stumps though, but it was short enough. He got a good look at it, and he got the boundary, which Trentino Aquila, that's all he needed to get something out of the over.
Yeah, absolutely, and they need that. They need to pump that score up. 40 for 3 at the moment, halfway through the innings almost, and so if they don't lose wickets here, I think they'll end up with a pretty good target, the Trentino. But again, they've It's a little bit of a partnership starting. Merzabeg on 6 and Awais on 10.
Nice ball the over. It's pitched up. Nice square drive. This will be 4 as well. So this is a really nice shot because this one doesn't come back as remarkably as the others. Just kind of trusts his hands. It's a shot that's away from his eye line a bit as well. Yeah, and just inside the boundary to bring a 4, and that will be the end of the 5th over. It's 44 for 3. I want to say very, very well welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Any sound to hear Mr. Maxwell. I'm here with Danny Hudacek, and you know, it's funny, we talk about the conditions. Obviously the outfield means that the 4 rate is a lot less than it typically has been. We always wondered, would we ever see a day or across the board whether we'd see 10 and over scored. Just looking at these run rates by a day, you can see still haven't quite cracked it. But since I was away, kind of been hanging in the 9s. So 9.4 yesterday. But yeah, that shows you 9.2 for this series overall, 9.4. It does seem like that kind of 90s or so is the par score here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see quite a few scores hover around 100 yesterday. And but today it's been very low scoring, and there's no apparent reason why.
And the thing is, ECS 22, that was when there was no grass on the field, and that was even lower. That was 8.8.
Yeah,
I think
crazy.
partly it's this pitch not particularly predictable as far as the bounce, and sometimes there isn't a lot of bounce in it, which assists batters getting the ball in the air.
There you go.
That one is the proper cartwheel job. It's Guy Silver that comes out, and he sends the stumps flying all over the place. Again, trying to cross-bat a ball on the stumps. It's fraught with danger, and Ashika Waste pays the price. And I bet spinners all over the world would love to make a stump eject that far. But it's a wicket to start the 6th, and the score is 44 for 4.
Yeah, it's the end of Awais, who again doesn't go on with a big score. But yeah, you're right, Vinny. Look, this pitch is pretty. It's a bit of a leveler. Sometimes you see pitches around Europe that are just roads, and then they're huge scores because the batsman can just basically bash the bowlers. This is a bit of a leveler. If you're a good bowler, you'll get a bit out of it. A little bit of spin away there from the batsman, but it will cut away with swing, and then sometimes it'll keep low. But if you bend your back, it'll still kick up a little bit occasionally.
I know the batter's probably not enjoying this pitch that much, but I think it's a comparative thing. I think it offers a fair balance between bat and ball as far as the pitch is concerned. One thing I would like, obviously, is the outfield a bit quicker. I think that you get value for your shots on the ground a bit more. But yeah, you play the conditions you dealt. Guy in Silver, he's had an up and down series as well, but he's right on target first ball. Cameron Hussain comes out, pushes and gets a single first ball.
Then you say that the batsmen don't probably enjoy batting on this pitch, but you see a batsman who plays straight, and we saw someone yesterday bat beautifully, and Tanveer hit 40 off, like 43 off 15 or something. And it's if you get a batsman who's correct, they play the right lines, then there are runs here for batsmen. But so many batsmen just try to hoik across the line.
Like that.
Like
so
that.
Get some bat on it. Probably get 2 here, I imagine. Well, the reason I say I don't think batters enjoying it too much is because a lot of them have been complaining to me, saying, I don't really enjoy batting on this pitch. But I don't think that's saying as much about this pitch in isolation. It's that, I suppose, there's a lot of pitches around Europe and even around Italy where it's, very, very predictable for the batters. So they get used to that.
But ask a bowler if they like bowling here.
Exactly, yeah.
It's
little delay from Guy and Silver. Then dives over it, but it's just a single.
I would love to bowl on this pitch, especially early on with a bit of swing.
In a natural turf or grass pitch, there's going to be a bit of natural variation. That's why the technique comes into it a bit more than kind of just swinging away and being able to predict the bounce perfectly every time. A lot of Vinay is watching from Bangalore in India.
I mean, as much as I love watching the games from Khartoum, the bowler's going to get, someone's going to hit hard with a ball there, because it just absolutely flies. I mean, there must be, I think you could if someone was collecting ECN balls, that was an attempted stumping, I think. But if someone was collecting ECN balls as a bit of as trophies, I would go to Khartoum, because you'd you have to pick a few hundred out of the trees, wouldn't you?
You'd have to brave the dogs next door, though. It's 48 for 4 after 6 as Lovepreet is the top scorer with 18 so far in this innings, but Mirza making a bit of a challenge with 13 not out. Vinno's asking what's the weather like here. It's pretty good now, actually. Plenty more blue skies. It's raining in Bangalore right now. Right now, it's about 19 degrees, heading for a maximum temperature of 21. And Julian saying, yeah, a pitch that rewards batsmanship. So
I'm sure we'll see that on the weekend with the international sides.
yeah, well, let's say then. I think that's going to be super interesting. And I think that's another cool thing about the ECI is getting different players, so players from different countries playing in different conditions a bit more and seeing how they hold up. Jess Aker coming on to bowl the 7th over.
And saying that I'm really happy to see the lineup for Italy with a lot of the players who are playing in this tournament rewarded for good form. So we'll come back to that in a moment.
Jess Aker gets this one straight past the bat of Mirza first up.
Yeah, you're
Kroom saying nothing wrong with the pitch that gives something to the bowlers. Yeah, agree with that.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at this Italian side again, I mean, Zain Naqvi is an obvious choice, but Zain Ali to be in the team, also Simran, Jit Singh, who batted beautifully, both very correct batsmen, and Baljit as well.
So I think the bowlers also have learnt that you better pitch up on this pitch. I think the ball, unless you're really quick, which I don't think we've seen anyone that's so quick that can get away with a bouncer consistently. It's just sitting up, and that's also kind of opening up the short boundary square of the wicket. So let's see if those tactics kind of hold across the weekend. But yeah, that's probably one thing that not as much pace in this pitch. Whereas on like on Cardamom, for example, maybe the short ball's a bit more effective as a surprise. You can kind of rush batters a bit. But
One thing with batsmen, sometimes if you get a pitch that holds up a bit, because you're expecting the ball to come through, and that's what batsmen want. But if the pitch holds up a little bit, I don't think this pitch does. It will keep a little bit lower sometimes and cut off the seam, but I don't think this is called a wide. I don't think it really holds up. So what I'm saying is that it just plays slightly with the batsman's timing occasionally, and you'll see it. We had it in Prague when the pitch was new; it would hold up slightly, and then but now it's worn in, and it's a pretty good pitch to bat on. It does keep pretty low in Prague.
And remember that this material is quite an unusual material for a cricket pitch underneath. It's Calchestra.
Yeah,
it's this kind of quite hard rubber surface. This is hit pretty well, but the fielder comes around, completely misjudges. It's going to be 4. And that was Fahad Mohammed, who just kind of came half a step in when he probably needed to go half step back to buy himself some more time. That's a powerful strike straight down the ground. Gets around the fielder, gets 4.
Yeah, it's we've seen quite a few shots going down there, especially later this week. Batsmen have worked out that if you hit straight through the line over the umpire, you'll get a good boundaries. You've seen them go for 6 just, and you've seen lots of 4s as well.
It's hard to work hard for those because the ball's not exactly flying off the bat, and partly it's because of the surface holding a lot of water, making the ball a little bit heavier and harder to hit further compared to some 6s down the ground that sometimes we see almost tapped out of the ground. But you do need to give it a bit of welly to get the full value over those outfielders. Long run, long off.
Come back to that in a moment. To say is this has been hit a long way. That's a big 6.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That one did have plenty of welly from Bayek. It goes maximal. Jas Aker kind of puts in the slot. He gets every piece of this, steps and hits a long way.
Yeah, nice shot that. Yeah, I was just saying that as we had these conditions exactly throughout the week, and moisture came out of the surface of the outfield, and it was getting faster and faster, and then it bucketed down overnight for a couple of nights.
That's right. Goes after this, inside out, long chase for the fielder. It's going to be in vain, and it's going to be 4. So Bayek goes straight, then he goes square as this inning starts to gather a bit of moss for Trentino Aquila.
Yeah, just over the top, pretty safe in a weird way, in a risky way. No fielder out there.
It's a safe risk.
Safe risk, there you go.
It is the boundary to target if you can, though, when you do have a bit of width outside the off stump. End of the over. It's 66 for 4 after 7. Speaking of the ECIs this weekend, You mentioned the Italian team. We can see a few players. A bit of a Kent Lanka feel about that as well. Dimith Kasala's a player from Padova that we've seen before. A left-arm spinner. Jagmeet Singh, another left-arm spinner. You mentioned Zayn Ali and Zayn Nakfi in there. Zayn Ali from Chivadante having a very good series. Troy Pereira, veteran, comes back. And Baljit Singh, I imagine he would be leading the side. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Oh, he's gone here. Well, very interesting that, well, number one question was, has it hit the pad? Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I must admit, yeah, for me, I got to say I got a suspicion here that, yeah, I mean, it's even that's hard to tell because he's turning around the corner. But my suspicion was that that was straight off the bat of Cameron. But Guyan Silva was convinced, and it's a bit of an optical illusion with that one. Obviously, Silvio was convinced as well. But, yeah, unfortunately for the bat, I feel for him a bit, but he's going to have to go at 66 for 5.
Well, it did look like it trapped him right in front, but what are you saying, Vinny, that it
I
hit the middle
don't
of
think
the
it actually
bat?
hits his pad at all.
Let's have a look.
Have a look at it here.
It comes back in it, and it's. I don't think there's any doubt as far as. Oh yeah, you
know, I mean, you can't tell for sure,
No.
but a mixture of his reaction and just things you can look for is it might be that it's just come straight off the bat. But the other thing is Guyan Silva is right in front of the umpire. Maybe not right in front of the point of that, but he was convinced, and then the umpire was eventually as well. Next one's pushed through. And it had a look. It wasn't even like the batter was claiming inside edge. I don't think he was trying to be deliberately.
I don't think it was an edge. If it's hit the bat, it's hit the full face.
Yeah, so it wasn't the kind of look that was like I had an edge. It was like it was the very quizzical. Imagine you got given out LBW and it never hit in your leg. You'd be puzzled, right?
To be fair, though,
variation shoots through.
Just looking at it, we don't know if it hit the bat or the pad straight away. Obviously, the umpire thought it didn't hit any bat, but I think it was a good decision if it didn't hit the middle of the bat.
Yeah. But then the other thing is, tell you a few things, just forensically looking at the situation.
Yeah.
Keeper never really appealed. Keeper has a pretty good idea what it hit because he's only a metre or so behind. But it's one of those ones from front on. And I've seen it happen a few times where it just looks, that's what where it would have gone if it had hit the pad, where it bounced off. So you can only call it as you see it in the end, I suppose. And down that end of the pitch looks pretty out. Sakib Ashad comes out to have a bat. We know that he's a bit of a 1-foot Frankie at the moment.
He just smashed that onto his good foot.
Yeah. And then he'd be even, wouldn't he? So a bit of a break, I think, for Milan United anyway. That's ball the over. Launches it sideways, but it's straight to the fielder. And so Ali Sakib Ashad's going to go. And Guyan Silva grabs a 3rd wicket in the end. He finishes with the wicket of their Trentino skipper, and that's the end of 8 overs as well. It's 68 for 6.
That's a really good spell there from Guyan Silva, 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. And not only did he pick up the 3 wickets, but 6 runs off 2 overs in this format is pretty incredible.
Yeah, brilliant work. See that run rate sliding when they want it to be accelerating through the 8th over. Yeah, so batter looks around after that first LBW. And you feel like someone's got to save you. You know, you're looking around saying, hey, it's good. And I've even seen that happen at test level. I mean, Ricky Ponting got given out straight off the toe of the bat once where it looked like it might have hit the foot, but actually it hits nothing but bat. That was in the days before reviews and things like that. So,
well, we saw, remember the Stuart Broad one, that's still an international incident where he edged one to first slip. And
that one, look, it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as people say. People say the first slip, but it did bounce off the keeper's gloves right on the way through. But yeah, he's made some interesting comments recently as well.
Stuart Broad?
Yeah. He's saying he doesn't really count last Ashes series because of the COVID situation and the lockdown. They couldn't go out.
He's not very well liked in
so
Australia,
then a few
that
people
man.
saying, you know, that they're not recognising tests from 1877 until, you know, for example, Ireland saying, we don't recognise any tests before
political
we
correctness, Vinny. Political correctness. It's gone crazy.
I like it. Yeah, it just adds a bit of spice. I think there's Bit of stirring on the pot both ways with the Ashes series coming up.
It is coming up, isn't it?
Yeah. And the World Test Championship, Australia versus India at Lords. This was a tight one. I think it's a correct call.
Yeah, it is. And,
So, yeah, big fan of all cricket, of course.
yeah, I like Test cricket though. I don't really watch much unless Australia's playing.
That's the
see
thing, though.
point.
Test cricket seems to be the big series, yes. So, and involving, quote unquote, the big three. But I mean, yeah, sometimes outside that struggles to grab headlines, even though it is, you know, the purest test of your cricketing ability.
I mean, would I watch a match between England and India? No, because I've got no interest in it.
You've got your team that you follow. Yeah.
That's it. I've watched a lot of cricket over the years, and that was my summers were sitting and watching cricket. But I, you know, generally it's watching your team you support, and
that's true. And I suppose it's rare that I watch a whole day of Test cricket now. I tend to, sometimes on the plane, I'll watch some highlights. So the whole day maybe in 7 minutes or 20 minutes. But I mean, Ireland are in Sri Lanka at the moment. Listen to this for a game. It was the highest score ever for a team to make, but then lose following on. Ireland against Sri Lanka. I'll tell you in a second, but yeah, it's a bit crazy. Knocked him over. Now Roshan, he shoots from the hip, and Chaudhry Adil is the man that's going to have to go now. So they continue to pick up wickets here, Milan United. There's a 7th, as it's a first ball duck for Chaudhry Adil. The score is 71 for 7.
why aren't they just giving Mirzabeg, the man who's set, he's 26 off 16? Why not give him the strike? I don't understand this batting. It's just a wild swing. And just to walk back, Gurpreet will probably do the same.
Probably, with an over and a half remaining. There's Golden Derek appearing and following Chaudhry Adil back to the pavilion, 71 for 7. Yeah, so listen to this. This was last week. Caught my eye. Ireland scored 492 in the first innings, batting first. You're feeling pretty good there.
Feeling pretty good.
Pardon, it wasn't following on. Oh, no, so it was following on. That was after Sri Lanka had made 704 for 3. And then in response, Ireland made 492. So they were behind by 212. And then Ireland made 202. So they lost by an innings and 10 runs.
Wow.
And yeah, some of the scores were kind of out of control.
I mean, Sri Lanka still hold the world record for the highest test score.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, back in the day, 953 for example. Oh, there you go. Well, you don't have to give him the strike if you do that. Gurpreet loads up and smacks into the potato field. Maximo! 77 for 7 now. It's been one of those innings where we've seen some repeating digits. I think that Gurpreet will be hoping he can repeat the dose once again.
Well, Gurpreet, I think he's going to be called Mr. Hit and Miss, doesn't he? Because he'll bowl a great ball, he'll bowl a wide, he'll hit a 6, then no doubt he's going to miss a straight one and get bowled here.
Okay, pardon me, Ireland didn't follow on. I was right the first time. They made 492 batting first, but it's the highest first innings score to then lose by an innings.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That was the statistic. Tries again, misses. Yeah, so Sri Lanka, there was a 205 for Madushka. There was a 245 for Mendes. In fact, all top 4 scored hundreds. At one stage, they were 496 for 1. And then they got that wicket, so it was 496 for 2. But then there was another partnership of just around about 133, so 629 for 2.
Sounds like a pretty nice pitch for batting on him. I
Then
think
you get the third wicket, you're like, maybe they'll declare. No, they waited for Angelo Matthews to get his 100. Another 80 runs away. Anyway, Gurpreet should come for 2 here. Good throw might get him down.
that's pretty close.
Just took a little time to turn. They're going to have a look. It was quick work from the keeper, Trishan Silva, to get the ball down onto the stumps.
Gurpreet's pretty quick. Let's have a look. It looked like a really good throw.
Takes it just in front and brings the ball back onto the stumps quickly. Yeah.
And he's okay.
Yeah, well.
I think there's no problem. I think we'll bit of a look at it. Where does the line? He's taken it. He's over the line. That's That's
that shows
pretty
it's
good.
just in.
Yeah.
Good camera work, but it was a tight one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Really good running there from Gurpreet again. Very, very well judged second
Yeah, well,
run.
you had to go for 2, really.
You have to. Yeah. So there's 1 over left. 79 for 7. Trentino Kia have beaten the score from the previous game. I want to bring it up closer to the 90 mark. So I've looked at the bowling. It's pretty good bowling there. Guyan Silva, 3 for 6.
Yeah, so 79 with an over remaining. And it's going to be Jai Cody to come back. And just having a look. Got a few options of who they want to bowl here, because they have bowled 6 overs along the way, 6 bowlers along the way, I should say. So yeah, maybe you swing away in the 90s. Baig has been a silent partner in the last few minutes. He gets tied up here. He'll sneak through for a leg by. Check it out on the replay. And this one that doesn't really get up from the bowler.
It's probably missing leg. Pretty good shout though.
Just sliding, yeah.
Seen him given.
Matthew Humphries was playing for Ireland in that test, by the way, that we just talked about. It's part of history. Well, that's a proper backwards drive, but the fielder is going to run all around it. I saw this coming a mile away. You have to account for the spin. It was a little doosra for the man at fine leg. And so Gurpreet's come out, and we know he can be unpredictable with the ball. He's pretty unpredictable with the bat right now.
Well, they're pretty valuable runs though.
Yeah, exactly.
It's 12 off 4. It's a good little innings. And those 26 off 17.
He's swinging hard.
Oh yeah.
Swinging so hard at the moment.
I think he only has one way, does Gurpreet.
There it is again. And this time it's going to be a brilliant catch taken to his left. Well, it's been a bit of everything, hasn't it? As this one just kind of curving further and further away from the fielder. Check it out there. Yeah, I'm liking it. And dives away. That's Shehan Danuka that takes the catch. Rolling away to his left, but Gurpreet, I mean, pretty handy dozen from him. He's the 8th wicket to fall, though, and with 3 balls remaining, he's 84 for 8.
Yeah, good contribution from Gurpreet, and it was quick too. Only took 5 balls for that 12, and it'll bring Sadakat Ali into the middle. And Mirza Baig's been a bit of a spectator, as you said, but it's been good from him as well. So
just can't get the strike lately, can he, Mirza?
Yeah, good contribution from Gurpreet. If every batsman gets 12 off 5.
Yeah, you're in good shape. You can make 144.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they run one to the keeper. They might get 2 if they hustle. And I don't think that Baig wants it. He says, I've been down that other end long enough. Leave it to me. I'll get a bite. That's a bit of an annoying one as well, because he probably should be stopping that. Trishan Silva's a decent keeper, but I think again for the footing for the keeper is not that easy either. So it's easy for us looking on TV, but it's slightly slippery back there.
It's a pretty good spell here. Pretty good wicket from the skipper. A pretty good over from Jai Cody.
Don't want 2 here or a boundary. Baig running hard. Doesn't really attack it. And so they are going to come back.
Trouble. And I think
this is actually, well, he's wiped himself out, Sadakat Ali. I actually think it's quite clever in a way. He deliberately held his ground to try and make sure that Mirza was going to get back. But I don't even think he had to, because the throw didn't have much on it at all. You see here, he's saying, come at me, and saying, so you're safe. And I think he almost makes it, maybe not quite. He is. I think he's made
home.
it, you know.
That's brilliant. He's home. Great effort there from Sadakat. Well,
I think you've got to give him benefit of the doubt there,
absolutely.
based on that.
Absolutely, yeah, he's home for sure. We're continuing.
All right, so they do get 2. Here's the last ball. And it's the bottom edge to the keeper. And now they roll it back to the bowler. And at least he's consistent. That time he doesn't make any mistakes. So Baig's going to be run out of the last ball. Kind of clever play from Trentino Aquila at the end. Tries to run in between the wickets. Again, the bowler, this is not as easy as it looks because you're going to make a bit of a fool of yourself if you miss. But he doesn't miss. It'll be 87 for 9. 88 the victory target for Milan United. Be a tricky one. It's been that kind of a day. It's probably consistent with the run rates we've seen throughout today. It's a game of the balance. Two teams that can't afford to lose. Sun's come out and we're ready to play. Could be another close one on our hands, Danny.
I think you're right, Vinny. And again, Trentino Kia did eke that score up to 87. And they had a pretty good start. It was very much like the game they played before. They had a good start with the power play. Lovepreet hit a few big sixes. And then there's a drop catch, which was unfortunate. Good effort. And then a couple of wickets go down. And that was Lovepreet just playing around one. And he hasn't got on with big scores, unfortunately. None of these batsmen really have. Mirza Baig, they're 28. Not a bad effort off 19. And as you see that catch go down, it's a good effort there on the boundary from Danuka. But all in all, pretty good score from Trentino Kia. And Milan United will have to bat well. Very good bowling lineup from Trentino. So again, another player playing across the line. But fascinating game. Two teams who are playing for their lives really in this tournament. They want to get into that top four. They both lost 4 games. It looks highly unlikely for either of these two teams to be up there in the finals, but the winner will keep their hopes alive. Will it be Milan United or will it be Trentino Kia? And you see just a big swing and a miss there. And that was Chaudhry Adil, the bowler, who bowled really well today. So Milan United, this is one right at the end with Gurpreet going there. Nice catch out there, but a couple behind the wickets to pump up the score a little bit, and a really good piece of running from Sadakat Ali. And this is the final ball where Mirza Baig loses his wicket. So 88 to win for Milan. As we have a look at the scorecard, Lovepreet 18 off 9, and Awais with 10. Mirza Baig 28 off 19, batted quite well, and Gurpreet with a quick fire 12. The main run scorers there, 87 for 9. Pretty good bowling effort from Milan United as well. And we'll see that in just a moment. You see the sun is out here. Sanjeewa, good as usual, picking up 2 wickets. Jai Cody, great last over as well, picking up 2. But Gaia Silva, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 6. And so 87 for 9. Pretty good total there for Trentino Kia. Considering the low scoring nature of today's play, it's been a little bit unusual. And we'll see if Trentino Kia can defend this total. 88 to win for Milan United. Both these teams need this win. It's the FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan, Italy. Game 43. And we'll be back with the second innings of this game in just a few minutes' time. See you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello ECN lovers, welcome back to Milan where the sun's out. We're ready to play and right now we're exactly halfway through day 9. It's Milan United taking on Trentino Aquila in the first half of this game. It was Trentino Aquila put together 87 for 9, so they had to work hard for their runs, but still a very defendable score. We saw them defend even less in the last game. They defended 75 against Jandra Brescia. This time around, it's Milan United on the chase, and they won chasing earlier against Bergamo CC in a 9-over match. They ended up getting home with 1 ball in hand, chasing down 68 off 8.5 overs. Sanjeeva out there, he batted well earlier. Really didn't have a lot of help, to be honest, in that first innings of the day. He scored 44 off 33. The next highest score was 8. And so, pretty good battle on hand here. Alyssa Bashard is going to open up. Time to play. 88 to win for Milan United. This is an area Sanjeeva struggled a little bit earlier as well. Just outside the off stump. As Danny Hudacek rejoins me in the commentary box. And yeah, 2 teams that can't afford to lose, I think, Danny. It should be a good one.
You're right. It's been a good run already. I mean, it's a fairly good score there from Trentino, and Milan have to bat well. And as you said, Sanjeeva was the only one who got a score for them in the earlier game.
It's a really good one. Natural kind of movement across the left hand, and this does a little bit off the pitch, I think, as well. Very hard to play that. Hello to Wayne, who's watching from Australia. Wayne's a huge supporter of European cricket. There's a nice view of this Milan cricket ground. Now we've had a drizzly few days based on what I've seen on the TV, but right now it's pretty as a picture.
Yeah, I'm liking this weather. Just down leg side.
I'm not convinced there's anything on this. I think it's a good call from the umpire. So yeah, I like that Sanjeeva is trying something to counter what he's got so far. And by luck or design, that one sprays down the leg side, but he's hoping to kind of counteract that angle with that little deflection shot. First run on the board. This one's pitched up. Again, pretty well located from Alyssa Bashard, just a single.
He's a good cricketer, Sanjeeva. Really good with the ball throughout this tournament for Milan United. But we see him here. He's shining with the bat today. Good to see. And Suresh Silva is the batsman who'll take strike. And he missed out last game. Good batsman is Suresh Silva. And the one-legged skipper who's been struggling. He's just having a chat to the umpire about the ball.
Yeah, he's not happy about it. It was decent on the first couple. Occasionally we get one that does something unusual. You know, we've got so many cricket balls we're dealing with. Occasionally we'll get one that might just split at the seam earlier on than it should. Anyway, halfway through this first over, remember Milan United made a miserable start last time. This one bounces straight over the stumps. Don't know how this misses, to be honest.
Yeah, great bowling. And he's only, well, as you said, he's basically bowling on one leg, has been for the last week or so. Oh, that came in a mile.
Yeah. So he's trouble with the left hand, the right hand with that movement.
You might know this, Vinny. We go through a lot of balls here on ECN. How many do we go through in a season?
Good question. This is up in the air, and there's nobody back here. It will not go. Wow, I get 2. So, to answer your question, this is what I've been told, is that we budget 4 balls per match. Okay, some we lose a lot more. Some other places we don't lose that many. So if you want to go off that, it's either 4 balls per match or 4 balls per innings. I think it's 4 balls per match across the board. There's a lot do get found, right? There might be, we don't find them immediately, but they do get found. So if you say that we're going to have around about 1,500 games this season, then I imagine we'd probably go through about 6,000 balls.
Rough going.
So, anyway, let's have a look at the golden ball counter. 11 matches since the golden ball here. And of course, I enjoyed watching that golden ball like everyone else. It was 11 o'clock European time, almost on the dot, where I was walking into the wedding lunch and I got the alert. The golden ball alert went off. Another one for the Bats. Not necessarily another one because they've been struggling a little bit.
Were you a bit envious, Vinny?
I'm not so much envious. I'm just excited.
Yeah,
That can happen any time. Remember, Charlie Hunt broke the streak of 405 matches without a golden ball
405,
last year.
really?
That's the longest streak. No, golden balls belong to the game. So I don't begrudge somebody else being in the seat. I thought it was a really good one. And there were a couple in Malta. In fact, there were 5 golden balls in Malta in one series, which is the most we've ever had in one series. A couple of those, I think, mentioned were doozies. Couple at the end of just calamitous last couple of overs of play. We had 2 dropped outfield catches where if the fielding team had held on to them, they would have won. But because they dropped it, they lost because they could easily get 2. This is when he pulled wide at Gurpreet. Surprise, surprise. Sometimes struggling with that wide line.
Yeah, the mixed bag. Gurpreet Singh, first one went down leg side and the batsman just stuck his foot out and saved him. And this one is wide on the other side. So he's when he gets it right, he's almost playable sometimes, especially with a new ball as Gurpreet. But he does spray them more than most bowlers I've seen. And there you go, got it right and wicket. Well, there you go.
There you go. That's the danger of Gurpreet. And there's a bit of luck, I suppose, about where you put this man at 45 on the offside. As it is, it's perfect. Just had to get up off ground, fighting gravity a little bit. And Gurpreet comes up with the goods. I think it's Chaudhry Deal in that position. So Suresh doesn't have a great time of it here in match 43. He'll go for 3. And the score 6 for 1.
Yeah, really good catch there. It went high over his head, just put his hands up and it stuck. But as I said, the first one was wide down leg, and somehow the batsman contrived to stick a leg out to stop it from being wide. Second one was wide, off stump. Third one, bit of a beauty, and takes a wicket.
Just did enough, didn't it?
I think
It's mirrors the bag.
as a bowler,
Who takes the catch?
as an outswing bowler, you'd love nothing more than getting a slips catch.
Oh, yeah. That's the new slip, I suppose. It's deeper, and that's to do with the fact I think most of the time in this form of the game, the batters are swinging hard, so the edges travel further. Roshan Silva comes out to bat. Remember, outside of Sanjeeva, not many people got too many runs. And Roshan, well, he scored a golden duck earlier on today. So he's on a king pair.
Definitely want to improve that.
Yeah.
And Gurpreet at the moment is 1 for 1. Yeah, going back to that slip, he is far back. Normally, they'd be probably level with the keeper.
Yeah, second slip's probably about level. But yeah, it's a bit of a trend I've noticed. Depending on how quick the pitch is and how quick the bowling is, and we've actually seen, a fair bit of the fly slip, if you like, being right on the circle, and that way they can save runs as well if the edge is along the ground. But it also gives you more time to move sideways if you're further back, so you'll be able to just reach a few more. You don't really associate slips with running for a catch, but you can probably do that when you're back on the 30-yard circle. That's well bowled. This one shoots through a little bit from Gurpreet. It's turning into a really good over for Trentino Aquila, the master defenders today.
Yeah, indeed. And the mixed bag comes up with a good ball. He does bowl long overs as Gurpreet, and has plenty of practice, but with that new ball, he's not swinging it as much. I don't know if he's rolling his fingers over it or something, but he's controlling it a bit better.
Or it might just be a ball that doesn't swing very much.
Exactly right, yeah.
Although, having said that, at least Saqib Ashad got it to move a lot. Oh, this wasn't a good ball. I don't think it'll go to the boundary. They'll think of 2, and they'll think again. Or they probably would have gotten away with it. Roshan Silva off the mark. I'm sure he's feeling a little bit more comfortable now he has his first run of the day.
That's a pretty good result there for Gurpreet, because that should have been put away. He tried to hit it too hard. I think the batsman was a hook shot, tried to put it into the trees, and maybe should have just helped it along the way. A couple of players covering in that position, though.
Sanjeeva now will face his first ball in the last 7. So he's been down the other end. Let's see if he takes on Gurpreet. You should just straighten it down the line to him. This one kind of holds its line. It's a little back cart, running away for 4. So smart batting. Didn't rush at it. Most of the time he is trying to kind of get down on the front foot and drive, but with that length being offered, he just decides to dab down and gets the first boundary of the Milan United innings.
Nothing wrong with the ball. I thought it was a pretty good ball, but just well played by Sanjeeva, who's in really good touch today. It's a lovely little shot. It was probably over middle and leg.
Yeah.
It's a late cut.
Really good eye there from Sanjeeva.
One ball left in this over from Gurpreet.
This one cramps him for room. Need to scramble through for a leg by. Takes us to the end of 2 in Milan United. Like last time, not setting the world on fire, but they're still in the game. It's 13 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, 12. I think Sanjeeva needs to be there towards the end of his innings. It's creeping up to about 9.5 and over for Milan United. And he's the player in form, and being a left-hander as well. As they at the table, see Trentino Ikea, they're 7th place at the moment. They played 7, and they can, with a win, they'll probably move up past Chividate, and well, maybe not. They'll be around 7th or 6th still. And,
Yeah.
Milan United, their net run rate's not great either,
Could
is
come
it?
into it. That's for sure. Let's see Bashard.
Oh,
He gets
lovely.
worked away, and that's gone miles off the bat. That's going to fly. Maximo! We saw Sanjeeva try this in the first over, didn't we? He's going to make a bold move to counter that outside the off stump. And angled and line. Ski Bashard uses the pace expertly. What a cricket shot.
That's a great shot. Not too many players at this level can play a shot like that, and just shows the class of Sanjeeva. Wow.
He probably feels, logically, there's not many balls that are actually hitting the stumps. And you'd rather do that to ball outside off stump than the ball that's on your stumps where you're at risk of getting bowled. Yes, it goes full. Fumble in the infield allows a single.
That was good pressure from the batsman as well. They went straight away. He knew exactly what he was doing there, Sanjeeva. He just poked it into the covers and ran straight away. And good communication with his batting partner, Roshan Silva.
Sanjeeva has been out today, so he's got his own wraparound half century, if you like. Scored 44, not out in the first match of the day. Now he's on 12. But yeah, needs a bit more help, I think, this time with his target of 88. Let's keep Bashard. Just trying to bowl Roshan through the gate here, I think. He doesn't. He gets hit away. Another ball that kind of plugs. You have to run hard on this field. They get back for 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe shot there. Still the field restrictions in. Not quite to the power play yet. Still 3 balls left of that. Just lifting it over the infield is generally pretty safe. And it's a nice shot from Roshan, just on the onside. Maybe a skipper to come in again. Hit to the gully area, just a single. Pretty good bowling from Ali Saki Bashard.
One side of the wicket for the most part, isn't he? And look, that shot that Sanjeeva hits, you can't really let that rattle you as a bowler. Yeah, it's going to happen from time to time. Sanjeeva's a good player. I think you're happy if you can just try and keep him quiet for an extended period, maybe force a mistake.
I mean, you never like it, but when a player plays a spectacular shot, you can have to sit back sometimes.
He might get carried away, and he does a little bit. Look at that leg side. Yeah, I suppose the difference between getting hit off what you think is a very good shot with a batter versus getting punished for a mistake as a bowler. So I just don't think it was a bad. I don't think it was a bad ball. At least Kewa shot bowled at all. Just very, very skillful stuff from Kunama Sanjeeva. Last ball of the power play. Bangs it in, and end of third over. Now they're going to get a run. Well, they might get a run out. Both ends, and now we might get more. You might get it. Oh, you just get one overthrow here. Yeah, so I was going to say, well, I don't think this is out.
Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, because he's wanting to get on the front foot, and then, yeah, no, he's definitely back. And then forces an overthrow. Well, I thought it was handy because Sanjeeva keeps the strike. Now I thought they might get 2 overthrows, but only get 1.
Well, I guess it's an overthrow. It was the keeper that hit the stumps.
Yeah. So you see, he's almost daring him to throw here. So he's saying, yeah, you're going to throw? And if you do, I'm back, and then I'm looking for a run. So
clever,
I think
isn't
the keeper falls for the old 3-card trick there. But the reason that's effective, because he's batting so far out of his crease, that short ball just hurrying him up a little bit. So we'll be 25 for 3, 2 buys off the last ball of the power play.
It's not about power play when you look at it. It was similar to what Trentino Ikea were. I think they'd lost 3 wickets, though.
They were exactly 25, yeah, but you're right. They had lost 3 wickets, including 2 for none in the last 4 balls of the power play in the first innings of this game. Anyway, Sadiq Ali, the new pin code coming in over number 4.
Oh, that was a quick decision.
Come on, yeah. Up goes the finger. Seemed to slide off both pads, to be honest, but it looked fairly straight, but we're not straight on. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Does take that little step across, doesn't he? Yeah, that's out. I'll tell you why. It actually hits the front pad and goes on the back pad. So we're trying to isolate where it first hits him. So just have a look at it. Flicks that front pad, goes into the back pad. I just don't see that missing. He's certainly taken a little half step across. But for me, don't see that missing leg stump. What do you think, Danny?
Oh, I think it was angled. It definitely hit him in line. It was angled down the leg side, but it did, if you look at it, it did sort of move back in off the pitch. So I think it's a really good decision from the umpire. Very quick one again.
Yeah, well, he's quick, and sometimes he can be right when you're quick. Yeah, just the double noise threw me for a second, but it didn't sound like a schnick. It sounded like 2 kind of soft, dull noises. Again, if I do my visualization exercise where I picture the batter not being in the way and I picture that ball being bowled, I think it's whacking the stumps out of the ground.
Yeah, I definitely think that was a good decision from the umpire.
Jack Cody comes in. And he chips one straight back past the bowler. So Sadiq Ali takes wicket off the very first ball of his spell.
This is a big partnership for me here for Milan United. And it's a skipper who's in, who has to take some responsibility, and Sanjeewa, who's the one most likely to score big runs. I
feel like it's big responsibility on Sanjeewa to get something similar to what he got this morning. Scored 44 then. If he could get half of them, I think they'll be happy. Obviously, I'd love for him to get even more than that. Milan United. Now, this could be trouble. It's going to take right back to the wall, but it's out of here. Well, what a shot from Sanjeewa. I thought for a second it was down low on the bat and it was high and it would be a catching opportunity. Well, not for any fielders on the field. What a shot. Maximo, 6 runs.
Lovely shot. It was dragged it from outside off stump. And let's have a look at this. He's banging out of his crease, and a lovely shot there. Didn't move.
Does have that power, doesn't he? Likes to be that half step out of his crease. Now Sadiq loses one down the leg side. So this is how he kind of engineered that chase earlier. Did chew up a lot of top balls, but he was able to find the boundary and go over the boundary. I think we had a statistic earlier. We said if you take the 6s out of his play, I think it was 22 off just about run a ball a bit more, but we worked out he was about 5 off 17 if you took out the 6s. He was 22 off 20 at one point.
That's it with this format, though, is that there's such acceleration, and I can't remember who the batsman was earlier in the week, where he was something like 5 off 8, and he was saying that he was struggling, and then he ended up he hit a couple of 6s and a couple of boundaries, and his run rate looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
So it can change so quickly.
That is true. They've got what they need off this over from Sadiq. Well, they did lose a wicket in getting there. It's all dug out by Jack Cody, the skipper. Doubles his score. I want to say a quick hello to Sundori, who's in the chat. Hello to Wayne. Meyer saying he'll give that decision to the umpire. I think, look, unless there's something that we find it's very obvious, you've got to give the umpire the benefit of the doubt there. Seeing it once. I would just like to see, just in general, even if you're sure, just to kind of count to 3. just kind of double check in your head if there's any reason. Go through that kind of checklist. Make sure all the boxes are ticked. Make sure you make the right decision. This is up the block hole from Sadakat, and Sanjeeva squeezes out a single and retains the strike. 4 overs down in this chase, and they're pretty much right on the red line at the moment. Milan United are 36 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, really good game this, and as I said, this is the partnership that I think we'll have to open. Let's have a look.
Well, so they're right on the red line.
Yeah.
Pretty close, right? So the overall, that red line's at 8.7 and over. It's the golden ball line, if you like. Just hair's breadth ahead at the moment, going at 9s, Milan United.
It's such an even game between these two. And of course, very good teams up here in northern Italy. And these are 2 of them. Very competitive. And some quality cricketers. I'm seeing it here with Sanjeeva. But here's a good bowler coming in. It's Awais Ashkar.
Yeah.
And I've only seen him once take a bit of stick so far in the games for Trentino. He's been very solid.
Sanjeeva on strike though. Goes after this. Called it wide. Check down the replay. I didn't really pick up an edge. But again, it's a tough one. You got to pick it at the point that it passes the popping crease. And from front on us, that can cause some confusion about when it actually passes the crease. Seemed like a harsh one.
That's
one.
a wide.
You square it up. Well, that would have been out though, so that makes a chance of getting rid of Jaya Cody. They do get Sanjeeva out of the way for now.
There's absolutely no doubt about that one. It's a big wide.
Almost creates a wicket though.
Yeah, it would have been gone.
So Cameron Hussain, maybe it was an IQ 200 play to drop it, because it lured him into the run, but then he wasn't able to hit the stumps. This one's also towards leg stump. Glanced away down to Gurpreet Singh. Just a single. Do you feel like this partnership just... Yeah, it's not... It hasn't been going that long. It's been going about an over. But you just feel that they have a bit of momentum back here. Milan United.
Well, it was an important one, Vinny. You've got your best batsman, you've got your skipper out there. So, it's, as I said, Jai Cody will have to put his hand up to take a bit of responsibility, and Sanjeeva, as their main man, will also have to take responsibility. But Ashkar's a good bowler.
Drives. And this is going to be 4. Again, a short boundary there. It was well timed by Sanjeeva, who does pack a punch, doesn't he? And there's nothing too outrageous about the swing of the bat here, but it raced off the bat 4 runs. Good batting.
Vinny, that's my shot of the day. That was lovely, and it raced off the bat, just all timing. And beautiful shot there from Sanjeeva. Doesn't have to take too many risks.
I can't quite work out how that happened. They put an extra man back now.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of hitting into gaps, especially to those sideways boundaries that are a bit shorter. They need to be because of where the fences are. It used to be a football pitch here.
That would have been 4 on any ground, I think. You just timed it beautifully.
I suppose, yeah, unless the fielder's in the way. That was the thing. But, yeah, smart batting. Sanjeeva, can he keep going on with it? Push. Won't get a run. As Chowdhury Deal does the fielding. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Wayne was asking, these Milan batters look solid. Why haven't they won more games? I mean, they've certainly been competitive in a few. I think, especially early on, didn't really have the rub of the green. We didn't have enough performers. Anyway, this is a slog sweep from outside off stump. And it's going to take a couple of bounces and go across the mid-wicket boundary now. So Sanjeeva putting his foot down, giving them a head in the chase. They're up to 48 now.
Yeah, part of the issue, I think, with why teams don't get bigger runs is that some of them rely on a couple of players. And Sanjeeva opens the bowling as well. And you'll find that it's 3 or 4 players that play most of the roles within these teams. And then there are others who they're not making up the numbers. They're good cricketers, but it's difficult going when they need to push the run rate.
This one squeezes off the pad. We're looking for 2 here. It's really good running from Sanjeeva, who just put his head down and ran. And so because he he runs the first one so hard, he creates a 2 when I think most batters here would have only got one run.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess he did miss out on that little that glance, but hit the pad. No chance of hitting the stumps, and very well run there from these two. Good understanding.
Last ball, the over 50's up. And even now, trying to control the game, isn't he? He's got ahead of the rate now. Milan United looking to make it 2 successful chases out of 2. End of 5, the score, 51 for 2. Okay, I'm going to try and think of a group we haven't talked a lot about. How about Group D? It's hard to say if there's a group of death in there because every group has its own qualities. But I think the Austria-Hungary grouping is pretty interesting. I think Ireland 11 will be desperate to progress after they lost the group final last year to Spain. Also got Finland in there. They have some very good players. Again, without having a lot of success, they've got the wild thing, Amjad Sher playing for them. And you got Turkey, who they were the real surprise back into the ECL when they were able to sort out their kind of paperwork issues. Issue with Turkey, sometimes you've got players struggling to get visas because they're not part of the European Union. But, I mean, if they can bring some players the like which we saw playing for Istanbul KSK, that could be a really interesting group. That's Group D, Thursday, Friday and Saturday, the 5th, 6th and 7th of October.
Yeah, Austria and Hungary should be a good game. They'll be playing in Austria in a 10-over international series.
Yeah, so the Austrian ECS starts on Monday, of course, so just 6 days' time. That will conclude with Austria and Hungary playing each other. You're right, as well as Czech Republic in that ECI.
Indeed.
Should be a good one. Kadriadil comes on. Sanjeeva faces up, walks at him, just beats the fielder, so they get a single. Yeah, so that also adds a bit of spice. Now we know the ECC groups when we run into teams that will be playing each other. I'm sure it'll happen more or less by coincidence more than anything else from time to time. So Austria and Hungary are going to be playing each other, foreshadowing that Group D clash in October. Almost chops on. Yeah, this week we've got Italy, France and Romania, but they're all in different groups. So Italy in Group C, France in Group A and Romania in Group E, so they won't meet each other in the ECC unless, of course, 2 of those 3 make it through the championship week and win their groups.
It's possible.
Could happen. Nice looking shot, hits the sweeper. So I suppose if you're the fielding side here, you need to just hang in there. If you can stop boundaries, keep it to singles and a couple of dots, you can kind of get back on the rate. And I suppose any time that more runs are required than balls left, especially on this field, the fielding team has a fighting chance. But Sanjeeva, he's looking for a boundary here. He tries to launch and misses. A bit of premeditation to that stroke.
He's facing a very good bowler, very awkward. Is Chowdhury Adil coming from left arm around the wicket. He changes the angle. It's not an angle you often see consistently, and he seems comfortable. It does take the LBW decision mainly out of the picture, but he's a very, very good bowler, very consistent, except for that one where it was a rank full toss. Didn't get all of it, did Sanjeeva. It was a bit of a gift from the bowler. Just a quick look. I don't think there's any doubt about the no ball.
Yeah, it's worth a look though. Let's have a look. He's a long way out of his crease as well, I suppose. So walking quite far. Yeah, probably hits around about waist high, maybe just below at that point. But yeah, certainly I think was coming down into the 6th over, 54 for 2. Had a question from Nayan in the chat saying why aren't the Netherlands playing? Well, they are playing. They just don't have to qualify via the group stage because they're straight through to championship week as the defending trophy holders. So they will play in week 4. And they will be one of 7 teams in championship week. So 6 group winners plus Netherlands, the reigning kings.
One team we haven't really mentioned. What do you make of Denmark as a team?
Dangerous. Maybe we can put it up again because their group's super interesting. Here's always Ascar. Squeezed out for one. They're going to take on a two. And they won't. Probably lucky they didn't because it was a good throw. So just a single. Sanjeeva Cody has to face the music. Yeah, Denmark from memory. I'm going to say Group C. Am I right?
With Ireland?
Not Ireland, Ireland Group D. There's also people in the chat are asking us we should have a memory test to see how much we remember. The more I see it, the more I'm remembering. Another ball in the block. Oh, well bowled.
I remember Group A.
Yeah. Let's have a look then. So, Group C, it is Group C.
Yeah.
You've got Italy, Denmark and Sweden that all have a shot. All right, then you've got Estonia, and it looks like you should have Gibraltar as the other team that's still being confirmed. Now, there's the diplomatic measures being taken to list them officially as participants. So, I think, yeah, you've got no huge whale in that group like an England or a Scotland or an Ireland.
Italy are pretty good, though.
But you've got Italy, Denmark and Sweden.
Yeah.
And I think all would feel that they're in the mix. Italy and Denmark, I think, pretty closely. I put them maybe equal favourites even, because Denmark played some really good cricket last year. And Sweden maybe a little bit behind, but not too far behind.
Yep. I was at a international training course, ICC training course up in Denmark, in Copenhagen. And the local club just down the road, Brøndby, I think, have a turf pitch.
Yeah, they do.
And lovely shot, tucked around the corner, 4 runs.
Asking for it though, Askar. He needed to either go full in at the stumps and try and bowl him, or kind of needed to follow Sanjeeva, who was looking for that shot. It's made it too easy for him. Easy boundary.
Yeah, going back to that. And then I found out that I think there's about 130-year history of cricket in Denmark. It was Yorkshire rail workers that introduced the game when they came and built the railways in Denmark, and they stuck with it. It's not a major sport, but it's
definitely probably behind the Netherlands. You could argue it has the most traditional, let's say, cricket infrastructure. And you mentioned the fact there is a turf pitch up there. Magnus Christensen had a really good tournament for Denmark in the ECS last year. Svanholm played some really good cricket as well in the ECL. This is going to be for Sanjeeva, back into the 40s again. And just keeps Milan United ahead. This is quite a good shot because he does back away a bit, so has to reach for it, and he gets enough bat on it. He's been controlling the innings today, hasn't he, Sanjeeva? End of 7 overs, the score 66 for 2. This is what's coming up next. Chandra Brescia disappointing earlier today against Bergamo CC, who I suppose will be disappointed. They lost a close one. And yeah, Chandra Brescia, they're not in the semis just yet. They are 5 wins out of 8 games. Bergamo CC, I can't see a path for them, but I mean, they'll want to play the role of spoiler. They certainly have the players to do that. So match 4 of the day coming up in just under half an hour's time. Baljeet Singh of Bergamo CC winning the toss, electing to bat. Beautiful sunny day, a few fluffy clouds sticking around. But now, probably the most important over this match so far. Chandra Deal, Jamal over number 8. And Cody just finding a way to give Sanjeeva the strike back at the moment.
That's well played. And Chandra Deal only went for 3 off his first over. Very tricky customer. Bowling to main man Sanjeeva, who's 41 off 25. Got a couple of overs left after this. And he'll want to get a few here just to bump the score up into the 70s. High 70s would be great. And charges could be caught. Lovepreet's under it. And that's a big, big wicket.
Well, it really throws it back to a 50-50 contest for me now with Sanjeeva. Trying to go up and over the top. But he finds Lovepreet. And there's that chuck it at their style celebration. They do see the back of Sanjeeva, who is dismissed for the first time today, not before scoring 85 runs. But yeah, for me, it feels like a genuine coin flip now. Still have a new player there. You've got Jad Cody, who's 7 off 8, so he's done his bit, but the main player is gone. 2 Maximos, 5 forwards in that innings from Kudama Dewagi Sanjeeva. He's the 3rd wicket to fall, 67 for 3.
Yeah, he played for this. Have a look at the shot. He played for it and got it on a half volley. Just didn't quite get enough of it. And he took on a very good fielder who won the day in Lovepreet. So probably, I think, a little bit premeditated there from the batsman.
Jayasekara is a pretty good guy to come out because he seems to be able to hit from ball one. Chaudhry Adil gets that big wicket. Lovepreet, like you said, got a good pair of hands, doesn't he? So, another nail biter on our hands here, I feel, Danny, with 21 still to get. 16 balls remain. You match 43. Oh, it's called wide. I've got to say, I just want you to try and pinpoint when this ball passes the line and where it is.
Yeah, again, this is one where, for me, even though that is that line indicator, because he's coming around the wicket, that angle is always bringing it away from the batsman, and it's really hard to reach. So,
slow ball, cramps in front. Yeah, the thing is, for me, I think if you really have a look at that, I mean, the line being where the line is, it's where that blue line meets the popping crease.
Sure.
Where was the ball? And for me, I think the ball was inside the line there.
But there are not equal factors here, and I'll explain in a minute. As Chaudhry comes in again.
It's straight, but one hopper down to Ashik Awais.
So if you're just inside the line and the ball is bouncing at, say, waist height, it's easy to cut.
Definitely.
If it's low and close to the ground, then it's difficult to reach for the batsman. It's just the way you play the shot, and I'll go back to it in a minute.
Lovepreet won't get this on the full. We'll keep it to 1.
And if you're bowling from an angle coming from outside, from right arm around the wicket, you're creating an angle, and the angle is much more acute than if you were coming over the wicket. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
So it's always moving away from the batsman, and you can use it as a tactic, but I don't think.
I think it fools umpires as well. And nothing foolish about this though from Jayakody, as he swings all around it. Adil, what a spell from him! 2 for 8 of his 2 overs. The last ball brings some fruit. Searching for the boundary, but nothing but fresh air for Ishan. He's the 4th wicket to fall. 71 for 4 after 8. It leaves 17 runs required in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, they're going to find it a bit difficult now, Milan United, without 2-set batsmen between you. He'll be out there. Jayasekara has faced a couple of balls. That's, again, really good bowling from the big man there, Chaudhry.
Wow.
He's...
There we go again. See, 2 wickets each in the 8th over. But they are right on that red line right now. I don't know if anyone's got a golden ball tingle here. Let's go back to what you're saying finally. I think it fools umpires a bit because that, to me, but umpires then see where the keeper takes it and they say, well, it has to be wide. Probably isn't. And also, bowlers do use it as a tactic. They talk about full wide Yorkers.
True, but when all I'm saying is that with the angle, you don't see it very often, right arm around the wicket, and if you're within that line, it's far more difficult to be able to reach it as a batsman.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. But I mean, technically, it's not a wide. That's why I think it's good tactic if it's umpired accurately.
Okay, let me come back to it in a minute.
First, Columns in the 9th, and this is going to find some space. Not sure it'll go because it's a proper plugger. Come back for 2. Scrambling here. Jayasekara becomes even more important. So are you saying you think it should be called a wide because it's hard to hit?
I think it should be called a wide because otherwise, if teams figure it out and they bowl as a tactic, right, where you get all your right arm seam bowlers coming around the wicket and angling it, it's going to get to be a pretty boring game.
That's my argument. Oh, he's knocked him over. So it's going to be 2 and out. Jayasekara gets his leg stump removed as Gurpreet's come back, and we know we can spray him sometimes, but this one is right on target. This game takes another turn. And the score is 73 for 5. What a piece of bowling.
Yeah, the mixed bag. It's been a really good spell, and the ball actually that came in a little bit and took the leg stump. Really good bowling from Gurpreet. Might have been harsh, a little bit harsh with his bowling earlier in the tournament, but he's brought it here in this game, looking really good. So 2 for 9 at the moment.
I suppose I get what you're saying, but I suppose one thing, because we have so much cricket, is we do have kind of hard and fast rules on the wide, which is why if you start putting judgment into it, it probably gets more inconsistent.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But
that's why
it is, and it's skirting, not skirting the rules necessarily, but it is something where, I mean, the ball's always going away from you. There's a very limited number of shots that you can play off that, unless you move your feet across to it. But this
is where I like it, that we give the line to the batter. So it kind of already, the batter's getting some wide calls that probably wouldn't get otherwise, like this one. This is the kind of similar thing with the right arm over to the left-hand batter.
See, for me,
I mean, again, it's very hard from front on to say where that passes the line. But, yeah, I mean,
but it's
I'm for positive. I agree with you. I'm for positive cricket. I hate to see this kind of race to bowl as wide as possible. Another one slides across, and right now I feel like Milan United are ahead in this cricket match, 14 off 9, with 2 batters that yet to score.
I agree with you, and they have to get bat on ball. Any run they can get at the moment, Milan United, I think Trentino Kia are ahead, to be fair.
Yeah, that's
not anymore.
But, well, hold my drink for a second. I think this one's gone for 4. See if we can track this one. My instinct was it wasn't quite 6, but I'm happy to be corrected. There's the rope. You see it. It is. Oh, it is 6.
6, yeah.
It's gone all the way. Maximo. And 6 changes this game in an instant. Makes it 8 off 8. And Trishan Silva, he was run out from memory. He's run out without facing the ball earlier. That was a rare diamond.
Kroon did say something in the chat, and I'd like to come back to it in a while, but I really want to watch this game. So.
Yeah, let's concentrate on this right now. Now Runner Ball does it, so he's happy to take one. Trishan Silva, go on, have the last word on it.
Yeah, well, Kroon mentioned, that to negate it, then batsman, they're going to go for another one.
Well, here's the thing. I think this is probably a dead ball. It's been called because the play had completely stopped, and the fielder wasn't really advancing the play. So you see here, everyone had stopped. That bat had stopped. And the bowler wasn't.
Yeah,
you can make an argument both ways, but I think everyone can acted like it was dead.
It's dead ball, and it's been called by the umpire as well.
So it's just 1 run.
Yeah, so
7 off 7 now.
Yeah, let's watch Gurpreet's next ball. It's been a good over and a good spell. Did get spanked for 6 though.
Oh, a little edge, handy, but there's a third man, pretty fine. So we're going to the last, and they sneak in for time as well, and they won't get an extra run. Into 9 overs, 82 for 5. This is probably your last chance because we're going to have a hectic finish. But you've got 30 seconds.
We will. Look, he said then batsmen should take an off-stump guard, which means that, well, you've got an option now for the bowler of bowling that ball outside off or spearing it into the leg stump, and you're exposing 2 stumps basically. So I don't think that's a valid tactic.
Well, I mean, I think it is in a way. I see what you're saying. You're saying it's harder to reach that. So we see batters doing that. They do sneak across.
Sure.
You saw Sanjeeva kind of doing that a little bit to open up the leg side. It's just, I would say, my final overarching comment, it's the delicate cat and mouse act, which is batters versus bowlers in this format of the game.
And there's so many advantages for batsmen in this.
That is also true. All right, 6 off 6. Well, they can win it with 1 swing of the bat. Here's Danuka. He does hit it, and could be caught, but it's not. Keeps in front of him. They'll go for 2. You'd imagine they'd get there, and they do get there. So 4 off 5 now. Milan United, there's so many parallels with their first run chase of the day. I suppose the key difference is Sanjeeva is gone in this one. Ooh. I think that's a 1 short. It is a 1 short. We spotted it, and it's been called on the field. Have a look at the batter here touching his bat and not getting anything over the line.
Yeah, well
all right, well, that changes. Great umpiring. All right, back to the action. It means it's 5 off 5, right?
You getting the tingle, Vinny?
Oh, well, 4 off 4. Can't do it without a dot ball somewhere along the line. They've got a pretty tight cover. I'd like to see him wicket similarly. They've got no one back at deep square leg, which I find interesting. Let's keep a shot. Actually, now he is going back.
they're running really well in the wickets, apart from that short run, these two. Oh, she's hit straight.
Goes straight, yeah. Well, they're going to go for two. Keepers on. They're going to go the long way. Oh, I think he just gets home.
I think you're right.
Because if you're behind the eye line, they get super grumpy with you. It's hard to be close to them.
So, as we having a look at that replay.
Yeah, I think he just slides in because the extra time it takes when the ball bounces.
Yeah, he's well in. Good
Yeah.
dive,
It's
too.
a bit of a bat bounce, but you can see, definitely gets a bit of the ground.
As soon as he touches down, as long as
that point there shows
it.
he's in.
Yeah, really good. Well done from Spring Productions there.
So that makes it 2 off 3. So again, even a single will tie. I think Sadakat Ali's a bit of a specialist, and they did pull one out of the fire before, didn't they? Trentino Aquila against Cricket Stars. That was a game that did go to the golden ball.
That's a big 2 taken there, though, as well. And they do run really quick between the wickets to these two. And but again, just one
short
dot
run,
ball.
though.
Yeah, the short run, but a dot ball will bring it back to golden ball.
If it wasn't for that short run, then the scores would be tied right now. Instead, I've got it as 87-86. 2 scored, barring a 1 short on that, which I don't think there was. All right, so single tie at 2, win it now. Milan United trying to sneak home again. Up, and this should be it. They're going to go for 2, and they're going to get the second. So Silva is the key this time. Trishan Silva is going to hit the winning runs. Another game, another last over finish. And Milan United, that's 2 of those last over chases they've pulled off now. And the final score is 88 off 9.4 for Milan United, 87 for Trentino Aquila. What a game once again. And Milan United putting together a bit of a run. You feel it does sink Trentino Aquila's faint finals hopes, but Milan United, their miracle run, potential miracle run, continues. 2 out of 2 today.
Totally agreed. Really well done by Milan United. 2 from 2 today. Trentino Aquila had a horror day yesterday. They come back swinging today. Good effort from them, but not good enough to defeat Milan United. As you see what will come up next. Janjua Brescia, who went down earlier today against Bergamo CC, who also lost. So different reasons for still playing these two. Janjua Brescia up the top of the table. Bergamo probably struggling as we see the highlights of this game. Nice catch there taken at that deep slip area. And Milan United, while that man Sanjeewa was there, you could see with that beautiful ramp shot for 6. They were always a great chance. Lovely technique there. And they were getting there, and Sanjeewa lost his wicket. Saw a couple go down. It was a good batting effort there from Milan United. Lost 5 wickets along the way, but that man Sanjeewa hitting the ball nicely. Just guided along the way off Aris Ashkar. And then hold out to Lovepreet, who took a really nice catch. And a good celebration again from Lovepreet. And didn't that man bowl well all through this tournament, Chowdhury Adil, and kept them in there, Trentino Aquila. And it was also Gurpreet, a really nice spell today from Gurpreet. But the left-hander came in and hit him for 6, and that is what changed the innings late there towards the Milan United side. You saw the final runs, nice 2 hit into the covers. So Milan United, they're having a good day, aren't they? Let's have a look at the batting card. Sanjeewa up top again, the top scorer, 41 off 26. Contributions from everyone. Trishan Silva right at the end with that big 6, ending up on 11 off 5. 9 wides again contributed to the total for Milan United. And with the bowling, see some pretty good bowling figures here. Alisa Kabashad, the skipper, bowling on 1 leg, very economical. 2 wickets for Gurpreet, bowled well. Sadakat Ali with 1, but also Chaudhry Adil, fantastic 2 overs for 8 runs, kept them within a hair's breadth of winning this game, Trentino Akia. But in the end, Milan United got the score they needed, and very good game here in match 3 from Milan in the European Cricket Series. And Milan United, they'll be very happy with their day's work. Trentino Akia, they'll go home with just 1 win today. So the next game will be Janjua Brescia against Bergamo CC, starting in about 10 minutes time. Should be an absolute beauty between these two teams. Janjua Brescia want to cement their spot up the top of the ladder. Bergamo CC playing for a bit of pride, and they're a very proud side. So from the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Milan, Italy, we'll see you in about 10 minutes for the next game of the day. See you then.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Good to see some blue sky around right now. I'm at the business end. This is where the batters do their work. Yeah, pretty short boundaries, square of the wicket, down the wicket, not so easy. We've seen that kind of throughout the course of this tournament so far. Having said that, I think things are quickening up a little bit. Let's see if we can get some higher scores as we move into match number 44. This is going to be an interesting one between Jandril Brescia and Bergamo CC. Both these teams failing to register points earlier today. Let's see who wins the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains and has the coin right now. Here's the coin toss for match number 44.
Your call. Tails is called. It is tails. We are bat first.
So Bergamo CC win the toss. Their captain Baljit Singh, he is going to bat first. Baljit likely to lead the Italian side, I'm sure, in the ECS European Cricket Internationals this weekend as well. Nothing seems to be going right for Bergamo CC this trip, and the fact that they lost the golden ball, lost a really tight one earlier today as well. It's just been rough going. 3 and 5, don't really see a realistic path to the finals for them, but still they'll want to perform. And they do have a very good side. Let's see if they can challenge Jandril Brescia, who are 5 and 3, so they have the flipped record, but they haven't booked a place yet. They were a bit disappointing before, couldn't pull off a chase in the 70s. Again, just some interesting batting order decisions, and yeah, just a few plans not really working out for Jandril Brescia. They will be chasing once again on this occasion because Bergamo CC have won the toss and they're going to bat. Let's get ready for the start of match 44. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball. Danny, let's get ready. 2 games to go. 2 teams, I'm sure, that could use the points here in the 4th match of the day.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone watching from around the world, either on YouTube or FanCode, for this FanCode European Cricket Series match from Italy in Milan. Lovely Milan Cricket Ground. Match between Jandril Brescia and Bergamo CC. As you saw with the toss, that the skipper Baljit Singh won the toss and elected to bat, and Darashiko will be up the top. Sudhita was a bit ill early today, so didn't bat. Baljit missed out, being run out for no score at the bowler's end with a direct hit. Will be doing most of the heavy lifting with the batting, but Baljit needs to find a bit of score, a bit of a form, I should say, and a decent score. He's a good batsman, out of touch at the moment. Jandril Brescia, they've got a very handy bowling lineup, and you see here, Jandril Brescia looks like they're firm favourites, but Bergamo CC are a very good side that just not had a good tournament. I think that's probably the best way to see it. But Jandril Brescia a bit fragile after a loss this morning. They're right up to the top of the table, but they'll want to shore up that top 4 spot. That's very competitive at the moment, especially if they go down here. Jandril Brescia, there are about 6 teams behind them who will likely aim at their spot in the top 4 for finals Friday. So it'll be Mr. 100% Abdullah Safi to come in left armour and be bowling to the opening batsman of this Brescia CC side. They come in for the first ball. It's Safi who gets it a little bit wrong down leg side, turned around the corner, and that's 4 runs. And that's a good start there for Bergamo CC. So it's a good start. Darashiko, the batsman, it's a very good cricketer. Is Darashiko. Used to play for Chivadate. Now firmly established player here in Bergamo. Right at the top of the order. You'll see him bowl some off spin a bit later as well, no doubt. But he missed out this morning, did Darashiko. It's not like him. And Pramod Sudhita is the batsman at the non-striker's end. Safi comes in again. And this one's on the legs again. And same result, 4 runs. He's got to keep it off that area. And does Safi to a quality batsman like Darashiko. It's a really good start here for Bergamo CC. Unless a miracle happens, they've got very little chance of getting that top 4. As I said, a pretty disappointing tournament. And Safi comes in again, bowling to Darashiko. And nice ball that one, just squeezed out for a single. And it all started to go wrong really for Bergamo CC when they lost that golden ball against Fresh Tropical. Next game they were very flat, and they lost 2 in a row on that day, and just struggled for form. And again they lost the game earlier today. As Safi comes in again, short, clamped down, and good chance for a run out. And just a bit of a peg at the bowler's end. Sudhir gets off the mark. 10 for no loss at the moment. Positive start for Bergamo. And Darashiko would like to get a score. Baljeet also will be playing for Italy this weekend in internationals against France and Romania, and he'll want to get some form. It's a very strong batting lineup for Italy. And Safi comes in again. And bailed, that's a great ball. Bowls him right up in the block hole, and it's the end of Darashiko. Really good bowling from Safi. Spot on line, Yorker length. And coming into the batsman. And that's a big wicket early up. Let's have another look at it. Bit of late swing and gets through the gate of the right-hander. Lovely bowling from Safi. Knocks out 2 stumps. And that's the end of Darashiko. Well, I said it was a pretty good start from Bergamo CC. That's gone out the window a bit with that wicket. And bring Baljeet out to the centre. Fantastic line and length bowling there from Ahmadullah Safi. Difficult to keep out. Shiko probably should have played defensively, but that's very much in hindsight. And Safi gets his first wicket. He'll be bowling to the skipper Baljeet, who was very unlucky this morning. He has a slight mix-up with the batsman. He was caught halfway down the pitch. Had to turn back, and he turned out back pretty slowly and was run out with a direct hit. He'd like some runs with Baljeet, and we'd like to see some runs from Baljeet as well. Great batsman to watch when he's going. And Safi hits him just over the top of the fielder. And they'll come back for 2. Wasn't much in that. And he gets off the mark. Took on the fielder. Of course, there's field restrictions early, as we see the top batters for Bergamo CC. Darashiko, he's their top run getter at the moment, and but he's back in the sheds already. And the man at the out there, actually the 2 players out there, Sudhir and Baljeet Singh, scoring 104 for Sudhir and 81 for Baljeet. Baljeet's normally at that top of that ladder, and Yadav, the top bowler here for Chandra Brescia, Bachata Singh, and also Zahid Ali, the top bowlers for the Chandra Brescia side. And it will be a new bowler, Bachata Singh. I just mentioned him. We're bowling to Pramod Sudhir. Comes in, pulled away. And there's no man back there. That's 4 runs. Another good shot. Safi's back there, but and he's quick along the ground, but absolutely no chance. Hit it just behind square. Just a bit short from the bowler. And as I mentioned, it's only 2 fielders outside the circle. And it's prodded into point. Just a quick single that went early. Good understanding between these 2. There is a man which is it's just 100% out there at that deep square leg boundary. Also, there's a long on who was a little bit wider before. He's come straighter for Baljeet. They know how he bats Baljeet. They know if he gets going, it's going to be difficult to bowl to him. Gets that into the covers just for a single. Shy at the stumps. And well backed up. So Dave says, seems quiet today. Well, it's a nice balmy afternoon. And hello to you. It's just the start of the game. Bachata comes in again, plays it off his legs, and again have to hurry. Really well taken single. And these two, they've batted many times together, Pramod Sudhita and Baljit Singh, and it's a good understanding. It gets him that single because it went straight to the fielder there at that short fine leg area. Bachata comes in again. Baljit drags it around the corner just for a single. Safi picks it up and throws it in. It's quite a bit in a nice way, Dave. We've had quite a bit of excitement, especially in the last game. It was a good finish to it. A narrow win to Milan CC keeps their hopes of getting into the Final Four still alive. This is cut away nicely through the field, and that'll go for 4. Lovely shot there from Sudhita. Good cricket shot, no risk. Just waited on a bit, and there are a couple of men there. There's a point, a gully, and a wideish slip as we see the table. Gentle Brescia, they're third on the table, but they did go down this morning. They'd like to get another win today. Bergamo CC, with those 5 losses, can't really see them getting into that Final Four, as I said, but you just never know. Mathematically, it's probably a possibility, if that makes any sense. But I'm not very good at maths. So, at the end of the second, a good start apart from that big wicket of Darashiko. Good start for Bergamo CC. They are 24 for 1. And Yadav will be the new bowler for Janjua. He has got a bit of a knee injury. Tried to take a catch, probably on the first game that Janjua played. Tried to take a catch in the outfield and landed on his D. It's still a bit stiff. He's an important player for this side, though, as he comes into bowl to Baljit. This is wide down leg side. They'll take another one as well. Keeper shies at the stumps. Good work from him, but take the next one off the wide. I think he might have taken it in the face as well, the keeper. I've seen that a couple of times. A couple of run-out assists off the face. Saw one with Baba Hussain, who copped one in the mouth. And I thought we saw the keeper running to see if he was okay, and he ended up picking up the ball and getting a direct hit run out. Sudhita, he's 11 off 5, looking pretty good. He hasn't gone on with a big score, has Sudhita, in this tournament. He's always looked threatening, and he's hit the ball pretty well, but then got out to a good one. Or played across the line, comes in again, just tuck that around the corner, and big shy at the stumps there. Just they're watchful, the batsmen. Take another look, tucked it around the corner. It's a leg by, and rifled at the stumps there from the short fine leg. So brings Baljit Singh back on strike. He needs a score, does Baljit. Yadav bowls to him, just pokes it down to the gully. They have to hurry. Again, really good understanding between these two. Just a single. It's been a pretty tidy over so far from Yadav. We'll no doubt see opening the batting. Actually, he didn't open this morning from Janjua. They shuffled their pack a little bit and ended up losing that game. Yadav bowls to Sudhita again. This one's hit into the covers. Chance for a run out. Direct hit might have been interesting. It's well backed up and just a single. 29 for 1. Still in the power play though. And of course, after the end of this over, I need just 4 players inside the circle. Will Janjua Brescia, the rest can drop back on the boundary, which is invariably what happens in this format. Baljit plays a few tricks, hits it over the top. Lovely shot, and that's 6 runs. Lovely shot there from Baljit. And you can see what he does when he's in form, and he's starting to get a bit of form. He is Baljit. I've said it before, that correct batsmen playing good cricket shots will benefit from this pitch. If you play across the line, you're flirting with danger because of the variable bounce here. It's a very good pitch for bowlers, but also if you've got good technique as a batsman, you can plunder a lot of runs. Yadav comes in again, and again just tucked around the corner and Baljit, and it's been a good start here from Bergamo. I've got to say that I think they're playing pretty risk-free. Darashiko got a beauty from Safi. Apart from that, it's just good cricket shots and building an innings from these two. Yadav comes in for the final ball of his first over, and this is it over the top, and another 4 runs, I think. Maybe have another look at this one. See if it bounced inside the rope, and it's called 4 by the umpire. It's a little look. It's gone a long way, and it is 4. So that's a very good power play there for Bergamo CC. They have lost 1 wicket, but they are after 3 overs, going at 12 and over. Actually more than that, 40 for 1. So Vinny, what do you make of the start from Bergamo CC?
Well, dangerous as far as Baljit clicking. You know, he's hitting that inside-out shot nicely. Does have to do with the end of the power play now, though, so they'll be able to protect those boundaries a little bit better. But he's certainly scoring at a rate that we haven't really seen today too much. I mentioned yesterday, he had a big power play in there. A dramatic last game of the day, but yeah, Bergamo CC playing for pride essentially. Chandra Brescia, they were just a little off, weren't they, earlier on today? Kuldeep Lal, though, who didn't get a bowl, he's going to get a bowl here in over number 4.
I mean, this is a prediction. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. I think they're just going to hit bad balls, and apart from that, they'll just play just genuine cricket shots to look for 1s and 2s, and then they'll pump their score up. It's a great start. And there are always boundaries on these with these short boundaries. There are always going to be bowlers bowling bad balls. But at the same time, these two are just looking very composed. And it's good to see because it's been pretty rough to watch Bergamo CC during this tournament. Just not really been, just never clicked. And they're a very good side. Saw them 2 years ago and they were one of the top sides in the tournament. So they were missing Jasprit a couple of days ago, which affected them.
He's a big in, isn't he?
He is.
And here is Kuldeep with over number 4.
It's his hit over the top. And another 4 runs there, I think. Will it go?
Oh, yeah, and Bachtar just didn't pick it up initially. He was very slow to get going. And I think those steps cost him in the end. Again, there's that inside out. That's what good players can do if they've got the wrist control to hit those square. It certainly is a shorter boundary and away from the fielder too.
Yeah, absolutely. And the mindset of these batsmen, just to sort of let you know as Kuldeep comes in again. As this one's edgy, going down towards the boundary, and it'll be another 4. So the mindset of these batsmen generally, what happens is that for most batsmen, especially the top batsmen, is can I hit it for 6? It's either yes or no.
Yep.
Can I hit it for 4? Yes or no.
Yep.
Can I get bat on ball? And then yes or no.
Yeah.
And then they'll take what they can get.
Exactly. And that's, the complete opposite to, say, Test cricket, where you're starting, do I even have to hit this ball? and then kind of working upwards from there. But this could be trouble. Hang in there a long time. Yadav comes in and he takes the catch. So Baljit 20 and out. Again, it's a promising start nipped in the bud. And Kuldeep with the breakthrough. To get hit for a couple of boundaries, but I think he's happy with the trade-off as the dangerous Baljit Singh departs. It's 48 for 2. Well,
that's when he should have said no and he said yes to try to hit a 6. And Yadav, he's not going to drop that. And it was good little innings there. 20 off 8, 20 off 9 from Baljit, but you would love to have seen him score bigger. Just got inside out on that. And Yadav came in, took a comfortable catch. So it's a good start for Bergamo, but they lost 2 of their key batsmen.
Pretty good catch from Yadav. I mean, he's got 2 options there. He can kind of dive, and I think the catch becomes a bit easier if you do dive because you're not having to kind of lean forward and the ball doesn't get below your eyes so much. But I know he's got that slight knee injury, so he's probably trying to avoid a dive if he can.
Yeah, for sure.
But anyway, here is Jasprit coming in at number 4.
Yeah, good move. And Jasprit can hit the ball a long way. It's a good attacking move here from the skipper, Baljit. comes Kulip Lal again. And just hit back to the bowler, no run.
Nice to see Sadida back in action. And missing from those key roles earlier today, but he's up to the task.
It probably cost him a bit as well because it was a pretty close game.
Oh, it was a really close game. Made a big difference.
We kept wondering why he wasn't coming in. And we'll come back in a moment. And a little appeal there.
I think he hits this.
I think he does as well.
Wait for the signal. Quite hard to believe he didn't hit it. No,
it sounded very woody, didn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, it did. But let's see. Yeah, that's definitely come off the toe of the bat. Maybe onto the other toe. Hard to say. But yeah, certainly picked up. That's hit the bottom of the bat. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up.
And this is straight back to the bowler, no run. We did see a catch off the toe yesterday from Abdullah. And the batsman has smashed it onto his left big toe. And the bowler had presence of mind to dive forward and take a one-hander. And I don't think it took the umpire by surprise as well.
Yeah.
Because there was an appeal and he was adamant, was Abdullah. So as we see the graph here.
Pretty healthy run rate, hey?
Very healthy. And they've kept it up too. They started it off in the first over and it's been going at a pretty good rate at about 12 and over. And it will be Jasprit to face.
Just want to say a quick hello to Minajul Abedin Riyad. As Abdul does come in. This is going down the leg side. Hello to Wayne watching from Australia. To Dave, nice to see you. And yeah, Dave was the first ever ECN tattoo getter.
Oh, really?
Did you know that? I might even find it for you. It's quite the effort.
Was it a Nabi tattoo?
It's not. It was actually done over the Christmas break. I'll dig it out for you. Gundy ball this time. Gets through the keeper. It'll be 2 wides.
It's got a bit of a cult following, hasn't it? This league.
Oh yeah.
It's so much fun.
But like a good cult, not an evil cult.
No, like it really. It's really good. And I got associated with it a couple of years ago. I didn't know what to expect, to be honest. First time I watched an ECA game when I was commentating.
Yeah. That was
Terry.
Right back in the infancy.
It was. And just hit over the top slightly. It's going towards the boundary. I'll run 2, I think. And I didn't really know what to expect. And came in with Terry, a good friend of mine. And it was great fun. It was great fun to watch as well, but no one really had any idea of what they were doing.
It's so funny you mentioned that because over the weekend, when I was in Prague for Charles's wedding celebration, I actually pulled up your debut. Anyway, this is in the air. Fielder has to go right back. Don't see him getting this. Maximo Sadida again goes square of the wicket, targets that short boundary, and he gets 6.
Nice shot, that. And as I said before, he hasn't really gone on with a big score, has Sadida. He's had starts all through this tournament, and it's good to see him hitting the ball well. He's 24 off 11. Yeah, it was. If you look back at that first series, the Czech Super Series, it was very different to this in all aspects. Apart from the fact we were playing the same game, just playing it differently, and the look of it was super different too. But,
I love looking back sometimes, seeing how far we've come. Sneaks across with the angle. Just so, it was a Prague Barbarians Visigoths versus United CC game that I was watching. And we're talking June 2020, so just after the break that we had to have due to the lockdowns across Europe. But we kind of, the company, I wasn't on board full-time back then, just due to circumstances, but trying to find places that we were allowed to play and under whatever restrictions were in place at the time. So Czech Republic, one of the first, it was actually our first T10 cricket that we played after that lockdown period. Anyway, this is in the air. This is a real steeper. Good luck. Down it comes and taken. Really nice caught by Osama Munir. That one came down with rain on it as a 3rd wicket goes down. So Jandra Brescia just coming up with the answers when they need to. Well, this run rate's still very, very healthy. They've lost 3 wickets now. Bergamo CC, 60 for 3.
He had a lot of time to think about that one, the fielder, and really, really good catch. So
gives us a chance to say hello to you guys out there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Hudacek. I went back and I actually watched the first over and the kind of the pre-game, if you like. It was nothing like the polished spectacle you see right now.
What are you saying, Vinny?
Not on your part. I'm just saying I think everyone was learning on the job, and we see how far the coverage has come. Your commentary is still amazingly accurate and bang on.
Thank you.
We talk about Dave. He is the man that got the first ever ECN tattoo,
Yeah.
and he got it over the Christmas and New Year break. Do you want to have a look at it?
Oh, wow.
There it is.
That's pretty amazing.
Even the ECN little ball and the crown.
Yeah.
So, Dave, great to have you with us, of course. Hello to everyone in the chat. And, hopefully you enjoy it. And I think that Dave would have enjoyed getting that tattoo.
You know what he needs to do
ECN
now?
for life.
He needs to colour in that as a golden ball.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the next
You know what
move
I'd
there,
like
Dave.
to see?
Yeah.
Again, don't see it happening. And Zahid Ali comes on, bowls a wide first ball. Imagine if you got a tattoo every time there was a golden ball. So you had like a little tally. Do you know what I mean? Like you cross off every fifth one.
Like on your arm? Or?
Yeah, anywhere. And then you had to go to the tattoo parlour every time there was a golden ball.
I think you invented the golden ball. I think you should be...
Careful. I think we've had 46 now, I think, if you include the one the other day. Maybe I'll have to check my numbers, but I've got that at golden ball 46 on Sunday morning.
So the Sloopers slow bowling for Zahid Ali, and starts off with a couple of wides.
Yeah, 46 golden balls. So, we still haven't had a wide or a no ball off a golden ball. It got me thinking, actually, when we get to golden ball 60, we'll be able to track... there's something about that area of the ground where throwing is remarkably difficult. And that's the refrigerator there who just saying, he couldn't grip the ball. He's saying...
I think it was a strong breeze. Let's have a look at this. Oh, it's gone almost
That's
backwards.
the second time we've seen point do that. This time it's Fiaz. Yeah, so after golden ball 60, we'll have 10 overs of golden balls. We'll have a whole innings.
Wow.
And I'm curious what the score will be. Now, I don't think you can see wickets happen almost every time that it's not completed by the batting team. So you might have some situation where it's like, I think it'll be like 28 for 110, as in 28 wickets. Something like that.
If you don't cut run-outs as it's been pulled away, it'll have to do well. The fielder won't get there. It's another 4 runs to Sudhir.
Yeah, it's going to be 4. A little bit too short from Zahid that time. Yeah, I suppose, but then sometimes there's run-outs on the first run as well. I think maybe not so worried about the wickets, but I'm curious at how many runs would have been scored off that 10 overs of golden balls. When we get there. The other thing we're going to do, which I think you'll like, what's this ball from Zahid? Again, no pace notes. Should get 2 here. It's a race between the keeper and the outfielder. There's someone Munir. And so as a reserve keeper, I don't think he actually has the ball there.
I think he would have been home anyway.
Yeah, potentially. But yeah, I think you'll see that the hands hit the stumps and the ball doesn't. Get a look at it here. It's hustling back.
Wayne in the chat. My missus is a tattooist, Vinny, and I'm not getting that done. Not a chance.
Well, it's a lot of work to go in there just for a little notch, right? A little notch on your arm. So they do get back for 2 there. The other thing we're planning to do is maybe in lots of 10 to post all the golden balls together. So you'll be able to go through on YouTube and you'll be able to watch essentially 90 seconds per golden ball, roughly. Yeah. You can watch 15 minutes of just golden balls.
Yep.
And then if you want to binge on them, then already we're up to kind of an hour plus of golden balls. So that's
I've seen some
nice way to spend a Sunday.
I've seen 2 this tournament, and they've both been remarkable games for different reasons. And the one in Prague that sticks with me between United and the PCC team, where they snuck the extra run.
Famous one. Don't celebrate too early.
He's still got flashbacks there. The keeper, just waiting on a little bit.
I think they might be checking that run out, but he never had the ball at all. So, well, let's just wait and see.
So Sudhir's going pretty well though, 32 off 17, and he's finally got a bit of a score, has Sudhir. He's looking pretty good. Hope that I haven't put the mockers on him. 70 for 3. There's 1 ball left in the 6th Bergamo CC, and this is the Bergamo CC that we're used to seeing on the ECN. They've had a poor tournament by their standards. They're pretty big standards as well. We'll still see Baljit Singh probably captain Italy at the weekend, but he's not been in good form. He scored a few today. They've got a very strong lineup as do Italy for the tournament. It's ECI, ECI, not ECI, ECIs, which are 10 over international games between teams throughout Europe on the weekends here on the European Cricket Network. As Zaid Ali gone for 10 so far, 1 ball remaining in his over. Super slow, called a wide.
That one goes out. Yeah, it hits the seam. I think it seams way more than anything. So yeah, last ball, attempt number 2 from Zahid Ali.
He's very hard to hit unless you really get in a position and try to launch him. And this one's pretty well hit by Sudhir. Just be a single. That's the end of the over. It's 12 from it. And Bergamo CC are 72 for 3 after 6.
Here's the attempted run out where the keeper goes after it, and you see that Hamza comes in. But I think you can see here the ball bounces off his hands, and he hits the hand. His hands hit the stumps, so that's why it wasn't out. Any of you that were curious about it. Anyway, 72 for 3 after 6. So that 12 and over is pretty good going. Well, the Challenger Bresham have some very good batters as well, no doubt about that. Fiaz Ahmed right at the top. He's normally pretty destructive, but didn't really hit his traps earlier today. But, I mean, the other thing is, it's not a given you're chasing 120. If you can have a good last 4 overs, maybe keep it to, around about 7 or 8 and over, then maybe you could chase something around the 100, and that does seem a bit more of a simple proposition.
That's true, Viddy, but it could turn around the other way, and there are 2 very good batsmen out there at the moment.
Yeah, true. Javed was the opening, but now...
Well, one good batsman out there.
Yeah, well, Sadita's going to have to go. Batted through 6 overs, but a low full toss, and it's the Yadav Kuldeep Lal situation. Again, that combination working out nicely for Challenger Bresham. Sadita departs for 33. The score 72 for 4.
It's a similar shot to what Baljit played. And it's just to open up the face and sort of cut across it, and it went straight to cover. And Kuldeep Lal takes a wicket. And it's the end of a pretty good innings there from Sudhir, 33 off 18. And Atashan Javed is at the non-striker's end. And it will be Sonu Lal, the new batsman. So Kuldeep's got 2 for 9. Bowling to Sonu Lal. Just poked into the covers, just a single. Shy at the stumps for no apparent reason again.
Yeah, so throwing it round, we talked about having a good finish to the innings. You got Javed there who hit the ball pretty sweetly this morning. He was batting up the order in Sadita's incapacity. And so gets a chance now, facing up.
Whoa.
It knocked the 4 stump out of the ground, I think, between the body and the stumps against the length, which does this. Kuldeep Lal essentially Yorks him, bounces between his legs.
That was a good ball. Not a great looking shot, though.
Granted.
If he puts it in the slot, though, this is going to go a pretty mile. He does hit the ball very cleanly, does Javed. And defends that one, pokes it down. Bit of confusion. And nothing on in the end. Just a dot ball. It's good bowling here from Kuldeep Lal after some expensive overs early.
Yeah, I'm liking the kind of hustle from Challenger Bresham, trying to work their way back into this contest.
Yeah, and Kuldeep Lal, a couple of balls left in his spell. Down the leg side this time. Called a wide, random appeal.
I think that's a wide. Keeper's trying to say it hit his leg, but I wasn't convinced.
No, I don't think so.
Close, but not quite. And if you're not sure, probably should be wide anyway.
There's always a bit of gamesmanship in these type of games. And I think the umpires have seen enough not to be fooled. And I saw quite a few good decisions in the first week where there were big appeals for caught behind, called not out. This is in the air. There's a player coming around, won't get there. That's 6 runs. Good shot there from Javed. It didn't really get the most of it. Still went over the boundary. Good power. And yeah, Field will have to pick that out. Just over the boundary. And nice looking shot. Probably didn't get the centre of the bat. Checked his shot there. Just one down the to that man, Safi.
Yeah, takes it into the 7th over. So Kuldeep, pretty good spell from him. Hard to believe we didn't see him earlier with the ball. as he takes 2 for 18 and 7 overs down, 81 for 4. So it's coming up, and it will be tomorrow, the next day, Thursday. We'll have the ECN Gibraltar G20 Internationals Tri-Series from Europa Point. And we've got our own international action here in Italy on Saturday and Sunday before we head to Austria Monday. There for 2 weeks. Bulgaria for 2 weeks as well. It's a great innovation, the ECIs, even though it really tests us logistically to make those happen. Flying in 2 countries, or transporting in 2 countries to join the host country. But I think it's been really exciting so far. Anyway, let's get back to the action as Zahid is going to bowl over number 8. This one again, really slow. Javaid's only able to get it too long on for a single.
It looks like he's doing a Pavel Florin impression. Look, the arm's not coming over at all. Zahid, here goes again, and just tosses it up. And he bowls a really good line and length with no pace on it. And as a batsman, you kind of just want to smash it, but you can't. It's super frustrating. He comes in again. And that's a wicket. Well, you can see how frustrated the batsman got there. Sonu Lal charged it, missed a straight one. And an easy stumping for the keeper. Let's have another look. It's a good take by the keeper.
It's a good one that he doesn't reach in front of the stumps, and it's a temptation when you've got that much of a look, you've got that much time.
Yeah.
But Naeem just kind of held his position back and did the rest. So, yeah, good comeback continues for Jan Jabresha as Sonu is stumped by the proverbial country mile. It's 82 for 5.
You're right there, Vinny. It's such a temptation to reach out because the ball takes an age to get you. But it wasn't a close stumping, was it? It was, did charge him there. So when I look at this, charged him and he knew he was out. Did Sonu Lal. Really good take. And a wicket for Zahid Ali. So he'll be bowling again, this time to Mandeep, who turns him around the corner. There's a man out there, square. Well, it's difficult. He has a very good off stump line, or outside off stump line.
Yeah.
And you'd want to try to drag him behind square. There's no one there, but it's very difficult to do. So he comes in again, just throws up a pie. Well, Zahid Ali, he's got 1 ball left in his spell.
Fun play to watch, though.
Yeah.
He's got a big smile on his face, as he normally does. Last ball, the 8th coming up.
Keeps a bit low, and again, it's that line. He doesn't. He's not a very complicated bowler, is he, Zahid Ali? He doesn't try too much.
I mean, I think if he bowled underarm, it'd be faster. Anyway, it takes to the end of the 8th over. The score's 83 for 5.
Yeah, a couple of overs left, and 83. It's going to be up to the highest score we've seen today. It's after the start. It's been a pretty good run rate. It's over 10 and over. It was hovering around 12 for quite a while, but Zahid Ali has dried runs up again, as he normally does. And Mandeep Singh will be the batsman to face. In fact, let's have a quick look who the new bowler is. It is Yadav. And it will be Mandeep Singh facing Yadav, who went 15 off his first. This one's called a wide. And Javed at the other end is 9 off 8. Not really got going apart from that 6. And this one swung a bit there for Yadav. Wouldn't expect that too much. And again, there's not much moisture on the ground anymore after a bit of overnight rain. He had a delayed start and a slightly reduced over game first up today. Yadav comes in again. Bit of a quicker one, hit just over the top there, and well, looked like he was running in honey there. The fielder Bachatar was nicely hit. He couldn't really make ground. I didn't really charge at it. And, that's 4 runs.
Short boundary again. I mean, see if there's a kick in the tail, because they kind of lost a bit of momentum here, haven't they? Bergamo CC and Jabresha playing themselves back in. Yadav bowling the 9th.
That's a nice shot. Cracked out there, 4 runs. And they've never really dropped below 10 as a run rate. They're up to 12. This overall help. those 2 boundaries. They should get about 12 off the over.
Really well timed, wasn't it?
Lovely shot.
Really well timed. And Mandeep, a bit of an impact player, no matter whether it's with the bat or the ball.
Yadav comes in again. This one's big shout, and he's gone.
Mandeep looks a bit guilty the way he's running down the pitch there. Just caught in the crease again. Sneaks across a little bit. See that back foot comes back. Yeah, I know it's leg stump-ish, but I find it hard to believe the whole ball's going to miss the whole stump here. I think it's a fair enough decision, and he is kind of caught on the crease. Check it out again.
It's angled in. I think that's a very good decision.
It's not going over, I think, on this pitch. Some people might say that's kind of sliding a little bit. I just find it hard to believe that's not going to hit the stumps.
Yeah,
so I'm happy with it. And Bergamo CC loses 6th, but nice little cameo from Mandeep. He scores 9, 92 for 6.
Yeah, good decision from the umpire. It was like hopping up on the crease. And new batsman will be Jaspal Ram. And Yadav takes his first wicket. He's taken a bit of stick, though. He's taken 1 for 24. Still got 3 balls left in his spell. To see that one, I can't see that missing anything. It was possibly hitting middle and leg or just a leg stump. I don't even think it was clipping, Vinny.
Yeah, good decision. Anyway, 92 for 6. Using all the resources up. Here's Jaspal Ram coming out. Over and a half to go. Yadav goes into bowl without a ball. Always liked that. I've seen that. Malcolm Marshall did that in a test match once, actually.
Did he?
Ran all the way in and then got the umpire and then put his hands out. Oh, wow. That's pretty comprehensive, isn't it? Yadav knocks out middle peg. He's on a hat trick. And Ram doesn't last too long. There's a golden derrick all happening in the 9th.
Yeah, just fired it at the stumps there, did Yadav, and Jaspal did his best to miss it. Big swing, big hoik, middle stump. I saw, actually, what you missed over the last couple of days, Vinny, was all 3 stumps getting destroyed. I think we talked about it.
Like contempt in bowling.
Yeah, and the umpires, there's a shot of one of the umpires at square leg where all 3 stumps get destroyed, where he's just put his head down and sighed again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it here. I remember Ravi Paul did it in the final, actually.
Yeah.
Against Fresh Tropical.
I miss Ravi Paul. He's a great bowler. Very entertaining.
Yeah, Ravi. He's off the continent now. Anyway, Yadav is on the 5-wicket Hall of Fame, but he's not on the hat-trick Hall of Fame. He's got 2 to come here. And I think this is just the kind of situation where there's a lot of things in your favour. You know the batter's pretty much going for it. Kurum Shazad coming out. There's only 2 balls left. 7 wickets down, so you got the number 9 coming out. As long as he doesn't choke, and you've got to get the ball on the stumps here. So, Danny, I know you're the specialist about getting bowlers to bowl wides on hat-trick balls.
Yeah, well, Shazad, though, he's played some pretty agricultural shots.
Get this on target, you're a big chance. Hat-trick opportunity for Yadav.
Oh.
Good ball. He didn't choke. Give him that much. Shazad's off the mark.
It's a nice shot. Just played through the line, actually, did Shazad.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
Gets the other end.
Brings Javed back on strike, and they'll get towards that 100 mark. They should, if they keep their wickets, they should get about 105 here.
Left holding the baby here, isn't he?
Nice shot down the ground, just a single. They kept the strike.
Halfway point, just checking where they were at. They were 60 at the halfway point. And right now, 34 off the second half, but there is an over still to come. Yadav has a couple of breakthroughs there, 2 for 26 his figures. And you can see the bowler's a bit expensive, especially early on. Safi did get a wicket, but his over went for 12. 12 also for Batchatar. Kuldeep Lal, decent spell from him, 2 for 18 wickets also for Hasib Abdul and Zahid Ali. And I think we're going to see Batchatar coming back to bowl over number 10.
Interesting. I wonder why they're not bowling Safi, because he bowled pretty well. He did get a bit of stick, but that was from some pretty good opening batsmen. And,
yeah, true.
And the ball he got, Darashiko, was an absolute beauty.
Yeah, true. I mean, I suppose Safi and Batchatar both went for 12, so it's a bit of a toss-up. I thought, yeah, maybe the left armour is a handy angle to have. Anyway, Javed trying to lift them up and over the 100. Here we go, over number 10.
It's a nice shot over the top, and we'll get to the boundary. And it's Zahid Ali out there. He's not the outfielder I'd put out there, I don't think.
Well, Bachitar was out then. He was looking a bit slow. But I suppose not looking so slow anymore. Not Zahid Ali's out there. That pitch is after the running track, but before the ropes. That's why it's 4, not 6.
And Bachitar, I want to keep the runs down, but Javid's the one who they want. And that's coming straight at me, I think.
What a shot. I mean, he's gone big Maximo. Javaid, powerful. This was the little off-cutter from Bachitar, but it just cut straight onto the bat of Artisham Javaid. What a hit. And that does lift them up over the 100 in style.
He's the batsman you want out there at the moment, Javaid, because he doesn't hold back. Bergamo CC said they get about 105. They're 104 already. 4 balls remaining. This one is in the air, and it's going to fall between them, is it? Yes, it is, and they'll come back for 2.
Good running. And Riyadov, Steve Waugh running back towards the sight screen style, circa 1988-89 in Australia. But also, I think he was pretty aware he didn't want to prematurely end the life of Zahid Ali, who was coming in from the cover boundary.
He's along the ground. There's a player out there. They'll just look for one, and that's all they'll get. Oh, they'll look for another one. It's gone over the keeper, and that's well run. Good awareness
Really
from the
well
batsman.
Run. Yeah, looking for ones that aren't even there. And unthinkable too. Bergamo CC just kicking along a little bit late in the piece. The 7th and 8th overs went for 9 and 2 respectively. The 9th went for 11. This has already gone for 14. Still 2 to come, so 108. 2 to come. Here we go.
It's just off the pads, I think, and it'll just be a leg by. And I'll bring Shazad on strike for the final ball. Pretty well bowled there by Bachitar. Just fired it in his pads.
It'll be a good chase if they can do it, Jandra Brescia. We have seen some chasers that have been around this size, but they're the exception, not the rule. His last ball, the 10.
It's just hit on the leg side. Nice shot there. Picked up and thrown in. They'll look for 2. They'll probably get it, actually. The throw's a bit wild.
That's why you run it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Force them to make the out. They're not able to. So they're going to finish on the Nelson. 111 for 7. Jandra Brescia, well, they do kind of peg things back a bit, even with the last 2 overs going for a few. So 11 off the 9th, 17 off the 10th. But even so, the first half went for 60. The second half went for 51. So not really getting the acceleration, but they do have a very competitive score. Bergamo CC losing a tight one earlier. Jandra Brescia disappointing earlier on today. Both teams searching for their first points of day number 9. And Sadida at the top of the order. He made a big difference now that he was able to resume his rightful place for Bergamo CC. Having said that, Safi was able to rearrange the stumps of Darashiko for just 9. That brought Baljit to the crease, who looked pretty good for 20. Once again, a good start that he couldn't go on with. Yeah, but Sadida and Baljit just making hay in this power play. Baljit eventually holding out for 20. But, I think damage was done. They had that momentum to work with to kind of knock the shine off the ball. And I like the way they particularly targeted these square boundaries in this innings.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. And it was good batting. Quite a few players got to start. That was a nice catch out there on the boundary. But quite a few players got to start. And as I see, a bit of comedy cricket there at point. The gust of wind that blew the ball back. But Darashiko, he went early to a really good one from Safi, but then somewhat Sudhida and Baljit Singh contributed with some good runs, and then also Atasham Javed with a good little innings towards the end. So not relying on one batsman were Bergamo, and some big hittings. They always were getting boundaries throughout the innings, apart from just a couple where it dried up a bit. But 111 for 7. 12 to win for Jandra Brescia. You have to bat well, but it's a strange thing, this 10 over format, where you look at a score and you think this is how we're going to bat to get to that, and they end up being pretty close contests. And they're 2 very evenly matched teams, Jandra Brescia and Bergamo CC. Don't worry about the what it says on the ladder. Jandra, they're right up the top in 3rd place. Bergamo CC probably don't have much of a chance of getting into the finals at this stage, but they're probably a good team that haven't had the greatest luck and haven't been in the greatest form. You'll see up here, Darashiko got a great one from Safi, 9. Studita finally getting on with a bit of a score. 33 for 19, batted well, as did Baljit until he got a good one from Kuldeep Lal, who took both of those wickets. And then Sham Javid batted really well and pumped the score up a little bit towards the end, 24 from 14. Mandeep scored a couple. And, there were 9 wides as well, so a little bit of indiscipline there from Chandra Brescia for the bowlers. And Safi got an early wicket, went for 12. Expensive from Bachatar and Yadav. Kuldeep Lal, probably the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 18. And Nasib Abdul went for 11. So 112 to win. Pretty good total there for Bergamo CC. Probably a bit above par for this week. And we'll be back soon with this FanCode European Cricket Series match between Bergamo CC and Janjua Brescia to see if Bergamo can defend this total, see if Janjua can get the 112 runs they need. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with the second innings of this match. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Milan for this FanCode European Cricket Series match between Janjor Brescia and Bergamo CC. So, pretty good total there for Bergamo with 111 on the board, 112 to win for Janjor Brescia. They'll have to bat well, and they've got two of their gun batsmen up top in Yadav and also Kuldeep Lal opening the bowling. It's Baljit to come in to bowl to Yadav. First ball, and a pretty good one to start off with. Chance for a run out, bowler's end. It's well run. So Bergamo have had a rough tournament at Bergamo, to be fair. Not at their best. Looking pretty good in this game though. Just lifting to play against a very good Janjor Brescia side who lost the early game. They're up the top of the table, or towards the top of the table, Brescia. They wouldn't want to lose this one to lose their traction. It's good bowling from Baljit. He uses his height well, does Baljit. Gets a bit of outswing, bowls with pretty good control as well. Almost takes the first over. Probably see Jasprit come in with the next one. He's the real quality in this this bowling lineup for Bergamo CC. Baljit, I'll probably see captaining the Italian team on the weekend with the ECI 10 over internationals. As Baljit comes in again. Tries to get it away on the leg side. Does Kuldeep Lal. A pretty long batting line up to Janjor Brescia. Just a replay of that. Tried to turn it around the corner, didn't really get hold of it. The batsman will bring Yadav back on strike. And Yadav, we haven't really seen the most of or the best of his batting. And so we have people walk behind the bowler's arm, just a bit of a delay. And Baljit comes in, bowling to Yadav. He tried to drag it across the line, just a short mid wicket. And that man there, it's Baljit. He's a bit of a character as Baljit. Sorry, not Baljit, he's bowling. Comes in again, the skipper. And big swing and a miss. It's a big swing across the line from Yadav. As I said, we haven't really seen the best of Vibor Yadav in this tournament. Not really gone on with a big score. He's quite often dominant against bowling attacks. This pitch a little bit of a leveler. If you play nice shots through the line, it's like that, then you'll get full value for your shot. Right on cue. Thank you, Vibor Yadav. This one just a little bit of a pitch on leg stump and proper cricket shot and into the potato field, and ends what was going to be a pretty good over for Janjor Brescia, and makes it a pretty good one for Bergamo. But makes it a pretty good over for Janjor Brescia. 8 for no loss. Target is 112. Kuldeep Lal will be the batsman facing. As we see, 12 balls since the last 12 matches since the last golden ball. And that was a beauty. Featuring this team, Bergamo went down to Fresh Tropical with a 6 hit off the last ball, or the golden ball. And it is Jasprit Singh will come in to bowl. Be bowling to Kuldeep Lal. And hit down the ground. Could be out. Will be. Simple catch. That's the end of Kuldeep Lal. He'll have to go for one. Simple catch there for Jaspal Ram. And just off the toe of the bat. He took on the field. It's with the field restrictions at the moment. Only 2 players back, and so if you can hit it over that 30-metre circle, then you'll get runs. But As you can see, he's checking the end of his bat, hoping it's okay. Hope to use it in the finals part of this tournament, which is on Friday. So thanks, Nish, in the commentary. Well, in the commentary. Gee, it's been a long day. Thanks, Nish, in the chat for saying hi. And welcome, Nish, from Cardiff. We see Mr. 100% there. Ahmedullah Safi. We'll see him sometime during this innings. Hopefully not too soon for Janjul Brescia. As Jasprit gets a wicket first ball. Comes aside the new batsman. And again, it's a nice bright sunny day here in Milan, as we saw pretty much the whole of last week. As Jasprit comes in again. And good ball first up. Just tucks it around the corner. Just a single. They'll have to bat well to get there, Janjul Brescia. So they lost their opening game this morning and were really not at the races. They experimented a bit with their batting lineup, expecting an easy game, but there's no easy games in this tournament. So many good sides. Played Trentino Akia, had a shocker yesterday, and Trentino got the win over Janjul Brescia as Jasprit comes in again. And lifted over the top, safe shot. That should bounce over the boundary for 4 runs. Again, no risks taken by the batsman. The field up and just playing a really nice cricket shot there. It's Yadav, and this is what we would like to have seen from him all week. The main thing is that if they do make the finals, and they're looking pretty likely Janjul Brescia, then we want to see more of this from Yadav. Cracked through through the covers, and Mandeep Singh is there. Not sure if he ducked out of the way or tried to take the catch. This was absolutely hammered at him. Let's have a look. Just over him. Probably if he'd taken it, it would have been the catch of the century. It was absolutely hurled at him by the batsman Yadav, who moves on to 15. 17 off, 17 for 1 at the moment, Janjul Brescia. It's a good over for them. And Jasprit, he's a couple of 4s hit. Good contest between Jasprit and Yadav. Comes in again. And right in the block hole. This could be caught this time. Much simpler catch, went to the same man. And Mandeep takes a catch, and that's the end of Yadav. He was looking threatening. And slower ball just at the back of the hand, didn't pick it, and comfortable catch there in the covers for Mandeep Singh. And Janjul Brescia, they lose a wicket, and that score of 112 with Yadav not there. It's going to be a difficult one. Still have a very deep batting lineup to Janjul Brescia. So Janjul Brescia 17 for 2, 1 ball left of the second, and really good bowling from Jasprit. He just rolled his fingers over it, didn't pick the slower balls, very subtle actually. And I'll bring the new batsman, it's Bachatar Singh, come out to join Hamza Saad. He's only faced 1. Comes Jasprit. And hit down the ground, nice shot. That'll be 4. No protection back there. Just lifts it over the umpire, over the bowler, as you can see. Not a pretty sight when you're a bowler when you see it sail over your head. And that's another 4 runs. 3 boundaries in the over, but also there was a couple of wickets. As we see the table, Janjul Brescia, they lost earlier this morning. They've won 5, lost 3. They wouldn't want to lose another one. Whereas Bergamo, as I said, they won 3, but had a bit of a shocker after the golden ball, and then went down with a bit of a whimper in the next game to Trentino Akia. And it's not look the same side. They come back today looking pretty good, but they didn't get the victory earlier in the day either. As Baltic comes in and tucks it around the corner. And just be a single. Yeah, they've not had a great tournament. Have this Bergamo side. They're a good team, but I wouldn't even put it down to luck. I just put it down to a little bit of bad form, especially from this man, Baljit Singh. Not looked at his best with the bat, and just not going on with games. Comes in again. It's been hammered towards the boundary. Jasprit tries to get it. It's a vacant area out there around cow corner, and that's 4 runs. Not taking too many risks, these Janjua Brescia batsmen. They're just hitting nice cricket shots. That one pulled straight. So Bachata, I saw him opening the batting earlier on in the day, and didn't really work out that little experiment. Baljit comes in again, and this is high in the air. Player coming under it and should take this catch. Judges it well. Nice take there. And that's Jaspal Ram. He just got under it a bit, did the batsman Bachata. And Jaspal, instead of running backwards, he have a look at this. He got right under it, and he's just scooting backwards outside that 30-metre circle. Really well judged catch, as he gets congratulations there from Jasprit. And that's another wicket down for Janjua Brescia. Now 26 for 3 at the moment. So the run rate looking pretty good for them. They just have lost 3 wickets up top. And it's a new batsman coming in. Looks like Hasib Abdul. Check that though. Baljit gets a wicket. It is Hasib Abdul, just to confirm that. He'll join Hamza Saad, who's still only he's faced 2 deliveries now, Saad. Baljit bowling to him. And charges him. Just gets to the toe of the bat. Just be a single. Chance for a run out. Well, it hit the stumps. I think it's going to go back. There'll be an overthrow. I'm not sure if it's the bowler or the ball that hit the stumps. Let's have another look at that. So it's charged first ball. Got the end of the bat. We'll have a look. And ball comes in. And took a wicked bounce. Lucky he didn't take his head off the bowler. That was nasty. And it was an overthrow as well. Baljit comes in again. Slower ball. Put away. Bit of rubbish. Full on leg stump. And it's become a pretty expensive over now for Baljit. Even though he did take a wicket. Tried to roll his fingers over it. Got it wrong. And easily tucked away for 4. It's been a feature of this innings. There's been quite a few boundaries. We see more 6s than 4s here in Milan, especially with the slow outfield. But it's exactly what we're getting here now, is a lot of 4s, which means that the batting's been pretty good. Oh, talking about more 4s and 6s. That's a big 6. That's into Mama Bear, the tree out there. Just picks it up and slams it. Haven't seen too many of those today. It's been pretty low scoring for the most. And so 3 trees out there. Tall white tree, or tall tree with white flowers. Slightly smaller one, pink flowers, and a smaller one than that with white flowers. And nickname them Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear. And that was straight down Mama Bear's throat. So at the end of 3 overs, end of the power play, pretty good one apart from the wickets there for Janjua Brescia. 38 for 3. They're well on track. They still need about 10.5 and over. As the new bowler will be Darashiko, bowling some off spin. Bowling to Saad, who's been a spectator at the other end. And quick throw. Nice running. Darashiko is an ex-Chivadate player. Well, Chivadate have been a pretty spectacular team throughout this tournament. Many people's favourite out there in the chat. Darashiko comes in a bit short, a bit quicker, puts it around the corner. It's a keeper that'll chase it. They should get it comfortable too. And they will. Throws a bit wild as well. Brings them up to 41 for 3. It's going pretty well is Hasib Abdul, 14 off 4 already. Got a bit of a gift there from Baljit in the over before. But Darashiko is a very good bowler, very good player. All up is Shiko. Comes in again. Bit of a quicker one. Good bowling. Almost a medium pacer there. Nice take by the keeper as well. And Hasib Abdul face another one from Darashiko. And well, on thinking it's taken the off stump. Not much of an appeal from Brescia. It's difficult when you don't get any noise really from the batsman. He plays back on it. There goes the off stump. To another wicket there. And Darashiko takes the wicket of Hasib Abdul. It was a pretty good innings there. Just played the wrong line. A bit of a quicker one there from Darashiko. He's got the figures of 1 for 3. And Janjua Brescia lost another wicket. They are 41 for 4. As I said, the run rate looking pretty good for them. They're just above, well, they're just about the run rate they need. They need now still about 11 and over, which is what they started with. I get a coffee delivered to me by Zahid Chima. Thank you very much, Zahid. We'll see him up in the next game. Fresh Tropicals, final game of the tournament. Later on after this game, starting at about 5:30. We're starting at exactly 5:30. Darashiko, he's going to be bowling to Ahmadullah Safi, Mr. 100%. And nicely hit to the leg side. Just a single. And coffee at the end of the day. It's well appreciated. Shiko will turn around. He'll be bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Came around the wicket to the left-handed Safi. And Hamza Saad, he's only faced 3 deliveries. Seems like he's been out there for quite a while. It's hit to point with no score. And a good over there from Darashiko. He's taken 1 for 4. Big wicket too. And now Janjua Brescia are 42 for 4 after 4. So let's have a look at the comparative run rates. And you see it crept above what they were supposed to be on. But with those 3 wickets, it's dropped down, especially with the last one. It was a really good over. The run rate is at about just over 10 and over. They still need pretty much what they needed before they started. Janjua Brescia just over 11 and over now. It's creeping up a bit. Safi will face the next delivery. And charges, and well, not the greatest shot from Safi. Big swing and a miss. It's Mandeep Singh who's coming around the wicket, bowling to Ahmadullah Safi. We saw him with a big score earlier in the week. Interesting story there. I'll mention it in a bit as he moves around the crease, and it's that straight, pretty well hit. But Baljit's there, just be a single. He hadn't scored many runs at all, had Ahmadullah Safi in the previous 2 years, and he managed to pretty much double his tally of runs in 1 innings. And he got pumped up the order in the first game that they played, Janjua Brescia. This has been hit straight. It'll just be a single, and hit I don't remember the score. I think it was something like 60, something maybe into the 70s. And Ahmadullah Safi just celebrated wildly. Very nice gentleman is Mr. 100%. As he gets a bit of an inside edge there. And the bowler does the fielding. And they're crawling along towards his target, Janjua Brescia. They need boundaries. It's going up to just over 12 and over needed. In fact, 12 and a half and over. Zasad's a batsman. And, well, I think that's going to be out. It's going to be a replay. And good work from the keeper. Let's have a look at this. So the batsman misses it. This is Hamza Saad. Moves forward. And he's out there. Looks like he hit his pad and dribbled down to the keeper, who takes it. And let's have a look when the bails come off and when his foot comes down. Foot's down there, bails off. I think he's safe. Let's have another quick look at it. Foot down, bail. Oh, it's so close. He's got it in his hand. And that one, he's got his foot down, not out. And really good work there from Spring Productions to bring us that replay. Tough for the umpire. But good call, I think, to ask for that replay. As Bandip will continue. It was a good piece of work from both the bowler and the keeper. Jandra Brescia are 45 for 4. Slowed down a bit since the power play. That's going to be called a wide, I think. Well, maybe not. It's just within that that line. So it's the end of the over. And questions asked from the batsman. Another quick look at this one. And yeah, fair enough. It's just crept inside that line. And the batsman doesn't have as good a view as the umpire does. So this is what's coming up in September. Fantastic tournament, the European Cricket Championship, featuring 6 groups of 5 teams, 31 teams playing in this tournament. And the winners of each group will play the championship week with the Netherlands 11 added to that those 6. Looking forward to that. Was there a couple of years ago. Fantastic tournament in Khartoum. As Safi misses one. Should be buys. It's going towards the boundary. They're picked up there. Thrown in. They'll come back for 2. And a bit of a quicker one there from Darashiko. Got through the left-hander. Missed the leg stump by quite a bit though. Missed the keeper as well. Comes Darashiko again. This one has got him. Well, he was in sterling form at the start of the tournament. Was Mr. 100% hitting the ball really cleanly, but lately he's just been missing the ball, unfortunately. That's another one down for Genoa Brescia. They've lost their 5th wicket now for 47, and I'd like to see where the runs are going to come from. And Bergamo CC, where has this Bergamo CC been all tournament? And saying that, we have a very dangerous batsman coming in. It's the imposing figure of Fiaz Ahmed, who can hit the ball a mile. As can Mr. 100%, but he's just really picked the wrong ball there. Quicker one from Darashiko. Premeditated swing and a miss by Safi. And Darashiko bowling well, 2 for 4 at the moment. And he's changed his game a bit after the power play. Has the off spinner. He's a very, very good player for Bergamo CC, both with the bat and the ball. So coming again, he'll be bowling to Fiaz Ahmed, who looks like a linebacker. Comes in. Well, it's been hit well on the leg side, away from the fielders. That's 4 runs. Didn't quite get hold of it, but got a good piece of it. Did Fiaz Ahmed. Just hit with the line of the ball. He's angled into him and split the field. 4 runs to Jandra Brescia. He's got 3 balls left of his spell. It's been an excellent one so far. Won't get a wicket of Fiaz Ahmed though. This one's been hit straight back to him. Belgium, he'll pick it up. Just a single. He'll bring Hamza Saad, who has faced only 7 deliveries. He's 3 runs at the moment. Is Saad. I completely forgot he was still there because he hasn't really contributed too much. Well, hit of the air. Belgic should take this. And he won't contribute any more to this match, will Hamza Saad. He'll be walking off, losing his wicket, and that's a 6 wicket down for Jandra Brescia. Bergamo CC now well on top in this game. Yeah, run rate's dropped up to about just under 14 and over for a victory here for Jandra Brescia, and it's looking unlikely. And the team that was well in that top 4 looked like losing 2 today, and they're in danger of missing out on the finals. Still got a few games left, though, do Janjua Brescia and Bergamo CC. Again, losing 5 games, I don't think they'll make the final. Anything can happen, though. And so, as I said, the top 4 teams will get into the finals on Friday. It's an 11-team tournament and very competitive sides, all the top teams from northern Italy. Darashiko bowls his final delivery. He's been hit down the ground, just a single. New batsman is Naeem Ahmed. So, end of a very good spell there from Darashiko. 3 for 10. And Janjua Brescia are 53 for 6. Let's have a look at the batting lineup here. Good start for Yadav. Not much of a contribution from the next 3. And then Hasib Abdul, 14 off 6. But it's been a bit tough going. They've lost 6 wickets also. But so after a very bright start and a good power play, Janjua Brescia need 59 off 24. It's going up towards 15 and over as well. And this one be hit just into a gap, just a single. And bring Fiaz Ahmed. And you have to think, Fiaz Ahmed, he's a big hitter of the cricket ball. And if he gets going, he can pump this score up and give him a chance towards the final few overs. It's all on his imposing shoulders, I think. Mandeep comes in again. Nice ball right up the block hole. Should just be a single. So, Mandeep, it was a good first over. And he's held it together as well. And this one doesn't do anything spectacular, does Mandeep. Just keeps everything really simple. And it's been hit straight. And get towards Baljit, who just puts it into the keeper. Here's Ahmed looking for the second one. Never on. And it's gone a bit quiet here, to be honest, with the sting taken out of this attack by Janjua Brescia. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of lusty hitting from Fiaz Ahmed. Mandeep. He's got 3 balls left in his spell. Only 6 from his 1.5 overs so far. And this is hit in the air, just over the fielder, is it? It's not. And that's out. And they're whimpering to a loss here, Janjua Brescia. Nice catch from Darashiko. And just got it at the toe of the bat, did Fiaz Ahmed. It's another wicket down. Now 7 down now for 56, Janjua Brescia. Well, I thought it was going to be a good game, and it was a good batting performance from Bergamo CC. But it's been an equally good bowling performance as well. Nothing spectacular, kept it really simple, taking their catches. And as I said, where has this Bergamo CC team been? It's unlike what they've been all week. And it's a much better performance from them. They are coming good towards the end of the tournament, but it might be too little too late for them. And this one's near again, should be safe. There's a man back there, just a single. Sonu Lal with the fielding. Target of 112 is looking pretty impossible now. Going up to just under 17 and over. And I think CC at home. That one is caught well. Lovely catch out there. It was a frank full toss. Not the greatest ball. And really good catch there. It's Atasham Javed. Let's have a look at this. It was a full toss, should have been put away, got the end of the bat, and they're difficult coming forward, especially with William the Concreter to contend with, which is a bit of AstroTurf covered concrete. As we see, this is the last game of the day and the last game of the round robin, or the round here for Fresh Tropical. They are 7-2. They're at the top of the table. They're playing Trentino Akia, who have improved a bit as the tournament goes on. They're 5-3. They're probably not a chance of getting into the finals, but Fresh Tropical will want the win to cement their place at the top of the ladder. Of course, the first place team will play the 4th team in the 4-team final. As we have Jaspal Ram coming in bowling to the new batsman. And it's been just chopped down, a little inside edge to the keeper, no run. Farhad Ali is the new batsman. In fact, he's not. It's Zaid Ali. So many wickets going down so quickly. Zaid Ali is the new batsman. He's in the non-strikers. Yet to face a ball. Farhad Ali is at the strikers' end. He's faced 2. He's on 1 as Jaspal comes in again. Been dragged down to... oh, that could be out, I think. Zaid's in trouble. And he's going to go to the replay. It went just dribbled down after an inside edge to that short fine leg area. Underarm throw, hits the stumps. Let's have another look at that from side on. And to the inside edge. Goes through the batsman's legs. Runs it. Let's see when Zaid Ali comes into the picture. Bowl. Oh, I could be okay. Didn't really put his bat down though. Let's have another look. And doesn't really do anything very quickly to Zaid Ali. Oh, I think, let's have a look where the bail comes off there. And next frame, I think he's got his bat down. I think he's okay, Zaid Ali. It just depends. Can't really see. Well, he's not okay. Obviously, the bat wasn't down. So that was a decision from up above. And then they lose another wicket here. Janjua Brescia, and they're whimpering to a quite hefty loss here. The team that was, they were second on the table on run rate at the start of the day. And they'll be going down to a heavy loss here against Bergamo CC, who are resurgent. Have another look at it. And yeah, he's very casual there with Zahi. He just plonked his bat over the line. And that's another wicket there for Bergamo CC. So Jaspal Ram had an opportunity here to wrap things up. As we're just waiting on a little technical issue. So they've played very well here, I think. Bergamo CC have quite a few teams still in this competition. We've got 2 more days of group games after this. We have 1 more today and then a couple of days left. Jaspal comes in. So we've got tomorrow. I'll be having a day off. It'll be Vinny doing the Lone Wolf style commentary. And then I'm back on Thursday. And then Friday is finals day. Top 4 teams will get through. And then there's the international tournament on the weekend. As Jaspal Ram comes in again. And that's a little edgy past the keeper. Go down towards the boundary and they get 4 runs. This Ting taking out of this attack. Out of this run chase, I should say, from Janjua Brescia. Jaspal Ram bowled pretty well. But Sama Munir is the new batsman who got that 4 runs. Jaspal Ram, a couple of balls left in this this over. And just poked down towards point, just a single, shy at the stumps, again for no apparent reason. It's been a bit of a feature of this this tournament. Lots of overthrows. We'll bring Farhad Ali back on strike. 63 for 9. We're almost to the end of the 8th over. And Jaspal has 1 ball left in this one. Comes in and big swing and a miss. Well, how many times have I said that and it's been called a wide? He has another ball left and does Jaspal. Pretty fair call, that one. Started wide, kept on going wider. And Jaspal, I think both these teams want him to wrap it up pretty shortly. It's been edged down towards that sort of wide slip area. Just a single, and then the end of the over. 9 for 8. Pretty good one from Jaspal. And Janjua Brescia are 65 for 9. Have a look here. You can see that they were ahead of the run rate for until the 3rd over. It started to drop when they lost a couple of wickets, and it's continued to drop, and they've lost 5 wickets in the last 2 overs. So It's not been great from Janjua, who are really very strong at the start of this tournament. And they're fading a little bit. Hopefully they can bring it back in the next couple of days. And it will be Jasprit to bowl this one. Edged out to that point region, just a dot ball. Jasprit pretty well on the first over. Took a bit of stick though. 3/4 from his over, but he did take 2 wickets, so it's a good trade-off. He's got 2 for 13 at the moment. He'll be bowling to Fahad Ali. Comes in again, and edgy. Well, it's gone to the man at slip, who makes a meal of it. It's gone down to the boundary. Probably got a bit of an iffy bounce there. It's Mandeep Singh. Let's have another look at it. Yeah, just bounced in front of him and maybe took a bit of a kick to the left. 4 runs again. .43 now of 10 balls. An impossibility pretty much for Janjua Brescia, considering they only have 1 wicket left. As Jasprit comes in again, bowling to Fahad Ali. And this one's hit straight. Nice shot. Just be a single. And bring Osama Munir on strike. He's 5 from 3. Got a dodgy outside edge for a boundary. As that man has dropped out from that wide slip to a third man. Just a good move, just run saving. Jasprit comes in, a pretty good ball there. It actually swung in a little bit. And a single as they're crawling along. It could be significant though for Janjua Brescia. It's going to be so tight to see he gets into that top 4 that run rate could really come into it. And that's a pretty heavy loss there here, but any run they can get, I think is might be vital for Janjua Brescia. Their run rate looks pretty good at the moment, but not after this game. And it's been hit past the bowler. Just be a single. And I think they know the score to Janjua Brescia as far as this game goes. They're not going to win it, but that net run rate might be an issue, as I said, when it comes to seeing who gets in the top 4. We'll know that on Thursday evening. Should be clear over the next couple of days. The cream rises to the top, so to speak, I should say. And that's the end of Jasprit's over. Pretty good one. And Janjua Brescia are 74 for 9, 73 for 9, 39 off 6 balls. Bit of an impossibility. And we'll see who bowls the last one. It will be, I think, Kamaljit Singh. Let's have a look. Pretty good bowling. Expensive up top by Baljit and Jasprit. Going over 10 and over the rest. Really good. We'll have another look at that a little bit later, as it will be Kamaljit to bowl the final over. They're bowling to Osama Munir. Comes the bowler and rolls his wrist over it. Just tucked away behind leg. It'll be called a leg by. So the Sting went out of this game when Janjua Brescia started losing wickets. They had a pretty good power play. They did lose 3 though, and it was a top batsman. Especially the wicket of Yadav, I think, has slowed things. It's called a wide, but a few batsmen. We'll start off with Yadav and Kuldeep Lal. Lal went pretty early, but Yadav looked pretty good. Then just hasn't got on with a big score. We normally see him hit very fast runs and big runs as well. As Kamaljit comes in again. It's his hit straight, just be a single. And a painfully slow end to this game. I think everyone around the ground wants this to end, but Janjua just eking up to a respectable score, nowhere near the 112 they needed. Kamaljit comes in again and hit across the line, just be another single. Well, we'll see if we'll come back to this in a few days' time to see if there's an important partnership for Janjua Brescia. Just odd run rate. Still well within the race to get into that top 4, as I said. It's Cameljit bowls again. And just hit off his toes. Just on the onside. They'll come back for 2. And I'm not sure. I think that'll be out. And the umpire has gone upstairs. But they're pretty confident. Brescia CC. Let's have another look. There's nothing much is happening. Touchdown. And then here comes the throw. And out. He didn't put the bat down at all. Tried to plonk it over the line. And thankfully, that's the end of the innings, because it did get a bit hard watching in that game. We predicted a pretty close game. And Janjua Brescia not having the greatest of days, going down in both games they played today. Bergamo CC, though, that's a good win. That's a solid win for them. They're probably just praying for pride in this tournament. They're a very proud side, and it's what we'd expected to see all through this 2 weeks from Bergamo CC. As we see the next game, Fresh Tropical up the top of the table. We were playing Trentino Ikea, who had a shocker yesterday, but have come back and played some pretty good cricket today. And well, we'll see if they can get another win. You'll see the highlights of this innings. It all happened at the start with some lusty hitting, some good stroke making. And then there was a couple of wickets went down for Lip Lau. But, as I was saying, he hit a couple of 4s along the ground. But when Yadav went, it was a bit of a game over situation for Janjua, maybe in their minds. This was a nice catch there, taken by Jaspal Ram. But all in all, it's a pretty bright start from Janjua, but just fell away when they started losing wickets and their batsmen started losing their leg stump. Just kept on losing wickets at the wrong times. Never got a grip of the innings. It was 78 to 111 in the end. And thankfully, the game ended. A nice catch there from Cameljit. Throw from Baljit. Held the catches pretty well. But Janjua, they will have to go home and think about this, see what they can change. And so there was something not quite right about them today. And it was just an off day at the office. We've seen it with a few teams. We saw it with Kings earlier in the tournament. We saw it with Trentino Ikea yesterday. And we've seen it with Janjua Brescia. It's been a long tournament for a lot of these players. And well done to Bergamo CC. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Not pretty for Janjua. Yadav gets 15. Hassan Abdul 14, and Fahad Ali right down the end, the only players to get over double figures. Pretty disciplined as well, only 2 wides from Bergamo in what was a pretty workmanlike match from them. They played quite well, did Bergamo CC. Let's have a look at the bowling. So there were 3 wickets for Dara Shiko for 10. The pick of the bowlers for sure, with Mandeep Singh, who took 2 for 7. 2 wickets also for Jaspreet, and 1 up top for Baljit. And again, 78 all out. Janjua Brescia. And really, after that power play, after they lost those 3 wickets, never really quite at the races against a very good Bergamo CC side. So, that was match 44 here from the FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan, the Milan Cricket Ground. We'll be back shortly, about 20 minutes time, for the final match of today between Fresh Tropical and Trentino Ikea. Should be a really good one. Can Trentino cause an upset and knock off the top dogs, Fresh Tropical? Can Fresh Tropical get another 2 points and cement their place at the top of the table? Hope to see you back here in about 20 minutes time for the last game of the day here from Milan. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Milan. Time for the last match of the day, match number 45. Fresh Tropical making their last appearance in the group stage. They are here taking on Trentino Aquila, who are playing their third match of the day. So I'm sure a bit of fatigue kicking in for Trentino, but Fresh Tropical, they have one more chance to get some points on the board. And if they win this one, they'll go 8-2. It'll be pretty hard to catch them, I think, at the top of the table. Rob Kemming has the two captains. Let's see what happens for the match 45. Coin toss.
Your call.
Tail.
Tails is called. It is tails.
We'll go to bat first.
Ali Saqib Ashad of Trentino Aquila wins the toss and he elects to bat, so he wants to put the runs on the board. They have kind of been the master defenders. They couldn't quite get over the line against Milan United in their last game. Earlier on in the day, though, they did defend a fairly modest 70-odd score against Chandra Brescia. So I think two teams that will want to finish the day on a high. Fresh Tropical, like I said, if they can win this one, they put themselves in a great position to top the table. So looking forward to seeing them for the first and last time today. Danny Hudacek, he is off tomorrow, so this is your last game for a little while, but we will see you once again on Thursday. News from the toss in match 45 is that Trentino Aquila, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you. Let's get ready for match 45. Well, hopefully the sun stays like this right now. Beautiful conditions for cricket. Over to Danny Hudacek. He'll take you to the first ball.
Well, thanks, Finny, and welcome to everybody for the last game of the day here in lovely Milan for this FanCode European Cricket Series match between Fresh Tropical and Trentino Aquila. And Trentino Aquila, they're on the up. They've after a disastrous day a couple of days ago, they had come back with a good win today against Fresh Tropical, who just have this knack of winning games. As we see the lines line up, and Trentino Aquila, they won the toss and elected to bat, and it'll be probably, we'll see if it's Adil Ahmed and Lovepreet Singh. Those two need runs, as does Ashik Awas. They're all very good batsmen at the top of the innings, but they haven't got big runs yet in this tournament. Lovepreet, the quality batsman in that lineup. Fresh Tropical, we'll see Zahid Chima, the captain with the ball. Bilal Hamid, who hit that big six in the golden ball. He'll be no doubt opening the bowling. Couple of other inclusions in. Ataullah is a new batsman, and Lukman Amjad is a bowler that'll come in. So a couple of new faces for Fresh Tropical, and they look to cement their spot at the top of this ladder. Fresh Tropical 7-2. Bit of a difference of fortune for Trentino Aquila, 3-4. The supercomputer tips Fresh Tropical for a pretty comfortable win. But Fresh Tropical have had a weird tournament. They have eked victories. In fact, they beat Kings with 3 balls to go. They lost to Janjua with 4 balls to go. And they beat Bergamo CC on a golden ball and Brescia on the last ball in their last time we saw them here. And they just, good sides tend to win games however they can. I don't think they've been in spectacular form. Fresh Tropical, they haven't really dominated any sides apart from maybe Albano. As here we see the first ball, it is Bilal Hamid, and he'll bowl a wide, going to Lovepreet Singh. He's a very, very dangerous batsman for Trentino Aquila. Hits the ball very cleanly, but again, needs a good innings here. Trentino Aquila, they come from the northeastern part of Italy. And they've travelled further than any other side to get to this tournament. And this one's chopped down on. And Bilal Hamid is the top wicket taker for Fresh Tropical. Very good batsman as well, but he seems to be batting down the bottom of this lineup and relying on other players. As I said, a few new faces here for Fresh Tropical. Here comes Hamid again. And big swing and a miss there from Lovepreet. Good bowling. He's a tricky bowler is Bilal Hamid. He gets good movement early with the new ball, gets a bit of outswing and cuts with that swing as well. And varies his pace a little bit. doesn't do anything completely out of the box. Just a good consistent bowler as we wait on a little bit. Brett just holding things up. Yeah, the batsman. He's at the crease with, well, it's Kamran Hussain. He'll join him at the non-strikers end. Change of the top of the order. This one's a wild swing across the line from Lovepreet. And it's very interesting. He doesn't seem to do too much with the ball, does Bilal Hamid. But there are subtle variations that make players play false shots. And that's a sign of a very, very good bowler. As he comes in again. Lovepreet yet to really hit one. Charges, gets an inside edge. They'll get their first run. First run off the bat at least. And will bring Kamran Hussain on strike. So Hussain is the wicketkeeper for this Trentino Akia lineup. He's kept pretty well throughout the tournament. But he's been put up the order by the skipper Ali Saqib Arshad, who we'll see again limping around, no doubt. Bit of an inspiration for this Trentino Akia side. Injured his foot a few days ago. And just, well, a bit of a nothing shot outside of stump. Good leave, maybe. It's a pretty good ball there from Hamid. A little bit quicker. And a tentative start here from Trentino Akia. Sort of nothing to lose for Trentino. And a bit of a free shot here at Fresh Tropical. And this one's just dabbed down for no run. So at the end of the first over, a really good one there from Bilal Hamid. They are, Trentino Akia are 2 for no score. Have a look at the bowlers for Fresh Tropical. Bilal Hamid and also Zahid Chima, both on 12 wickets for the tournament. Also, we'll see. Actually, we won't see Sikandar Abbas. He's not playing in this game. He's taken 9, and Lovepreet Singh, obviously, if you have a look at the batting for Trentino, top run scorer, Awais and Ahmed also in the top 3, but really haven't gotten going. None of them have really scored big runs, no 50s yet for any of these batsmen, and that's what they'd like. As Zahid Chima comes in and gets him, well, straight through Lovepreet, and that's a big wicket. Zahid Chima does what Zahid Chima does and takes wickets, and that one is straight through the opening batsman of Trentino Akia. They've looked very tentative. Just have a look at this. Tried to defend it, cut away, played the right line. Just a really good ball from Chima, and that's a first wicket down. I think you can quite believe it. Just played straight and missed it. A little bit of a sideways movement from the with the ball. Zahid Chima, such a good bowler. That's a great start for Fresh Tropical. They want a big win to stamp their authority on this tournament. Trentino Akia in trouble early. They are 2 for 1 in the second over. I think he just picked the wrong line. Bit of a nothing shot, tried to defend it, gave it the full face. Just wasn't wide enough, the bat. Destroyed the stumps. And Chima will come in and bowl to Mirzabaig. Hussain yet to score as well. And says in the air, just over the top of the fielders. A bit of a sketchy shot. Now look for 2. Well, there's a confusion. Should be a run out at the bowler's end, and it will be, because both batsmen are having a chat at the keeper's end. And it will be, I think, it will be the batsman at the Mirzabaig who got run out. Let's have another look. So he's left his crease. He'll go back in his crease, and oh, did they cross? He put the bat down. So it will be. Will it be Mirzabaig? Let's have another look from side on. We're just going to see. Well, it is Mirzabaig. He'll have to go, and he gets. Just a quick look at what kind of duck Mirzabay gets. I think it's a diamond. Whoa, there he is, Derek the Diamond Duck. We've seen one before, and here we see another one. And Mirzabay won't like seeing that. A diamond duck. That's just a terrible piece of running. Just on different pages of the book. Let's have another look. So you see him taking off, and then you just see both batsmen there having a chat. So just prodded down, just short on the offside, and a terrible start for Trentino Akia. They're 3 for 2, and we're in the second over. The current run rate is 2.25. We could have an early finish here if they keep on batting like this. And you can't afford that. And they're very tentative, Trentino. As Chima comes in again. Bowling to Kamran Hussain. Pokes that to that point area. Shy at the stumps. And they have a bit of an appeal. Don't think it's out. Direct hit, which always tempts fielders to have a bit of an appeal. Goes for it. He's going back in his crease. Shy at the stumps, and he's back. Let's have another look. And yeah, he's back and just waiting for the ball to hit the stumps. No problem for the batsman. Well, actually, the real problem is they need to get some runs on the board to Trentino Akia. Neither of these batsmen have scored yet. Kamran Hussain has faced 4 balls without scoring. And at the moment, with a couple of balls left in the second over, Trentino Akia 3 for 2. Comes Chima again. And just poked that down, and again no runs. Test match cricket here from Milan. And Trentino Akia, I don't think they've got much of a chance of getting into the final 4. Fresh tropical though. As I said, they've had a lot of very, very close games that they've eked victories in. They went down to a tight game against Janjua, who we saw before. Comes Chima again. And this one beats a keeper. They don't go for the run. And that's the end of a pretty good over from Chima. 1 for 1. And after 2 overs, Trentino Akia are 3 for 2. Let's have a look at the table. Fresh Tropical up the top on 14 points. I think they're with a win here. This is the last game of the tournament, not of the tournament, of the pre-tournament of the group stage. And they'll cement their place at the top. Trentino Akia, they're in 8th place at the moment. Still got a couple of games or 1 game to play after this on 6 points. And there's a bit of a gulf at the moment between the what we're seeing between these two sides. So it'll be Bill Al-Hamid to continue. Bowling to Ashik Awas, and oh, that's dodgy inside edge. It's going towards the boundary, and they will get a boundary in this innings, Trentino Akia. It was an inside edge, and finally a batsman gets off the mark in not a very convincing manner. Just crawls over the boundary. And Ashik Awas is on 4 from 1, 7 for 2. Trentino Akia moving in a snail's pace. And a big hit there. Well, this might be caught, and it will be. Nice catch out there. It's Zain Naqvi tried to reach that boundary. And that was the first shot drawn by first hit in anger by a Trentino batsman, and went straight down the throat of Zain Naqvi. So that's another wicket down. 7 for 3 now. Hello to Kitty Hundley in the chat. Hope you're well as well. And a new batsman goes out for Trentino Akia. It's really not been the greatest start. He did pick up a boundary the ball earlier in a dodgy manner, but the current run rate is 3, which is not great. Vinny, it's hard to watch.
Has been. It's been one to poke your eyes out, really, if you're Trentino Aquila supporter. Also, Janja Bresh having a bit of a shocker. I know I sat in the last one out. I was catching up on a few things, but look, yeah, the run out compounds things as well, and then that kind of almost gets there but doesn't quite. Hamid is going to come in and Gurpreet only knows one way. No, he doesn't catch up with this one. But yeah, you mentioned it. It's not just the wicket, but also the run rate is horrendous. Having said that, we've seen low scores stand up today. Trentino Aquila themselves have been pretty expert defenders, although they couldn't quite get across the line against Milan United last time we saw them. Fresh Tropical, this is their last group match. And swinger knocked down and almost another run out created. So hard work at the moment. Power play's only worth 7 at the moment with 2 to come.
It is hard work, and but it's been very good bowling and good fielding here from Fresh Tropical, and I'm sure that there's still plenty to go in this innings, but I'm sure other teams are watching this. And so, well, comes in again.
Angles in, yeah, well bowled. So we have seen some pretty low power plays at times. Certainly it's one of those grounds you can understand how you get bogged down because if you're not hitting boundaries, then the field is kind of all over you. It's a bit claustrophobic, especially the power play. So it can kind of work against you in a way because you're not able to get the score ticking. I mean, these two combined for 0 off 9 at the moment. Kind of tells you a fair bit about how this power play's gone for Trentino.
Gurpreet hits it well.
Nice
and
shot.
that's 4 runs.
Really nice shot. Took him on and 1. So that takes a lot of guts, I think. You could have easily just kind of played out Bilal Hamid and said, well, it's gone pretty badly. Let's just eat it and wait for a new bowler. But Gurpreet attacks, and it doesn't surprise me. That's the kind of player he is. So looks slightly better at the end of the power play. It's 11 for 3.
Yep, 11 for 3 in the power play. It's the I think it's probably the lowest scoring power play we've seen in this tournament so far. I think from memory. Unless Albano had one in the day off.
Have a feeling that Albano only scored 7 in one of their power plays.
I wasn't here that day.
In the dark days. Oh, they had a Barry Crocker that day. I knew you were in the craft beer bar. I hoped you were sucking a few back and not watching, because then as an Albano supporter, that was hard work. Anyway, it's going to be time for Skander Abbas, the coach, to bowl over number 4.
He's there. I didn't see him there in the lineup. He's right up the top.
Snuck in.
But some new faces for Fresh Tropical. Do you know anything about...
Atta Ullah, who's in, he's previously played for Brescia CC. Come back to that in a second. Well, Sikanda does it straight away. It's a 7-ball duck for Hussain. And funnily enough, it's not even the first time we've seen that today. But that's 4 wickets down now, 11 for 4. Skander Abbas strikes very first ball.
He's such an awkward bowler as Skander Abbas. He comes very wide of the crease and he angles the ball in. It's a bit of in-swing as well, and but he's usually very accurate at the stumps. And, well, there's a good example of it. And I don't want to laugh at Trentino Aquila. I'm laughing at the situation and Derek the Duck, because it's not been great for Trentino Aquila.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of batters failing, obviously, but I'm always happy that we could use the diamond duck graphics. A lot of work went into that. That was a bit of a shocker, wasn't it? But, here's the thing with Mirza. He got done for a diamond, but we didn't realise at the time, actually, he did hit that ball and they got 1 run. So he actually scored a golden 1. 1 off 1. But anyway, we're just trying to pull it out whenever we can, to be honest. Anyway, Shigaway's coming out. He swings for the fences and comes up with nothing as well. 11 for 4.
Going back to the name Atta Ullah.
Yeah.
It's a very familiar one. There must be a few around like
so
that, like a million
Atta Ullah,
love
the most famous Atta Ullah contribution on ECN was from Atta Ullah from Riyan in Cyprus. And he scored 250 in a T20 match that we covered. So we were in 2020, we're covering a few T20s as well, domestic T20s in Finland and also in Cyprus. So 311 for 1, I think, was the score. And he scored 250. From memory, it was off, I'm going to say 60, maybe 80 balls. It was 80 balls, I think.
That's ridiculous score.
But it is crazy. I can get you the exact if you like. I feel like you want to see it.
There were murmurs. I don't know, was it the ground somewhere, or I don't know where I was, but I kept on hearing. It might have been on the WhatsApp group with Vitarati. This guy's hit 250 in a 20-over game.
Yeah. Well, you can look over my shoulder at this scorecard if you like, but it's pretty brutal, and it's very different to what we're seeing right now in match number 45. Yeah, Atta Ullah 251. This is Riyan versus Limassol Gladiators. 251 off 80 with 22 sixes and 24 fours.
That's brutal.
and scoring at 313. So I just remember they almost ran out of balls in that innings. 311 off 20 overs.
Oh.
And well, that's in 10 overs you can be almost as destructive. But I mean, to give you an idea, that the highest score from an individual in a T10 match, 156 on out from Govinda Singh Banchwa in Spain. As this is up in the air, don't think it'll clear Nakvi. That's another one. So 5 wickets out now, and it ain't looking great at the moment. Skander Abbas bookends the 4th over with wickets. So if you thought things were going to get easier for Trentino Aquila, you've got another thing coming. So Nakvi, safe hands down there at long on. It's 13 for 5 at the end of 4.
Well, we saw yesterday a game where the team was at the end of the power play were 16 for 5, and the opposition were 51 for 1 at the end of the power play, and they ended up winning with a very good innings from Simranjit Singh.
Yep.
And Abdullah also contributing.
I make a habit of not calling games in the first 5 overs, even when it feels hopeless, because all it needs is someone like Ali Saqib Arshad to come out there, whack a quick 50 or something like that.
I don't have that habit though, Vinny. I'm pretty much calling this one already.
All right. Well, I'm not saying that they're not huge favourites. Fresh Tropical again. They're trying to play themselves into top spot, and they'll be hard to catch. They're the first team to potentially, they are the first team that'll finish their 10 matches. So just going back to that, to what we were talking about, the high individual scores. Govinda scored 156 in a T10. If you extrapolate that out, if he could have somehow done a miracle and kept batting that way for 20 overs, he would have scored 312 on his own.
Wow.
You never know. And speaking of high scores as well, highest score we've had. So 311 in 20 overs is a pretty good score. I'm not saying it's not. But if you want to take the 10 over, I know you get 20 wickets to play with. If you want to take our highest scoring 20 over match, i.e. if you add up the first and the second innings, we had 403 runs in one game in Barcelona last year, in the Barcelona Bash, as we were calling it. So, imagine scoring 403 in 20 overs. That's magical stuff.
Crazy.
Anyway, this is almost another one. Sneaks past the inside edge of Ashik Awais. And in Nakvi, not an easy bowler to counter as well. He comes into the attack in the 5th over.
Of course, the Czech Republic do hold a record for high scoring as well in a 20-over game in a T20I.
Of course. Was it 277 or 278?
278 equal 278. With, was it
Sri Lanka, I think.
With it,
I think it was Sri Lanka that did it. Same score. Well, that one almost knocks the shins out of Silvio Lady. He has to put the stump back in.
I think it was Afghanistan against Ireland.
Okay.
I think from memory. But and we bowled the team out Turkey, who unfortunately had visa issues. So they had a bunch of players who hadn't really played much cricket.
You're exactly right. It was Afghanistan versus Ireland earlier that year.
Yeah. And then the Czechs bowled Turkey out for 21.
I wasn't remembering a game that was a while ago. It was Sri Lanka scored 260. Yeah. Well, there's another one. I don't think any high score records are going to go down at the moment. Away swings all around at 2 off 8. Pretty miserable time for him. Nakvi, a couple of catches to his credit. Now he's got a wicket. It's 15 for 6.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And it wasn't going to get any easier when you said you weren't calling it when Zain Nakvi came on to bowl, because he's a pretty decent bowler.
Yeah.
That's a big swing and a miss there. And there goes the middle stump cartwheeling back. And Fresh Tropical have come here to play a game. They might play half a game, I think. So
could be an interesting fact from Shazad behind the scenes, saying after match 44, exactly 444s and 446s had been hit. So they had achieved parity.
Wow.
And the fact that it's kind of a multiple of 44 is pretty interesting as well.
Yeah.
I remember we had more 6s than 4s pretty much throughout the first bit of this tournament.
Yep.
And I mean, because in Cyprus you had pretty much 2 4s for every 6 hit. Here you had about 8 4s for every 10 6s hit, so about 80%. And that just shows you how slow the outfield's been. Anyway, pretty miserable first half for Trentino Aquila. Just the 6 wickets, which is glaring, but only 15 on the board. So this is what can happen on this field in particular, where it runs. It's hard to sneak runs in. They're not batting well.
I did mention that Fresh Tropical do eke victories. They have a knack of winning close games, but
nothing eekish about this.
Nothing eekish, no. And just defended there. The skipper's out there, by the way. Saki Bashad, who's been very brave in this tournament, carrying an injury over the last few days.
But this is, I think, what can happen. It's 15 for 6 after 5 overs, but as we head into the second half of this innings, we don't really know how long it'll last. Trentino Aquila, a couple of things. They're playing their third game today, so there's a bit of natural fatigue.
For
I think
sure.
a few injury concerns. I mean, you see the captain out there. Fresh Tropical, they've been chomping at the bit to get out there today.
Yeah.
This is also their last game, and they are very much in the hunt. They're defending champions, so even though it's slight change in personnel, you can certainly see that they've got a little bit of a pep in their step, if you like. Let's have a look at what's coming up as well. If you want to know what's happening on ECM, we've got the ECN Gibraltar T20 Internationals coming up from Thursday. And of course, our ECIs coming up with Italy, France, and Romania. Let's go. As sneaks down the leg side, it'll be a run to the Trentino Aquila team as Ali Hyder comes into the side. And it's a tough situation to bat. I mean, I remember on occasion, I was as a lower order batter really at a good level of cricket. And if I came in this situation, I remember just thinking, well, what do you expect me to do about it? I mean, all the batters have failed.
Yeah, true.
But you just got to try your best. Ali Bashad is a real leader. This one comes in towards his hip and he works it away. So Tassir Hassan is after it now. I think he just gets home, but he tested out that foot, didn't he?
Yeah, you can see him limping probably. His right foot's been injured for the last couple of days. Might have strapped it. He's walking okay now after 3 games today. Let's have a look at this one. And in fact, he dropped it.
He dropped the ball, didn't he?
So I think he would have been back anyway. Would have been home.
I was going to say it's good reserve keeping without gloves, but it wasn't really because he dropped it. Anyway, got to say, got to feel for the umpires. They have had to do such a job setting up these stumps time and time and time again.
And they've been destroyed as well. I saw some plasticine come out.
Yeah, that's the Cartimer formulation. That's our secret flavour, but it's meant to stop the stumps flying out too often. But I think when you get to day 9, it's a bit challenging.
Thanks to Kitty, seems to be looking sharp.
Yeah,
which is something I don't get very often.
Yeah, let's go to the chat because it is kind of random question time. End of the day. Hello to Kitty watching from the US, and I'm always happy to see you. And you've got Naeem in there as well. A lot of Bangladeshi viewers, of course. Great to have you in the chat as well. And fantastic man saying he's watching from Bangladesh. So yeah, hello to everybody and to Kroom as well. Hopefully you're well. Wow, this is potentially a chance. Zahid's got to get moving, can't get there. One hand, one bounce rules. In the backyard, that might be out. It hung up a long time, just didn't get the jump on that, Zahid Chima. Hey, so also we talked food chat. I must admit, yeah, went into Milan last night. Had my first carbonara in Italy this time. And I was going to go the saltimbocca, but I'm glad I didn't order it straight away because I was so full after trying some kind of the nice sliced ham. And I also had this mozzarella cheese in kind of baked into something. I forgot what it was called. It was called cheese ball. Good keeping there down the leg side from Hassan. Stops that going for extras. I also had my favourite Italian white wine, which is a Falangina. And it was very nice, family-run place. And we were going to go maybe, or you can eat sushi again tomorrow night. Maybe, but we did go Friday night just before I left to go to the wedding over the weekend.
Still recovering from that.
But I think I'm going to do my research, maybe find something a bit more authentic for tomorrow night if we're going to do a bit of a crew dinner. Anyway, Sagir is out there in the number 8 spot. The 20 has come up. And I'm going to celebrate that because I don't know if they're going to get to 50 at the moment. Sagir gets rock and rolled for a duck. Hyder's been a bit all over the shop, but that one knocks middle stump out of the ground. And it's 20 for 7.
That was quick and straight from the bowler. And let's have another look. Just tried to fend it off. Didn't want to get his body behind it. And that's another wicket down. Well, might be an early finish here to this Tuesday. I've got a day off tomorrow. So as Derek joins Hyder.
There's been a few Dereks. Well, 2 to be honest.
Hamza Sagir.
We had a fake diamond duck. Turns out we realised that Mirza scored 1.
We both called it 2, Vin.
Yeah, well, I was just excited that we might get it on the screen. Cameron Hussain went for a 7-baller. Hamza goes for a 2-baller. And just the 2 stumps remain.
We did have one yesterday, though. So Derek, the diamond duck, has been on screen. accompanying a batsman back to the to his seat. And yeah, look, I've been in Italy for just over a week, and I got, after a bit of a delay at the airport, I got in and I needed something to eat from the hotel restaurant. And it's a pretty nice hotel, actually. But I had a risotto, which was a bit pasty. So bowler comes in.
Here's Chandra deal. Another Gundy ball, but that's good luck for him, Haider, because last time he did that, he knocked the stumps out of the ground soon after.
Yes.
A bit of a pasty risotto.
It was kind of reheated and just sort of lumpy, and it was all right. I mean, it was food. That was what I wanted at that stage, because I hadn't had anything since lunch.
It is a bit hit and miss, Italy. I mean, it does have a reputation, and rightly so for cuisine, but I will say it's a bit variable. I find it hard to get a good cup of coffee in Italy. I know it sounds awful, so depends where you go.
True. And nicely
covers Matil to get off the mark. He won't join the Duck Club.
It's the same as Paris. If you go to a place where there's a guy outside wanting you to come into his restaurant, and they've got a set menu for 15 euros, you know, you're not going to get good food. Yeah, even in Paris, and both Italy and France are noted for their food culture, and they're both fantastic food. But
they dine out on that reputation sometimes, though, I think.
Yeah.
This is a nice looking little whip from Saqib, but it'll just get one.
It's like wine, really. I like a good wine. And if you think of wine in France, there's lots of interesting regions, especially Bordeaux, right?
Yeah.
But there are 9,000 wineries, as we see a very sad
5 is the best so far, shared by Ali Saqib Ashad and extras.
Hard to look at, isn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, Wide's a top scorer at the moment with 5.
Wides and Ali Saqib Ashad sharing the duties. It's not like they bowled a lot of wides either. They bowled 5 wides in 6 overs, 23 for 7 after 6. One thing I will say is potentially, if they can rock and roll them, we might have a rare chance to have an early dinner. The way things are going. Yeah, but you're right. The Bordeaux region's very famous.
Yeah, look, but you get some shockers as well, because there are a lot of wineries there. So the top Bordeaux wines are among the best in the world. And so the new bowler comes in, and it was a bit rough. It's called a no ball.
Yeah, it is a no ball.
And Lukman Amjad
bounces after the crease, but before the stumps. Or maybe it was just before the crease. This will actually show it. But if it bounces off the pitch, just before the stumps anyway. So, yeah, free hit, a chance for Trentino Aquila to really try and move this score. They've got the right man on strike, Ali Saqib Ashad.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, yeah, it does look like a team that's looking a bit tired at the moment. Now wide, so the free hit will remain in play.
They'll get this if this over remains the same with 2 extras already.
Well, Kroom's got an idea saying, well, if they can somehow scrape to maybe high 50s, will we see potentially the lowest score defended record challenge? Fresh Tropicana team that are a bit volatile with the bat as well.
Indeed.
But, it's a long way to 50-something at the moment, I will say that. And even probably more unlikely to get there. Forcing a long throw, they get back for 2. So let's keep Ashad now comfortably the top scorer.
He's not going to give up either as the skipper. He plays with a big heart. And as we've seen, he's been injured, limping around, and but he still opens the bowling for this side, and when he goes to bat, he gives everything. So it's all respect to Ali Saqib Ashad, and they've been good in parts, as have Trentino. They had one really bad day, and as you said, it's their 3rd game of today, and they're no longer really playing for a spot in the top 4. And, Chris Smith, well, had a fish and chips and mushy peas with 4 rounds of bread and butter. Hope you had a few beers as well, Chris. That sounds delicious. I am getting hungry, Vinny.
Yeah, Chris, there was a bit of food chat. This is probably going to go the distance, and a deal. Better than your average number 9, judging by this. Amjad comes on, and he's getting an opportunity. I don't mind that at all. But this one was picked up beautifully by Chandri. Maximo, a rare one, but a handy one for Trentino Aquila. Maybe they can still put something on the board that is going to be defendable. Like I say, seems a long way off at the moment, but if they could scrape in the 60s and hope for an uber collapse of their own in the second half, who knows?
That was a proper cricket shot from Chowdhury Adil as the bowler was coming around the wicket. Pretty expensive already.
There you go.
No.
But this time he's picked out the fielder. Skander Abbas is back there now. He's looking a little bit ginger as well. Like an Irish stepchild, but he will take the catch. A bit of a crocodile style. Like Nutfit, I don't know where he's gone. That's his normal spot, but Saganda's poached it and he's pouched a catch. It's 34 for 8. 6 and out for Chowdhury Adil.
Yeah, tried the same thing again, but failed that time. But good wicket there for Lukman Ajad. And so we haven't seen him in the tournament. Looks like a young bowler with plenty of potential. And started off a little bit rough, but let's see. Skander Abbas there having a bit of a chat to him. He's picked up a wicket. And started bowling around the wicket because the first one went off the pitch, and then the other one, next one was wide for the free hit. So he's come around the wicket and picked up one. And let's see if he can get another good ball. That.
Yeah, that one, in terms of a low full toss, was pretty straight. New batter out there is Sadakat Ali. But yeah, kind of looking like they're running out of gas at the moment, Trentino Aguila.
Anyway, yes, let's look for a nice Italian restaurant, because I don't want my only Italian meal of this.
Leave it with me.
Good.
Tomorrow night, if you can stay free and stay sober enough on your day off,
I'll be fine.
that we might be able to organise something. 7 overs down, score is 34 for 8. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Just 2 days of group matches left after this round robin matches. So Brescia CC will be on, and they will be playing 3 times. Gina Brescia will be on. That's going to be a great first game in particular of
Absolutely.
the day. Milan United have been building something, haven't they? With a couple of successful chases today. Chivadate, get a chance to see them in matches 3 and 4. And Janjua will close out their tournament in match number 50. Join us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. I'll be flying solo tomorrow to give Danny a well-deserved day off after you shouldered the burden over the weekend. And a bit of random chat. I can tell you a bit about Charles and Jana's wedding in Prague over the weekend. It was beautiful. It wasn't really the wedding, it was more of a lunch celebration. It was a very fancy kind of buffet brunch. We went to bottomless brunch.
Yep.
So whenever the first thing you're having in the day is Prosecco, you always know it's going to be a pretty good day. But I want to say big congratulations to them once again. And their wedding cake was 2 ducks.
Saw that.
So I don't know if they put that on the broadcast at the time.
Yeah, they did.
I sent that through. And it's actually quite a funny. I don't think they'll mind me sharing this story.
It's not cricket related, is it? Because it's really not.
It certainly isn't. Scissors glanced away. And probably 2, but he's got a broken foot, which means this is going to be tough. Oh, does he get the ball down?
I'm not sure if he takes it. He might have knocked it onto the stumps, definitely.
I feel like he probably did, Tasir Hassan. But then the question is he out or not? So first we're going to see if it's out or not, as if he's out of his crease, and then we'll have a look at does he have the ball. Bilal's got to get out of the way here. Let's have a look. A couple of things here. Seems to take it okay. I think he might actually be home anyway.
I think so. Can't really tell.
This next one, he's almost out. And it's between frames.
I think he's in.
I think. Go back one more time. And I'm just curious to see if he's got the ball, because his backside is kind of obscuring it. Nice and slow here. Let's have a look. What happened to the ball?
It's a good angle here. He's got the
I
ball.
think he's got the ball.
I think he's home.
He does have the ball. Yeah, but he's between frames, which means I think you're going to have to go kind of benefit of the doubt, because there's one. The first frame. Yeah, the first frame we saw. Let's try and really get these isolated. There, that's the first one where the stumps are broken, so he's home. So it's one of those ones I think you really break it down.
Tell you what, Vinny.
If you really break it down, then he may have been out, but, technically, but I mean, we've got, 50, 60 frames a second, whatever it is. So I think with that, something like that, they they'll stick with the not-out call. Good umpiring, good process. Well done to Arthurs in the box as well for productions today.
Indeed. But that's pretty good running for a guy with one leg.
You should get benefit of the doubt if you have broken bones in your foot anyway. Unconfirmed at this stage.
He's a bit of an inspiration, I think. There's Ali Sekab Arshad.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I'll go to the Ducks thing in a second. This sneaks past the outside edge of Sadikat Ali. So it's a bit of a running joke. Obviously, they're married, and Charles he's up in his 40s. You won't mind me saying that. Yana's a little bit younger than him. But he said there was their running joke that they were Ducks because Ducks actually constantly change their partners every year. So he said, so that's why it was kind of a little bit ironic. They finally found they said they're more like swans. I think swans mate for life, you see. Well, but it is interesting they decided to put ducks on the cake. It's a bit of a running joke with them. So yeah, we had the 2 ducks there.
As they're facing each other, this is called wide, and I'll take another one.
Yeah, we'll get 2 wides here. They're creeping up.
The just like swans, you see that the ducks came together. It looked like a bit of a rough love heart. So it was a nice looking cake. Who ate the duck?
So this is what also made it a bit awkward. When it's time to cut the cake, essentially they were cutting one of the ducks' heads off. I mean, there was no easy way to cut the cake. No, but it was lovely. And then spent the afternoon at a bit of a wine festival. Yeah, Charles, of course, one of our tournament referees here at ECN. Also, regularly we'll see him umpiring at the Cardamom Oval. He's pretty well liked by all the players and staff alike. So yeah, I'm super happy for him. And
yeah, he's a nice guy.
It was a long day. He went about 11 to 11.
He plays for the wrong club in Prague, but apart from that, he's a valued member
PCC.
for PCC.
He doesn't play that often though, does he?
Not anymore.
I think he'll be refereeing in the Prague ECS.
Good to see.
Towards the end of July.
Joe Foster will be there as well.
Yeah, Joe will be there.
There's a good umpiring crew in Prague, actually. It's led well by Pistol Pete.
Yeah, of course. Pete Vincent. Chris Tabb, I think, doing a fair bit of umpiring these days.
Good umpire too is Chris Tabb. He's now the national team manager for the Czech Republic.
So end of the 8th over. And I don't know, maybe they could pull out the 60. They'll have to bat very well. Sadikat gets off the mark, finally. And it's 41 for 8 after 8.
Well, it's a pretty good recovery.
Yeah.
You're seeing we didn't think they'd get 20.
Yeah, well, they were 20 for 7 at one point. So they've had a
Let's
partnership.
look at this.
I mean, it's a bit of the Dow Jones about that, isn't there? But the thing is, the scale on that graph is only 6. So kind of at best, you could see them maybe getting to 60. But I will say this is the kind of game where it is possible that that lower score defender could get broken, because it is possible that they're certainly a good enough side if they play their best and Fresh Tropical completely drop the ball to defend 59. And it's that kind of field there. Doesn't give the batters too much assistance. This is a wide down leg side. Ataullah coming on for the first time. Mentioned he's played previously for Bresh CC. And just sneaks past the pad of Sadikat Ali.
Well, the other thing is that they do have a good bowling lineup, Trentino Ikea. That's probably their strength. And with their top order rarely clicks. And they never click together. They get scores maybe in the 20s, but not much more.
Defended well earlier today as well.
Oh, yeah.
Against Jandra Brescia. When they just put 75 on the board, they kept Jandra Brescia to 62. I want to say hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia as well. Hopefully you're well.
Hi, James. Ataullah comes in again. Oh, good ball, that.
And leaves him. Finally gets one on target. Lost a couple down the leg side first up. I know that James has his son, Jacob, watching sometimes, so please give my regards to Jacob as well. James, hopefully you're well. And how's the weather there in Estonia? Is it warming up at all? We are into May, which means I think they can get their cricket season underway. We'll see Estonia in the ECC for the first time this year.
James, if you see Terry, say hi to him for me.
Yeah, of course. I'm loving some of the engagement that Cricket Estonia are doing at the moment as well. We've got Regner and Terry doing these Terry's Tips videos, and actually watched an extended feature on the history of cricket in Estonia over the last 20 years or so. Super interesting. But I remember after spending some time there, they did say once we tried to start the season in April, but we couldn't because of the snow. So that kind of
bit tough with the white
tells
ball
you,
too.
yeah, tells you all you need to know. But now notice it's clicked over to May. So it's been a big day in my family. Actually, my father turned 70 today, so I gave him a phone call a little bit earlier.
Congratulations to your father.
Yeah.
Does he watch much cricket?
Not a lot. This one goes wrong. It's a slower ball,
Good fielding.
which is somehow going to be a dot. Sadaka can't believe that he's missed out on that. So it's interesting. So my dad, although he was born to Indian parents, but he was actually born in Malaysia. So he didn't really grow up playing cricket. He wasn't a cricket person. I was the one that introduced him. So at school, all the other dads were bowling to their sons. I was trying to teach my dad how to bowl, and he still throws. But he's still good practice, and he actually was pretty good. He played a lot of hockey growing up. I think he also would keep me honest. When I was 7, I used to think you could just run with immunity. Occasionally, he'd surprise me with a direct hit when we were playing one-on-one in the backyard. So, yeah, of course, he was really supportive.
I never played cricket with my dad, but he was a pretty keen cricket fan. And I used to watch it. He used to watch it with me. And he understood the game pretty well. It's pretty good from a guy from what was Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, well, yeah, Dad ended up... Yeah, he watched a lot of it with me because I was obsessed with it then once I discovered it in a book. I got a book out from the library as we wait for the last ball, this 9th over. After all that, would love a wicket because this is the last ball he'll bowl in this game. He almost gets it. Run out opportunity. Sadaka, correct hit. Oh, and he's been hit as well, has he?
I think it's a deflection off the
Has he run himself out?
I think he has. Does he get an assist?
What's happened here? This will be a very interesting replay. We won't be able to tell what happens here necessarily, but it must have hit him first if it's hit him. Well, yeah, he's gone. And then I think it might have been the bail that hit him.
Could have been. Let's keep it going.
He's
with
definitely out. But, then I think the stump might hit him. So, yeah, he's going to be a run out. He'll be the 9th wicket down. And that's a bit annoying as well. Let's see what happens. No, I think he might have just hit the ground funny and kind of turned himself, but he's going to be gone.
Might have been a bit of pole vault here. Let's have a look.
No, it's his foot.
And he dug in and
he just
took off.
It's one of the steps just before the line.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's going to be run out. It's a bit of a rough one for him. He's going to be run out 3 off 8. And it's 47 for 9 after 9 overs.
It's not quite as brutal as it was at the start, but it's still not a great total. What's the lowest score we've seen this week? It's
Good question.
I think
I was actually going to look that up
might
before.
have got one about the same when I
Yeah.
wasn't here.
Let me tell you what the lowest score is. I should be able to do that fairly easily. But, yeah, my guess would be, well, excluding the kind of, excluding the 7 over game, which I don't think is very fair to count that. The lowest score, just isolating it first, but yeah, 45 is the lowest score, I believe. I think that was Albano that scored 45 against Fresh Tropical, scored 95. That was in match 17 last Thursday, which I think was the day that you were off.
That was the day.
When you were in the
I'm glad I
craft beer
missed
bar.
that one, actually.
Anyway, Nakash Raza gets the last over as Waskeeb Rashad. Well, to be honest, he shouldn't be facing, right? It's the wrong striker facing because that was the end of the over and they should have swapped, but it's too late now, so you're going to have to allow it.
With a run out?
Yeah, so, I mean, run-outs...
I don't think so.
Yeah, so the reason is he was run out last ball the 9th over, and he was run out at that end.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think
no, hold
run-outs
on.
are
Yeah,
okay.
you're exactly right. I've mixed myself up.
That's all right.
Doing too many things at once.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, you're right. It was the end of the over. That's what's done me there.
Oh.
Anyway, Lucky is on strike because this is going to be 4 and then 6. They get up to 58. They've got a fighting chance here. What an innings from the captain. Sorry for my Game 5 thought bubbles.
I've been doing it all week,
appearing,
mate. It's
disappearing.
okay.
Yeah, I was like, what's he doing down there? Well, I didn't realise why. But, yeah, that's why they probably wanted to take it on to get him on strike in the first place.
They have shuffled the deck a little bit for
I
Tropical.
kind of want him to make 59 and get out, so we've got a chance at the record.
A nice shot that as well. It's coming towards me, but it'll be cut off by Zaid Chima.
Well,
And
this is Awais Askar who's batting.
I wouldn't have picked that they would have got up to this score, but as I said, they've shuffled their deck a bit. Fresh Tropical, given some players who probably won't play in the
Askar
final series.
has 1 career run and now he has 2. So they get up to that 60.
He's bowled well, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And they do have a good bowling lineup to Trentino Ikea. A couple of wickets early.
6 and 4 here makes it interesting.
I did call it. Probably shouldn't have, as I said. And that one's dropped.
He's dropped, but they won't run. So Alex Kibashad will have one more ball. So, I mean, I suppose if they weren't to get any more, then they could tie the Prague Tigers record, defending 60.
Yep. Fresh tropical. They lose this one.
Oh, dear. Done well to keep that on the pitch, Raza. He's hoping for the Shane Warne style turn out of the footmarks here, but it never comes. Oh, that is just on the pitch. Pretty good keeping. Don't know how far back Tassir is to a spinner. Anyway, he wants to launch this one, and he does. So lifts it up and away, and they get in the 60s in the end. Maximo time. And there's a fighting chance for Trentino Aquila. It'll be 67, in fact. He had on the wide plus the 6. Ali Sakib-Bashard finishes with 30, and they needed them. And they pull themselves from 20 for 7 up to 66, and maybe take a little bit of momentum heading to the second half of this game.
Absolutely. And just a quick one. I think it's probably one of the highest individual scores by a Trentino batsman. As we see a bit of a disaster first up. They just really not at the races at the start were Trentino Ikea. Very tentative. Really no positivity in the stroke play. And then that's all of that.
That's not a great look, isn't it? And then, yeah, lucky I'm not a lip reader, because I don't think I want to hear a lot of what's going on. And you can see plenty of time to just make sure that was one time the umpires didn't have to spend a lot of time fixing up the stumps. But yeah, you mentioned Trentino Aquila, just shorter runs at times. And yeah, it's actually the second highest individual score for them in the series. Lovepreet Singh did score a 44 not out over the weekend. But yeah, apart from that, no one else getting out of the 20s. So they've had to work really hard. I suppose they're used to these kind of defences. They defended a similar score earlier today, but this was the problem. The wickets just continued to tumble. Like I said, at one point they were 20 and they lost 7 wickets.
Yeah, it's well, they've got up to a target, 67, and Fresh Tropical, they are the top team. They have, as I said, they've shuffled the deck a bit. So quite a few players who haven't had a go this week will be maybe expected to bat, especially if they lose a few quick wickets. But it's that man just on strike. Sakib Arshad, the captain for Trentino Ikea, it's given them a bit of a fighting chance, and they have come from a long way, about 4 hours away to play this series. And as we see the unfortunate Sadakat Ali get run out.
Yeah, just fell in a wormhole, didn't he there? But I mean, they weren't done. Fresh Tropical, they've come down to have the last game of the day. Obviously, I think it's a good opportunity for them to bowl maybe a couple of bowlers that haven't had too much of an opportunity in the series. It does kind of allow Trentino Aquila in with a prayer. We have seen Fresh Tropical completely bottle it with a bat on occasion. Do I expect it? Not really. But 30 for Ali Sakib-Bashard, and then Daylight next. Extras with 14, a contributor as well with 13 wides and a no ball in there. But Chowdhury Adil, 6 and out. Only other blow in anger really in this innings, which saw 3 Maximos, 2 from that of Ali Sakib-Bashard and just the 1 for Chowdhury Adil. As far as the bowlers went, well, like I said, they used a few options, didn't they? 8 bowlers in total, 2 for 2. Sikandar Abbas bookended his over with wickets. And apart from that, just 1, Zahid Chima. Pretty unselfish, actually. They could have brought Zahid Chima back and Abbas and Zain Naqvi, but they thought, no, it's a good opportunity maybe to get a few other names on that bowling scorecard. But here's the negative. There were 20 off the last over. It went magical, so they go from 47 to 67. Yeah. Gives them a fighting chance. But still, I think Fresh Tropical pretty comfortable where they're at here in match 45. Last innings just around the corner. Keep the random questions and random chat going. Bit of food chat as well maybe after this break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, taking you through the chase. It'll be 68 for Fresh Tropical to finish their group stage with a win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. See you very, very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the MCG. That's the Milan cricket ground here in the north of Italy. We're getting ready for the final innings of the day. Fresh Tropical, their only appearance of the day. It's also their last appearance in the round robin stage, their 10th match. Trentino Aquila had a longer day, though. They're into their third appearance. They've scraped together 67 runs in their 10 overs. Loss of 9 wickets. Fresh Tropical chasing 68 for victory. There's Javid Mahash. That's the non-striker. Zain Naqvi will get us going. And there's Ali Saqib Ashad on 1 foot coming in. And Zain pushes, gets Fresh Tropical off the mark straight away. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Danny Hudacek. And yeah, Danny, certainly a tall order, but not an impossible order now for Trentino Aquila.
Well, it's a pretty good last over. They scored 20 from it to pump the score up to 67. I did call it early, and against the top team, they were struggling at, was it 7 for 21. And Fresh Tropical have put in some players who probably won't be there at the end of the week, just to give them a bit of a hit. And that's what they did, bowled 8 bowlers. And Fresh Tropical, I mean, they do win games, do Fresh Tropical, and it's not a great run rate.
They probably get a bit more out of this batting chase as well, with it not being quote-unquote foregone conclusion. They're still going to have to bat well. We have seen lots of scores lower than 67 in this series.
True.
We've seen some today already, including Jandra Brescia. It's pretty close, you know. Has a good kick and he's gone. Well, it seemed pretty adjacent to me. We'll check it out on the replay. But look at the line. Sneaks across the front of stumps a little bit. Nips back. It's out.
Yeah.
It has to be out. And it's the seam movement from Ali Saqib Ashad that does it. Good decision. It's been a long day for the umpires as well. So that's a big wicket first up.
It is.
And that sound was pigeons flying because the cat is amongst them. It's 2 for 1.
I like this this battle between Fresh Tropical and Ali Saqib Ashad, because that's what it is. It's a one-man show at the moment. And that's a big wicket early. Zain Naqvi is a destructive batsman.
Pretty easy decision, really, if there's no doubt on it. It's nipping back. And it's the sideways movement that does the batter there. So if you're going to get good players out, it helps if you can move the ball off the straight. That certainly did seam in from Ali Saqib Ashad, who, well, he'll certainly be front and centre of the player of the match conversation should Trentino Aquila pull this off. As it's going to be Nakash Raza, who was the man that went for a few in the last over. He gets the number 3 spot. So an opportunity for him to make some runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, great start for Fresh Tropical. Sorry, not for Fresh Tropical, for Trentino Aquila. Not a great start for Fresh Tropical.
Trentino Aquila were able to restrict Jandra Brescia to 62 earlier today. If they could do that again, they'd be unlikely victors.
They've got a good bowling lineup, and this man's leading them.
Pretty confident looking shot actually from Raza first up.
Yeah, with Awais Ashgar, who's been pretty consistent wicket taker and quite economical, and also Chowdhury Adil, Gurpreet Singh is a bit of a mixed bag.
They bowled well. They just haven't made enough runs in this series, I think. If they had, it'd be a completely different story. This one comes in prodigiously as well. Fumble at the crucial moment from Saki, as Raza scrambles for a run that gets him off the mark. Yeah, the key to these scores is if you can just keep it quiet early, keep it quiet in the power play. Getting Naqvi goes a long way to doing that and push that run rate required up to the 8s to 9s. Now you're talking a bit more of an average run rate required. So first you have to do that. Mahash, a bit more responsibility on him on top of the order. Jumps across and pushes and runs. And a very good first over from Ali Saqib Ashad at the end of 1. It is 4 for 1.
Indeed. And as we see, 13 games since the last Golden Ball. Could we see one here, Vinny?
It's possible. It is certainly possible. Don't see it happening, but yeah, I'm always expecting the unexpected. That'd be a nice way for you to sign off before your day off, Danny.
Yeah, it'd be good. And as we see, Gurpreet will be taking the ball. I started calling him mixed bag because that's what you get from him. You get a wide, then a brilliant delivery. And gets a lot of sideways movement, just lacks a bit of control, does Gurpreet, but he's been much better today. And he'll come in and we're bowling to Mahash, and he's capable of swinging the ball away and cutting it away.
Yeah.
There is a deep third man like right on the boundary that might come into play if Maharsh has a bit of a swing at it and gets an edge.
All right, here we go, over number 2. Wild swings are an edge on this. There is, and so Maharsh is going to have to go. He looks nonplussed, but Gurpreet comes up with a good straight away, as wickets have been tumbling regularly in this match. Again, whether he nicks or not, I can't tell you, but it's not a great shot from Maharsh.
It's not.
They were convinced, weren't they? It seemed like a genuine appeal. So Javed is going to have to go maybe a little scratch on the bottom of the bat. And it's 4 for 2. I know that you were prepared to say this one was signed, sealed and delivered a few overs in, but could be some drama here in the last game of the day.
I might have to eat my words because, as we know, they've added a couple of players in here at the Fresh Tropical. Skipper has given a few new players a go, and well,
I'm just going to leave this here. It would be, what are they defending, 67? So they might sneak onto the list on a count back. Royal Strikers defended exactly that score in 2021 in Malta, but I don't see Italy anywhere on there. So it certainly would be the best defence we've seen in Italy. Let's get back to the action. Here's Gurpreet. Hassan Jamil comes out in the number 4 spot. So it's an interesting one. You just have to bat as if you're ignoring the fact that there have been 2 early wickets. I mean, you've got 2 genuine bats out there at the moment. And yeah, you just can't let it get in your head. But if I tell you not to think about blue spaghetti, what are you thinking about right now? Exactly.
Italian food.
Incorporating a bit of food chat there. I think that might have carried, you know.
It did.
Straight down the pitch, middle stump to middle stump. Gurpreet had to change direction because in his follow-through he was heading off the pitch. But, if that sticks, that's another big moment for Trentino Aquila.
Tell you what, Gurpreet is, we call him mixed bag because you never know what's going to come out. But it's coming out pretty well now for Gurpreet. So, taking 1 for none.
Got to just keep ticking it. That's the thing. You don't necessarily need to go the big shots, but you need to just hit a few balls, feel like your score's moving. This is where the power play kind of works against you a bit as a batting team here because you're cramped. You would love right now for there to be 5 outfielders there. You can just hit the outfield and take ones and just start chipping away at this target. But you feel like probably the only way to the boundary is over the top at the moment. Well, this is handy because that's going to sneak off the pad. But even then, they'll only get 1. And so, yeah, the outfield slowing that one up. Maybe I won't get off the mark, but they do get 1 run to the total.
Still hasn't conceded a run off his bowling apart from that leg by Gurpreet Singh. And it's a eerily similar start for both teams here.
Lightning can strike twice. James saying thanks for the shout out to Jacob. He said the shout out to Jacob makes him like watching cricket with his dad even more.
That's great to hear.
That's good to hear. Oh, that'll do. That is just a little whip away. And Raza, well, he might have gone for a couple, but that one's almost knocked something out of the top of that tree. Maximo, bit of a steadier. Raza shows he can pack a punch.
That's a nice shot. I didn't tell you, I did name those trees. It's,
did you?
Well, have a look at it. There's a big white tree, as we see the table here. Fresh Tropical up the top. Trentino at 8. Could be an upset. But
they pretty much guarantee top spot with a win here.
Yeah.
Fresh Tropical, they can't be caught. But if they were to lose, then potentially they could be caught by Kings 11 and or Brescia. And the main thing is your 7 wins that they've got already guarantees them a spot in the top 4. But, I mean, we don't know what the weather will be like later in the week. Obviously, if you can finish in the top 2, you'll be the higher-ranked semi-final team. And so that's quite important as well. Let's give it a shot. Comes back on for a second over. Makes sense. You've got to throw everything at it if you're Trentino Aquila. And Jamil, at the moment, 0 off 5. He certainly had a bit of a rough start to his innings, though he did kick away 1 leg by so far.
It's been a really good start here from Trentino Aquila. And it's a skipper leading the charge. Comes in again.
Oh, bold.
Yeah, just going back to the trees, Vinny. There's a big one, which has got white flowers, a smaller one with pink flowers, and then the other little one with white flowers. So I named them Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear.
Oh, I like that. I like that very much. There you got the 3 in a row. Very fitting at a cricket field. You have 3 trees pretty close together.
Yeah.
This one goes in that general direction, but across the ground, Jamil, he's played out his own personal maiden. Now gets off the mark at the 7th opportunity.
I think apart from the opening bowlers here have been very good. We'll see Awas Ashkar and also Chowdhury Adil. There we go. There's Mama
That's
Bear
Mama
there.
Bear.
with
That
a-
makes sense.
Yeah.
I like the colour scheme there.
There's a bit of hole in that tree, isn't there? That's where all the cricket balls will be going through.
I think so. He's had a bit on it from Aliski Bashar. Continues to get the ball through pretty well for a guy that certainly is nursing a foot injury. Raza has had a pretty bright start to his innings. He moves to 8.
Yeah, look, Awas Ashkar and also Chowdhury Adil have been excellent all tournament for Trentino Kia. They're probably one innings where they've taken a bit of stick, but apart from that, really tight bowling, picked up wickets. It's a short, and it's not put away. Good venom there from the skipper. So we'll have a look at this one.
The bounce has been rarely employed just because a lot of them turn out to not come through that fast and they get smashed. But Aliski Bashar, again, credit to him for getting the most he can out of this pitch. So he's got 1 ball to go on his spell, that's it.
We've seen some good medium paces. We haven't really seen any genuine pace bowlers here. I think in this tournament.
Tries it out again, might have had a wicket, he does. So Jamil, pretty miserable 1 off 9 for him. Takes on the field and loses. Ashika Waste with the catch. So Aliski Bashar, he's going to take 2 for 6, and that goes with his 30 in the first innings. He's been the only player really turning up for Trentino Aquila in this game. So the power play keeps the game alive. Fresh Tropical 13 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, it's well, Fresh Tropical, they are the top team, and well, logically they should win, and I did call it, but it's a lot closer than what I expected.
Logical doesn't always win.
No, it's true.
In ECN land anyway, 13 for 3, but you can't really afford to have a bowler go for plenty if you're Trentino Aquila. But they do bowl well, and they catch pretty well for the most part. I mean, here's a guy, Sadiq Ali, he's a match winner, isn't he?
He is.
He's been brought in pretty early. I think you have to shuffle your big cards to the front of the deck, don't you, if you're Trentino Aquila.
So the new batsman for Fresh Tropical is Ataullah. So let's see if he can live up to his namesake from Cyprus.
Shrugs nailed it in the chat as well, saying last year there was so little grass here, it looked like the surface of Mars. This year the grass is like a meadow and the ball's not running at all. Hardly true. But what's weird, if you like, is that last year the average run rate was even lower. It was 8.8 and over. Through the sand. That was during the drought of July 2022. Oh, that's a lucky one. Again, don't think it goes for 4. It'll just be 1, but that could have quite easily knocked Raza's stumps out off the inside edge.
Yeah. It's good bowler to be bringing on right now is Sadiq Ali, 2712. He's been really good for them, Trentino Kia. But they do have probably one of the better bowling lineups, I think, in this tournament. And in saying that, there are bowling lineups with good opening bowlers and good number 3, but not all the way down. But they've got, I think, very good bowlers. 5 of them contribute to the innings. And 14 for 3. The power play now, just after the power play and the field restrictions, as you said, it'll probably give the batsman a little bit of a go at scoring more singles and getting the ball to hit the pad a bit. It's not all about boundaries this game, especially in a low-scoring game.
Yeah, that's right. It's about not getting bogged down. That's how you get into trouble. Having said that, we talked about if you can get that required run rate in the kind of 8s, 8 to 9, and suddenly it's like you're chasing, well, now it's like you're chasing 82 or so. So, especially with the slightly unusual batting lineup that we're seeing, I think it's about trying to give people opportunities, but right now, a little bit of a hole. But having said that, you look at who they have at their disposal. Skander Abbas yet to bat. You've got Bilal Hamid yet to bat.
Yeah, true.
So there's enough batting there. Zahid Cheem, I suppose, yeah. He's not the worst.
We'll see. But at this stage, It's a pretty tight affair.
Sanakat doing his job pretty well. This one would have hit the stumps instead. It presents an opportunity for Adil to make the stop, and he does. So Raza moves to 10. Looks like he hits it pretty well to that part of the ground.
He's found the same fielder twice, and Ataula, he's 1 from 2. But these singles will be important. They need a couple of boundaries as well. As bowler comes in, outside off stump. And
well bowled.
Yeah, very well bowled.
This was heading for a wide, but it hits the seam and comes back in. Let's have a look at it. I think it was a good decision as far as I'm concerned. Just comes in at the last moment, keeps it good. And so takes it to the end of the 4 overs. And it's going to be interesting little worm graph here. 16 for 3 after 4. But it's just 6.8 required. They find themselves trailing at this stage. And don't count any team out after 5 overs, no matter what you see. It looks like it's such a high bar, but it's only 6.7, that
so bizarre,
red line.
Isn't it? Absolutely bizarre.
But I need someone to stand up, like I said. Fresh Tropical, they want to let this one go. I think even the psychological advantage of that top spot. You play a team that potentially just sneaks into the finals in 4th versus, at the moment, there's 2 other teams right up there with Kings 11 and Ginebrescia, 2nd and 3rd at the moment.
Some very good sides in this tournament, though. And this could be out. Another one.
Well, it is, and Raza goes for 10. Chowdhury Adil comes on and gets a wicket first ball. Lovepreet, well, you know that he's happy about it as well. The master defender's going to work. Fresh Tropical, 16 for 4.
Again, really wouldn't have expected this. And it was that last over of the Trentino Ikea innings that pumped the score up to 67. They got 20 from it, and they've bowled well, and they do have a good bowling lineup. And Chowdhury Adil is one of those bowlers. He's a very tricky customer coming around the wicket, and he does sneak behind the umpire, which might put the batsman off. But that one hit pretty well, but a good catch taken. He's taken quite a few out there, has Lovepreet.
Yeah, he has. Ah, well, last game drama. Here it is. You ordered it. Skander Abbas comes in. He's one guy who he's certainly very capable, but we know that it's hard to score those boundaries without taking risks.
Yeah.
And you're at the stage where you kind of do need a boundary and over now, don't you, to stay on track.
Yeah, I know that if Fresh Tropical do go down here and that things go against them and teams around them win, I'll come back to that in a moment.
Oh, he's gone. Those drops. Wow. Just remember that. Adil really should hold this. Doesn't come as quick as he anticipated, I think. And he spills it. Wow, this was a huge opportunity to get rid of Skander Abbas for a golden duck.
It was hit pretty hard back at him, and he's put it down. That would have been a great catch. And yeah, Skander Abbas is a pretty competent batsman. Yeah, just going back to that. If they do lose this game, there's a possibility of teams around them catching them if they play well in a couple of games. Now, I know that it's 1st against 4th, all right, who will play, and 2nd against 3rd. And he's got a bit of medical treatment. Nurse Nancy no longer with us.
That's an end of the finger.
It's George the Animal Steel, the new nurse.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
Big lad.
Yeah. And I'm just so glad that can didn't get crushed.
So, yeah, just going back to that.
Yeah.
We hopefully won't get any rain. We haven't lost a match in. So that's one thing. That if it's rained out, then Fresh Tropical have made a tactical error here, right? Possibly. Still a long way to go in this game. So this is just hit into the covers just for a single.
Probably a good chance to check the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, there are so many good sides. It doesn't really matter who they play in the semi-finals, Fresh Tropical, because they will get there. It doesn't really matter who they play. All these teams are hitting their peak, I think, and are all very, very good sides. So I don't think it really matters, even if they don't get that 1st place, because 4th place will be a very good side going into those finals. I don't think there's anyone that I can't think of anyone that Fresh Tropical will necessarily worry about.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I just like that if you finish first, you might get a team that's just snuck in and spent all their energy getting there.
but that team that snuck in, they've snuck in front of quite a few other really good teams.
That's true.
And if
Yeah.
a team like Chivadate, for instance, Chivadate are potentially the most dangerous team in this competition, I think, because they've hit 2 of the 3 highest scores in the tournament.
True.
They're a bit hit and miss, but when they hit big. And if they have an on day, they can beat anyone in this tournament. So,
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's probably true of everyone. But, yeah, very unpredictable, I think, when you get to this format where you got the top 4 teams out of 11. You'd imagine that these games are a toss-up.
True.
Certainly in Cyprus, we found that to be the case. I think in Cyprus, we ended up with the 3rd and the 4th teams qualifying for the final.
But other teams like Kings are resurgent as well.
Yeah, 100%.
And then Brescia CC have been, well, actually, we'll go back to that
Go
in a
back to that
moment.
in a minute. It's 20 for 4 at the halfway point. Let's have a look at what's coming up in around about 148 days or something like that as I try and get rid of the spider of my headset. But we have the ECC groups that have been released, and so how this works, we do have Netherlands 11 automatically qualified for Championship Week starting on the 16th of October. They'll be joined by the group winners. Each one of those groups only 3 days. It's the format we had in the ECL. It was super popular. You can't really look away. There's just 2 days of group matches and then a group finals day on day 3, where ultimately we'll find out who progresses and whose ECC journey ends. This is pretty high, you know. It's been called a wide, so thought it might be a no ball for height. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe just below. But it is a wide regardless. I guess the difference is it would have been a free hit if it was a no ball. So Askar into the attack.
Yeah, so he's been really good. This one's cut down to backward point. Come back for 2.
Good running if they get there. Oh, he's gone. He's going to be gone here.
I think so.
Yeah, he dives, but I think he's in the air. Had a good look at this live, and it was a bit of a dodgy too. Good throw was always going to see he was in trouble, but I'm pretty confident that this is gone. Let's watch it on the replay. He's a good keeper. I don't know why he takes his glove off. It always puzzles me, but he's gone. Here it comes. You can see there, the stump's already gone there. And yeah, you can see he's probably 30 centimetres out in the end. So, how about that? It's an unnecessary one. And yeah, you can see you'll get the message in a second.
It's Utaula, not the Utaula. We'll have to go. And that's that cheer you hear is Trentino Arquiz's fielders. And they'll celebrate another wicket.
22 for 5 in the 6th. So it's the old adage, if one team can do it, then who's to say the other team can't do it?
True.
And Trentino Aquila, they're used to surviving on a pittance of runs on the board.
Yeah.
That's why he was confident to bat first, wasn't he? Unless Akiva shot at the toss. And yeah, you see, even this dive, it kind of bounces up and took a while to get over the line anyway. There's some things I don't really understand, and one of them is taking your glove off when you have no intention of throwing the ball. I think it's just a bit of a nervous tick. The best one actually was Amar Sharma in Malta, who last ball of the innings, there was a ball that went straight up. He took off both gloves and dropped it, which I'm not quite sure where that was coming from, that strategy.
So, a very good batsman comes in Bilal Hamid. We've seen him bat pretty low in this tournament for some reason, but he's the one who hit the 6 and the golden ball. As OS comes in again. Good start there.
He's going up for an LB appeal. But
Plenty of chat.
Eventuate.
Plenty of chat in the chat.
But here's the thing. This is the partnership
Yeah.
of 2 really dangerous players. Bilal Hamid is having such a great time with the bat. I think if you get him, then you're on. I mean, these are the 2, though, I think, can take it away pretty quickly. There's a lot of pressure on them now.
2 good bowlers have got not out. I think it was an inside
no,
edge.
he's run himself out. And he's just so concerned about the LB appeal. And Sakata Abbas has taken off. It was going down leg side. There was a lot of movement from the bowler, Askar. But this is what happens, is you get the brain fog. You hit on the pads. You hear the appeal. Watch, Chima never thinks there's a run there. He says, no, where are you going? And Sakanda says, well, now I'm just having to go back to the pavilion. Sakanda knows he's just had a bit of a mental error there. So I suppose Askar deserves some partial credit for causing the confusion, but that's 23 for 6 now, Fresh Tropical.
Oh, incredible.
Keeps the gloves on this time.
Some good bowling, though, from Trentino Akia still to come as well. Deal's got another over, and Awas always makes things happen. So, well.
What a game.
Incredible.
It's his Chima. I know you rate his batting. I'd say he's okay. He's a bowler that bats a bit, though, in my book.
Not true, but, you know, and it's a proper attack. Proper bowling attack that Trentino Akia have, so they're going to keep on putting pressure. So anyway, going back to the chat, there's lots of people in there. Shrugs in there, Kitty Huntley, James Stewart as well, and Woz has been lurking. He's there, so hello to you. And yeah, there's Chris Smith saying England 11 won't qualify, that's for sure. Well, as an Australian, I hope they don't, but as we get attacked by a giant bug, he's just turned around the corner just for
That's a good opportunity. I mean, Chima, he's probably done the righty in the fact that they do have 7 wins already. They're top of the table. A couple of players have come in, and he wants to give them opportunities. And he's done that with both the bowling and the batting.
Yeah.
But now he's left in an awkward situation where they need over 10 and over now to win.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's almost taken out the umpire, but the field's set pretty straight. And Lovepreet, make sure it's only a single.
Yeah, I mean, they can still get their Fresh Tropical. They do tend to win close matches, but they're giving it a good shade here at Trentino Akia, and maybe shuffling the deck for this final game. It probably won't affect, it definitely won't affect the fact that they're in the semi-finals already, Fresh Tropical, but
Well said. Oh, that's pretty close, you know, if there's no bat in this. I reckon he's gone if there's no bat, and he is out. There it is. I think it's fair enough. Chima can't believe it. And he's got to get off. No use arguing the toss now. I mean, the question, I suppose, yeah, it's a lot of in-swing, but look where it hits him. It's not missing leg stump. It hits him in front of off. Yeah, I mean, you can see the leg stump there. I think that's a fair enough call.
maybe.
Yeah, look.
There's a lot of movement in the air.
There is, but it hits him in front of middle of the leg.
True.
I mean, is it really moving more than a stump and a half? I don't think. I mean, for me, it's maybe umpire's call on impact, but I think it's a fair call.
Yeah.
And that makes it 25 for 7. Probably looked worse live because he was on the move towards the off stump.
That's true.
And so I thought it hit him a bit more in front of middle and off. Actually, when he slowed it down, it hit him middle and leg impact. But I think it's a fair enough call.
Familiar looking.
It sure is. Bilal Hamid now becomes super duper important. And yeah, I know. There was a bit of an in-swing there, well, more than a bit. But I think, yeah, for me, just watching that live, you could see why the umpire would think that hit the stumps. To be honest, even after the replay, I still think it's hitting. Yeah. Just wasn't hitting as conclusively as I thought.
It was very full, wasn't it?
Caught on the crease.
Really good bowling there, though, from OS Ashkar. He's been really good this tournament, and as is this man, Chowdhury Adil. Well, this is a big over, I think.
Hamid is completely under pressure now, and he loves to swing. Again, it's hard to get twos here. They can happen, but we've seen balls pulling up pretty quickly when fielders are chasing, and he'll want to control the strike.
Well, I think I'm not sure what Zahid Jim is thinking at the moment. I've got to say, as Adil will bowl again around the wicket, going to Hassan. And it's just poked out the point and tried to go for it, probably not wise.
Oh, wow. Never call him too early.
Well,
I mean, you're no rookie, Dan. Danny, you've done about 100 games or more.
Yeah. Look, to be fair, there was one player who scored any runs, and that was Ali Saqib Arshad, and there were 8 bowlers used by Fresh Tropical. And one of them went for 20. And so he says, well, it's going to be a run out of the bowler's end now.
The long way gone. And he thought he was going to the danger end, but there were two danger ends. Again, it's just too bad it's not the same page. So here's Hassan glares back at Bilal Hamid saying, what have you done to me? I think you've got to, as soon as you hit it, you've got to look at your partner. And I think probably you've had to be critical of Hassan at all. He spends too long watching the ball, and that's time he could have spent running. Whether he would have made it or not, I'm not sure. But that's 8 down, and somehow they're in a worse position than even Trentino Aquila were in the first innings. I was about to make the comparison saying that Trentino Aquila lost their first 7 wickets for 20. In this innings, there was 7 wickets for 25. Or you can add another wicket to that now because it's 26 for 8.
Well, Bilal Hamid has to do an Ali Sakibasha.
Exactly, yeah. So I was about to say they're in similar positions, and Trentino Aquila got out of it.
They're home, Trentino Aquila. They are home.
It reminds me of, you were with me when what's his name again?
George Animal Steel.
That's it, George Animal Steel, that's right. Famous. Maybe Jesse Ventura about him as well. You were with me when Prague Tigers defended 60, and we were eyeing off an early lunch. I think the Pies had arrived, and we thought, this is great.
Yeah.
Prague Barbarians might knock this over in 4 or 5 overs.
But don't they get bowled out for 39 or something?
They made 34 for 8, and they just were restricted. Hassan goes without scoring. Amjad now.
So they weren't even bowled out.
They weren't even bowled out. They just it was a bit like this. They just couldn't score.
Yeah.
And Vinoj in Prague is sometimes a bit of a slow field at times as well.
The pitch just keeps quite low, so it's hard to get under it. But
yeah, okay. So, I mean, look, a few big sixes.
True.
This can turn around. You've certainly got a guy that can do it. He was the Golden Ball hero the other day. Amjad isn't facing. He's not even wearing his gloves yet. Pitching outside leg stump. That can't be out. But then I think you've got the added issue of Bilal wanting to have pretty much all the strike.
Yeah.
And I guess this is the difference between kind of needing to do it and not needing to do it. I mean, they had no set idea in the first innings of a certain amount they needed. They were just kind of hoping for the best. But now Fresh Tropic will need to do it. It's a big wide.
Big wide.
We need to have that big over, you'd think, with 3 overs to go after this. What a performance from Trentino Aquila. They've been the ultimate topsy-turvy side, haven't they?
They have. But they've had a good day today.
Can Bilal hit his straps here? Okay. I think he wanted to go leg side, and then when it wasn't there, he kind of just locked up and said, okay, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to risk hitting the ball straight up in the air, but with the ball's ticking past.
I like the comment from Shrug. Medic and club bouncer all in one there. Indeed.
True. Interesting combination of roles. There it is. Goes for it and gets it. Maximo. And you might say, well, what's he doing? As Chima takes a nice catch. Shub, of course, staying well out of the action. You might say, well, why did he leave the last one? And I think, yeah, he decided he wanted to be selective, didn't want to kind of skew and attempted that shot straight up in the air. Chima doing the fielding, bit of friendly fielding, into the over. 7 overs down, 33 for 8. Coming up tomorrow, more cricket as we head into day 10. Just 2 more days of the round robin matches. And yeah, tomorrow we'll get to see some more teams kind of finishing their campaigns. And so Brescia CCU versus Gina Brescia Derby will be a really good one first up. But Chivadate, again, they've shown a lot of improvement this year. Zain Ali has been great for them. We'll see him play for Italy this weekend, which will be a great experience. And then we've got another Brescia Derby to finish the day with Brescia CC versus Jandra Brescia. Jandra were just a bit off today, weren't they? Trentino Aquila also finish their campaign tomorrow. Join us, 7:30 AM GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 PM in India for day 10 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Right now, don't look away. In a low-scoring game, a 6 is just worth so much more.
Sure.
And so, what's that? Just over 11 is required. Now, Amjad needs to find a way to get out the way, and I would be really gambling on bringing fielders in. They've got the short wicket. I like that. Because also, if you can get him out, then they're really down to their last legs.
Sure.
Whether Bilal, you don't even have to get Bilal out then. Maybe you can get the other batter and finish the game. It's going to be Gurpreet to come on. So, yeah, Amjad, he'd be nervous. I'll tell you that much.
What do you think from the mixed bag? It'll be.
I think it's better that he's bowling with an older ball because he just
absolutely.
probably has to get one straight.
Well, his
Doesn't
first
have to do a lot with it.
His first over was very good. It was Gurpreet's took a wicket. Only 6 from it.
All right, here we go. Over number 8 with Gurpreet. Moves it down the leg side. I like this from Shrug saying, if that guy sprays you, then you will feel better or else. I like that.
I love it.
It kind of works two ways. Trentino Quilla, I thought they might be a bit fatigued. But the other thing with Fresh Tropical, look at the scores, identical, 34 for 8 at this stage. Fresh Tropical, it's hard to kind of get your mojo on compared to a team that already been there all day. Goes for the big shot, Amjad, and misses out.
I think Bilal's just had a bit of a chat to him to say, just play straight back, because he needs to be on strike. So Amjad, he's only youngster.
Amjad needs to read the room. He's very deep in his crease.
He is. Hope he doesn't hit his own wicket.
Yeah, I was just thinking that normally when you go back this far, you also got to get outside the legs, outside the off stump a bit, so your back left doesn't knock the stumps over. I'm nervous for him. Oh, close. He's a long way back. Now we'll probably have a run out anyway, so it doesn't matter. He's gone. Wow, can you believe it? So, I mean, the thing is he was so far back there that even though it kind of hit him in line with middle leg or leg stump, and I'm pretty sure, that's just, I've got it maybe just missing, but it's close. I don't think there's any issue here. As long as he takes the bails off, the umpire kind of blocks the camera. So he's definitely out. Yeah, he's out. The bails are off. So I don't know what the debate is, but Bilal, unfortunately, has run out another partner. Let's have a look at it here. It was really close, I got to say. Maybe some doubt. It might be sliding. He does get he has to go around the bowler. He's not even watching. And, no problem there. They finish the wicket. Wow. So now it'll be... Now the underdog story is Fresh Tropical. I mean, can Bilal hit them to victory? Unfortunately, that's going to be a duck for Lukman Amjad. So...
I don't think they communicated very well, the batsman, because obviously Bilal has to be at the other end.
Yeah, and also balls are ticking past. We're getting to the point now. It's 34 or 15, so... Well, what have we learnt today, kids?
Shouldn't call games early. Note to self.
It's all right, you're allowed to. You're allowed to expect the usual. Anyway, last man stand now. In the air, runs, and 4 of them. Do not count out Bilal Hamoud here either. I mean, he's a genuine boundary hitter, but they are jumping out of a plane without a reserve parachute right now, 9 down.
Well, Hyde is the batsman at the other end. It's Ali Haider, and I don't think Bilal wants him to face too many.
I think you consider just not taking singles anymore.
Oh, you can't.
I think you're just going boundaries and then a 1 to finish the over.
Exactly right.
Hits this pretty well. Picks out the fielder. Oh, this could have finished the game. Again, there's not really a lot of communication. I mean, you do want 2s, so it's not necessarily about having Ali Haider sitting on his bat, but this is going to be out if it hits, and that would have finished things.
Again, what is Bilal actually said anything to the players who have come in?
We might have a few chats to have later. Goes after it, and this is going to be 4 more. It's going to run away, so he gets 4. 2 boundaries and over. Especially if they're 6s, probably keeps them on task. And I can understand that over third man. I mean, you're trying to protect the straight boundaries.
Sure.
Now, at least they get a chance to have a chat. And he'll be saying, look, we want to get a single here. I mean, I suppose they'd be happy with a boundary as well. But then you're relying on Haider to get him back on strike.
No, they're not happy with the boundary.
You wouldn't turn down a boundary is what I'm saying.
No,
but you're
I
not,
would.
You're
I
looking
wouldn't
for
turn down
one.
a boundary, but I would hit a single if I were Hamid.
Yeah.
He has to have the strike,
So
and
they-
he has to have at least 5 balls in the over.
I would have considered bringing the field up a bit more for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, last ball of the 8th. What a match. Oh, it's a wide. Can't run on that, but it will be 1 more to the total.
Mixed bag, another wide.
I mean, I'm just happy for Fresh Tropical. This isn't a game that is essential for their qualification because it has all gone wrong. From having a team set 20 for 7 to being down to your last 2 men at the crease. Last ball, take 2. Another wide. They all help. So
Mixed
now, if you
bag.
get a single off this ball, it's like you've hit a 3 last ball, which is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a crazy game.
Surely
The other thing
not.
is you never see, we've done over 3,000 matches. You never see two the same.
No.
You never see two exactly the same. And I don't think I've ever seen a match quite like this.
Yeah.
Hamid will be chaired off, but there might be a few at the back of the line that shooting him dirty looks for running him out. Let's see if he can get them home. 24 still required. Last ball, the overtake. 3, Gurpreet. The mix box, doing it again. Another wide. So now if you hit a single, it's like you've got a 4 off the last ball.
True. Yeah, exactly right. No, you do need a single, but you can't get near the ball at the moment, can Hamid?
This is why you stick around to the last innings of the day. Anything can happen. Anything will happen.
Jasmine Parvin says, what a game.
Yeah.
Indeed. T10 entertainment at its finest. Thanks,
They
James.
don't have to be high-scoring games to be
No.
very entertaining games. All right, last ball, take 4.
And,
No ball called. Yeah, it
Free
looked high
hit.
to me. It looked at the hip. And now you can really go for it, I reckon, because if you sky it and you're caught, you get one anyway. I mean, yeah, I mean,
fair
look, it's touch and go, but with those ones, then I think if it gets called, it stays called. And it's around about the waist. Yeah, that's fine. Height, no ball. Bit of discussion about it.
It was a terrible ball.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
what
too
they're
high.
talking about.
We know, remember the ECN regulations if it's waist high or higher, and he's pretty much standing up. It's probably hitting him in the hip. And if there's doubt, they go to the batter. So
Well, it's tricky here. If he has a free hit, and you're right, if he misses hits it, they get a single.
yeah,
Can't get caught, can't get bowled, and
I think you try and launch it.
yeah, maybe.
You don't want to limit yourself.
Yeah, true.
And it's exactly what he does, and it's exactly what he said. Doesn't matter if they catch or not, they'll get one.
Perfect.
I suppose the thing is, you need to rely a little bit on Hyder. You can say that I'll take 6 as long, and I don't know how well Hyder bats, but you're hoping he can just get you the 1 required.
Sure.
If it was to go for 4 or 6. As it is, it'll be a 5 off the last ball, 4 extras and a 1. And it
Crazy.
takes us to the end of 8. It's 47 for 9.
What a crazy game this one is.
I love these situations, though.
Yeah, me
and
too.
they're heading up after that over. Because if you want to know why T10 cricket is so good for honing your T20 cricket, it's because you're forcing to make so many decisions. And even I've seen so many games, even I'm thinking strategically, okay, what's the right thing to do? What kind of risks are worth taking? 21 off 12. They cannot lose a wicket, though, and that's quite important. Because it also means you can't really manipulate the running to get Bilal back on strike, because if there's a run out, it's game over.
2 overs left. Still need about 10 and over, but it's just boundaries he needs to hit here.
He's going for boundaries.
He is.
Again, 3 big hits. Pretty much get you there. 3.5. Goes for it. Is it going or not? Fielder's under it, and it's going to be 6. Wow, he just misjudged his distance there. I think if he's right back on the rope, it's catchable, but he was a metre in, and everyone's holding their hair's getting torn out. That brings up the 50. Look at where he is. He's probably 2 metres out of position. And if he's right back, then I think that they have an opportunity to win the game there. So remember, they could have won the game on the direct hit earlier. Lovepreet is fielded so well in this series. And that makes it 15 off 11.
This is amazing.
Here we go again. Takes it on again. All right, to win the game. They're forming an orderly queue. It's done. They've done it. They've defended 67. They were 20 for 7 in the first half of the game. And Bilal was dicing with danger. He hit that one into the skies. It almost brought another rainstorm. But what a good catch it was. And can you believe what you're seeing? I think Lovepreet is feeling a bit easier after that as well. The final score is Trentino Aquila 67, Fresh Tropical, bowled out for 53.
That's an amazing game, and congratulations to Trentino Aquila with a good victory against the top of the table, Fresh Tropical. Can't quite believe it though, Vinny.
Adil Ahmed with the catch.
Oh,
And
that went a
just-
mile in the air.
It went so high, and look, credit to him, because they would have got 2 if he dropped it. Let's go back. Where did it all go wrong for Fresh Tropical, Danny?
I think, I don't know, I think definitely it was taking this game maybe not easily, but bringing new players in, but then their top order just failed.
Crumbled, didn't it?
Good bowling there from Gurpreet.
Yeah, he was good when he was good. You saw Nakash Raza come out, and yeah, he was able to send one over the ropes. But yeah, you felt surely they could mess this up, could they? But we kind of said in the first half of the game as well, Fresh Tropical, sometimes it does go wrong for them. I suppose they'll be thankful this happens to them now, and maybe not on Friday in their semi-final or their final match. But, you know, credit also to Trentino Aquila. They have been here before. Remember how they pulled it out against Cricket Stars?
Absolutely.
And they forced a collapse of the last 8 wickets pretty quickly. But, yeah, avoidable wickets. And that was Sikandar Abbas. That was his fault, actually, Sikandar Abbas, because he just took off on the LB appeal, didn't wait to see where the ball had gone. But then there were a couple of more run-outs to come. That one was an interesting one. It was moving a lot, but did kind of hit him pretty much right in front of the stumps. Chima didn't like it, but he had to go. And then there were a couple of these run-outs that were caused probably by Bill Chima trying to retain the strike. You see this one here. I think that Tasir's just ball watching for too long, couldn't get there. So Bilal, kind of the hero and the villain, isn't he? As he hit his team into contention, but he just kept running out of partners.
He did. And, well, this is another run out. Not quite on the same page, the batsman. But you're right, he kept on running out of partners. He did the right thing. He got the strike. But then it was that one at the end that just didn't quite get over the boundary. He hit it a mile in the air. And that could have been in the potato field if it got it a little bit further. And go right at the end. This is the one that went just over Lovepreet. Otherwise, not very happy. And this is the one that won it for them.
Well, I mean,
look how long it takes to come down.
This was so high. And Adil Ahmed took responsibility. And you can see how much it meant. He spikes the ball. He turns around, has a little glare at the bench and says, yeah, you didn't think we could do it? Well, we sure showed you. Here we were thinking we were heading for an early dinner. Well, we are, but not for the reason we thought. There's 8.2 overs. Fresh Tropical bowled out, and they lose by 14 runs. Looking at the scorecard, Bilal almost got in there, 24 off 13. Didn't have a lot of help. Nakash with 10. No one else reaching double figures. And I think, I can imagine Ali Sakib Ashad does take the player of the match.
Absolutely.
For not only his runs in the first innings that kind of got them out of a similar situation to a score of 67, but also his spell up front. He was outstanding, wasn't he? Finished with figures of 2 for 6 off his 2 overs on 1 foot, nonetheless.
Yep.
Gurpreet with 1 for 20, although he kind of lost his radar a bit at the end, which he'll do sometimes. Chowdhury Adil with a wicket. Awazasko with a wicket. And Ashika Wait with a wicket. Second ball. The first ball might have been caught. It went for 6, but the 10th and final wicket brought up an unlikely victory. Now, the only bad news for Trentino Aquila is that they don't quite make that list on a count back because there was a total of 67. I think there's been a couple actually that have been defended, but they held the opposition to less. But wow, what a game to finish the day. And I'll say it, I've said it before, I'll say it again. You only see this kind of stuff on the European Cricket Network.
Absolutely. Well,
yeah.
It's been a great day's cricket, Vinny.
You've deserved your day off, and thanks again for all your work throughout the last few days. And yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. But yeah, what a game! And again, you got to keep your head. And anyone who thinks it's kind of easy to get the 6, 7, 8 and over, grab a bat, head out to the middle, face a couple of dots, and feel the pressure rise. I think we just saw the pressure getting the better of some of the Fresh Tropical players in the end. I suppose that. They were missing a couple of key players as well. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. Brescia CC, Gina Brescia and Jandra Brescia all on show. We'll also see Trentino Aquila and Chivadate and Milan United will close out their campaign as well. So just before we go, I want to say, once again, big thank you to you, Danny, to all the Blue crew, to the players, the officials. Not easy out there. All the grounds crew as well, who had to put in a bit of extra work this morning to get the ground ready for play. Our website, EuropeanCricket.com, check it out. There's also information about this weekend. Also the Gibraltar T20 International Series coming up and even looking ahead to Austria. Our YouTube channel, please like the video if you haven't already. Subscribe to our channel. Thanks to everyone for all the wonderful chats. I know it got a bit crazy there towards the end. And finally, our social media at European Cricket. Check it out. I think we'll probably have some highlights of the day. But Danny, well, expect the unexpected. We saw it right there.
Absolutely, and fantastic game to end up. What day are we?
This is the end of
10th?
day 9.
Day 9.
Yeah, if you're losing count. But
I did lose count.
Look, yeah. I don't really know what to say about that except to say that join us tomorrow because we'll have the Brescia teams on show once again. Givadante again, they make their return and we'll see exactly what's in store. But the race is still on for the semi-finals. 11 doesn't go into 4. We'll leave you with some highlights today. Thanks to all of our crew here, to Maria, to Arthur's and to Kirill's as well. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, European Cricket family, have a safe, have a happy evening. We'll see you tomorrow for day 10. I'll be here and we'll be back with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
See you guys.
Mañana.
Cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's setting it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the Kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
attacking but shaka. 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch.